Ladies and gentlemen, as another attraction, we wish to present those Loco Americanos. We hope you like them too many. Thank you.
Hello, friends. Hello, fellow traders, and everyone else. Welcome to TopstepTV, the biggest and most watched futures trading program stream that you will find anywhere on this planet. Got an all-star lineup each and every day. Real traders, real educators that give you 100% transparency in trading. You're not going to find another show out there like ours. Everything wrapped into one like a delicious burrito. Education, support, good looks, cool swag, and tradertainment. This is Opening Call. I'm Agent K, and this is Agent J, and we have an exciting, informative, educational, out-of-this-world programming for you today. We're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, and yes, even that voice in your head that says, in space, no one can hear you, getting pissed off for being stopped out on a trade. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Johnny, oh boy. Game plan ready?
All ready.
Checklist checked.
Checklist checked.
Journal ready to go?
Yeah, all set. All set, buddy.
Is your starship all fueled?
Yes. I've got new dilithium crystals.
Wow. Okay, good. All right, let's say hello to everybody's friend, that handsome guy next to me, and trading mentor, John, a.k.a. the Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Opening Call, Wednesday, March the 13th. As always, our focus here is on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and remaining always patient in your trading. We were just talking before the feed started here, that March the 15th, Friday, is the Ides of March. It's also Triple Witching Day, so beware the Ides of March.
Beyond the Ides of March. That was a good band, too, right?
Yes, yeah.
Jimmy Peterick from, where's he from? What band was he in? Jim Peterick.
I'm Your Vehicle
Yeah,
was one of their big songs.
I love that song. But anyway, all right, let's dive into the universe of news. And we'll get this party started. All right, markets. Markets, yes, we'll be watching to see whether the major U.S. technology stocks can continue to help Wall Street rise past growing concerns over the higher for longer interest rates. Now, yesterday we had our CPI, Consumer Price Index, that did affect a lot of the markets, if you do remember correctly. Gold prices fell from record highs after the reading, and more U.S. inflation cues on tap later this week. We did see the S&P finish record highs yesterday. It's while the Nasdaq jumped 1.6. The DD Dow was held back by losses in Boeing. CPI data showed inflation remained stickier than expected in February, while also tending well above the Fed's 2% annual target range. The reading also came after several Fed officials warned of that, once again, the sticky, that's a word we're going to be using here today, inflation that will keep these central banks from cutting interest rates early. Gold prices, as I mentioned, Tuesday's CPI, we did mention that. I'd mentioned that, as a matter of fact, fell especially after a sharp melt up in gold prices over the past week. We did see spot gold, the yellow metal slid 2% from the record high near 2,200 an ounce, and now we're trading back around the 2150s. Other precious metals also retreated today. Slightly, metal markets are now awaiting more cues from the U.S. interest rates from key data prints due later this week. And Johnny, what can you add? Any good news you got for us?
Well, odds are there won't be any bad news. I mean, there's not a lot of
That's good.
economic numbers due out today. The mortgage rates and applications came out at 6 o'clock this morning, always very early. Applications dropped by a little bit. They were 9.7% the week before last. They came out at 7.1% as far as the applications, and those are higher numbers, of course. And good news, I guess, would be that the average 30-year mortgage rate dropped from 7.02% to 6.84%. So back down below 7% for those 30-year mortgage rates. Good news for anybody that's looking for a home. Just a little bit of good news. We're hoping, of course, for a lot more good news in coming days, weeks, and months. 9:30, the EIA petroleum status report is due out. The API announced a shrinking stockpile of 5.5 million barrels last night. We see crude oil looking to the upside a little bit this morning. And then at 12 o'clock today, noon Central Chicago time, there is a 30-year bond auction. A lot of folks will be keeping their eye on that, of course, and then we know we've got the PPI and retail sales tomorrow. So the markets may be a little bit. You can't forget that the equities are in rollover. Crude is also in rollover, but probably going to be seeing some just choppy. I'm seeing the dome is a little bit thicker in the June S&Ps this morning, so that's a good sign. But remember, they are still in rollover. We're still looking for important information coming tomorrow. So just be reasonable and be reasonable with your profit targets and your trade ideas today. We'll get to check all this out in the charts very shortly. Eddie, back to you.
Yes. Dude, where's the crude? Well, as Johnny mentioned, we did have the number coming out here yesterday. We did see crude rise 0.4%. API data usually heralds some similar readings, and that's due later today, as Johnny mentioned. Also aiding sentiment towards oil markets, OPEC maintained its outlook on improving crude demands in 2024-2025 in a monthly report released yesterday. But despite Wednesday's gains, Brent WTI remains squarely within the 75-85 looking right now. Yes, that's about right. And a barrel ranging over the past 2 weeks. Now, John, we don't really talk too much about political things here, and we try to keep
Mhm.
that out of the equation. But this sort of put a smile on my face. Robert Kennedy Jr. Has some big names in mind for potential running mates in the 2024 election. These are sources coming from the New York Times. He has approached, get this, Jesse the Body Ventura, former Minnesota governor and pro wrestler,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
the Chicago hated Aaron Rodgers, New York Jets quarterback, were both receptive. Kennedy himself later confirmed that Ventura and Rodgers are at the top of the list.
Mm.
Well, on a short list, the Democratic National Committee trio called the trio of Kennedy, Rodgers, and Ventura, the Stooges reunion no one is asking for.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
Yes, keep thinking, keep thinking. All right, James, what's that top step tip of the week? This is a good one, folks. Risk management. Remember, risk management. We talk about this all day long. This is so
Mhm.
very important. Position sizing. Now, remember, determining the appropriate position size for each trade based on your risk tolerance and the size of your trading account. It's always best to avoid over leveraging or trading too much because you never know when that trade's going to go south. So be very careful. Risk management. Johnny, what do you got to add to that?
Well, you're going to just kind of lean on something that Mick says quite a bit. Just because you can trade size doesn't mean you should. I think it's a wise idea to trade smaller than you can and build that account over time. Risk management isn't only trade by trade, it's day by day, week by week, month by month, and year by year. If you have a good morning, part of that risk management is ensuring that if things turn the other way, you're going to end the day a plus player. That's the game. It's always trade for tomorrow, and make sure that you protect some of those profits on any given day, and any given week, month, and year. The trading is extremely difficult. I've had months where I didn't make any money, and it being a good risk manager prior to that, keeping money on the side and stacking those bananas, as we say, or stacking those bricks can help keep you in the game during some of those tougher periods. So risk management is a many layered concept, and make sure you are a good risk manager. We do talk about that quite a bit.
Indubitably. All right, Johnny. Without further ado, let's jump into the charts. John, what do you got for our contestants today, my friend?
All right. As always, we start with the dailies, and here is the daily in the S&Ps. There were some earnings that came out early, just some retail earnings, nothing too impactful. Although Adidas and Dollar Tree missed on both earnings and revenues. We got the VIX down slightly this morning at 13.78. The dollar index down below that 103 level at 102.89, and a little bit higher on the yield on the 10-year, 4.19 last I checked. So don't forget, the equities are in rollover. The tendency is for the market to remain range bound. And don't forget, again, we do have PPI retail sales and some other things coming out tomorrow. So a lot of folks will be posturing, hedging, and positioning themselves for anything that might happen. Tomorrow, we talked about the fact that we had a reversal patterns on Friday, and that reversal pattern did not bring fruitful downside participation. As a matter of fact, yesterday, even with the CPI numbers that came out, some are saying a little bit hot, the resiliency in these equities markets rang through, and we ended up with an upside day, continuing to hold upside structure. If you're looking at volume and open interest, that is going to be a blurry vision for you. Yesterday, we added 139,000 contracts in open interest in the S&Ps. If it wasn't rollover, I would say that was a big pile in of new longs yesterday because of the direction or overall direction of the day from yesterday. But it's rollover. We're probably going to lose about 500,000 in open interest after expiration, and that's a function of the larger traders moving their positions from the March contract into the June contract. So open interest and volume blurry. The dome yesterday was pretty thin. If we were watching, there was a lot of double digits. Where it's a little bit thicker today in the June contract. Yes, You should be trading the June contract. The volume is higher. The open interest is now higher after yesterday. You should be trading the June contract. Taking a look at the 30-minute chart, we're just kind of getting into the day here, into the morning, and boy, oh boy, did we really not do a lot. Now, again, this is the 30-minute chart, and we're just kind of looking at where the market is opening in comparison to the previous range. Here is that bearish reversal pattern. We still haven't taken out the high, but man, we saw some every time this market has some downside to it. Buyers just continue to come in and pick up those bargains. So what do we have today? We've got virtually no overnight inventory, a very small overnight range, looking like we're going to be opening inside of that range and inside of that balance with no overnight inventory. That really suggests to me that I'm going to have to try and stay patient and look for better trade locations as the day goes on. I know it's not fun. I know it's not sexy, but as far as my strategies are concerned, I'm not seeing a big change in the perception of value here so far. What are we going to be looking for? Well, we may see the market reject value from yesterday and give us another look at the all-time high, which happened last Friday, 52.57 quarter in the June contract. So we'd have to take a look and see if we do reject value from yesterday, and that could be a pretty decent target, or even targets higher if this market really starts to grow legs. As far as the downside is concerned, if we come back into range and test back into value, which we are going to be opening inside of, the first thing that I would be looking at is the afternoon pullback low. Those of you that listen to Jim Dalton know that the afternoon pullback low, although I understand he doesn't necessarily look at it all the time, but I think this is a pretty substantial afternoon pullback low, 52.07 half. 52.07 half is that afternoon pullback low. If the price gives me an opportunity down there, I will certainly be monitoring for some sort of an opportunity there. When the market opened, it rallied, it pulled all the way back to that level, found buyers, and then closed on the high. So that makes that level look very interesting to me. And if it can't hold, then I might look for points lower. But we all know that the shorts in these markets do not live for very long. So with the market as range bound as it was in the overnight, knowing we've got important information tomorrow, my suggestion, and again, this is just a suggestion. Nobody knows for sure anything that's going to happen. ACH, anything can happen, is you see money, take money. Be reasonable with your profit targets today. And now that I've said that, markets like to make a liar out of me. But again, we're not predicting anything here, just trying to help put the market in context. So, we reject range from yesterday. Take a look at the overnight, at the all-time high. We accept value from yesterday, and we rotate to the low of the afternoon pullback low. That looks like it might be an interesting opportunity. But again, with the way the market acted last night, I'm going to probably be trying to be very patient. Yes, it's not fun, it's not sexy, but in my strategy, it means that I'm going to be probably looking for opportunities after the creation of the initial balance, which is of course the first hour of trade, approximately. Now let's take a look at the NASDAQ. Very similar situation. We did have that pullback, that reversal pattern on Friday. Pretty much ignored yesterday. Upside structure remains intact. The NASDAQ, we're going to look at just like a 7-day area of balance here. And remember, that is a tendency of rollover. Longer time frame traders are focusing on getting a cheap rollover done more than becoming directional and adjusting big inventories at this time. They can save or make themselves a lot of money if they work the rollover the right way. So range bound is what we're kind of looking at here, because we did have that pullback on Friday, that reversal pattern, and it did not continue. So we're still range bound. range bound rules apply. We're right in the middle of that range. So again, I'm going to suggest trying to stay very patient today. Remember, it's rollover. Remember, we have lots of new information coming into the markets tomorrow. We do have that 30-year bond auction today that could knock things around a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see how that plays out. As far as overnight inventory, I mean, if you could say that this might be a little bit short coming in this morning, but again, opening inside range and inside value suggests to me that I want to stay patient, that better trade locations may come as the day goes on, even as late as the creation of the initial balance. Again, the initial balance is the um, the first hour of the session, the 30-minute, with no overnight inventory, no gap, no rules, no runs, no hits, no errors, no bad news, nobody left on base. Stay patient today. Keep your expectations reasonable for profits. As Rip says, as a lot of folks say, you see money, take money today. The profiles for both the E-mini S&P and the NASDAQ were P-shape. You can see it right here. The market looked lower and then ranged in the upper half. That would indicate short covering, but we can't see that again because of rollover. We added 9,000 in open interest yesterday, which would not support short covering. Short covering would reduce open interest. So we don't have that information to lean on, which again kind of says rollovers are tough. Rollovers can be tough because we can't necessarily see all that we want to see. The afternoon pullback low in the NASDAQ right down here, 18,323 quarter, 18,323 quarter. Looks like an interesting area for me. It's after the market pushed higher, came about halfway back into the range, found buyers there again, and then closed at the high. So this looks like an interesting area for me if it is approached. If it's approached, I will be looking for potential opportunity for an execution or even an exit there. If we end up staying in range and we end up short, the afternoon pullback low could be a very reasonable and probable target for that opportunity. Again, no prediction, just trying to put context over the marketplace in the best way that I know how. Here's crude oil, the daily range bound. We tested to the low on Monday, weekly kickoff low, found support, tried to push higher yesterday. The market is doing what range bound markets do. It goes, checks the low, and then it probably goes up and rechecks the high, and then rechecks the low, and then rechecks the high until something changes. So we're really range bound here in crude oil. We do have the EIA coming out at 9:30 that could seriously change things. Again, when we are in range, it's more short time frame control, and I think that's even more true now because it's in rollover. We will be moving to the May contract either Friday or Monday. We'll let you know when the volume is bigger in the May contract. So again, we're in rollover, which happens every month in crude oil. It's a bit of a pain, but something we have to deal with. So the likelihood of longer time frame traders adjusting big inventories is reduced. So you're going to see shorter time frame traders, shorter time frame levels, more likely to be respected. The problem is there's a lot of them. So be careful, choose your opportunities close to points of invalidation so you can manage your risk well. So you have, several opportunities throughout the day to get into something that you can dig your teeth into. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So the range-bound test to weekly kickoff low on Monday, higher value yesterday. The market opened with a gap. So we now have gap rules in crude oil. Gap rules are if we can't close that gap to the regular trading hour session range from yesterday, we might be looking for opportunities to see this market continue this rotation potentially to the upside, which is $80 is weekly kickoff high. There is also a naked point of control up there that if traders are focusing on getting to test that naked point of control, what traders are looking at, they have a tendency to make price go to, especially your shorter time frame traders. So gap rules, if we can't close that gap relatively early, look for ways to find entry into a potential long here. Again, no promises, no prediction, just taking a look at what we see here. And if the market is directional, which it has been since, I don't know, about 3:30 this morning, it's been one time framing higher. I don't want to step in front of that until I have some sort of structure to lean on. And where is that structure? It might be right up here at that weekly kickoff high and that naked point of control right here. And then, of course, above that, we've got last week's high. So it looks like an interesting day in crude oil, and we will see how that plays out. Now take a quick look here into gold. And we have that melt up that we had for a couple of weeks there, or last week. Yesterday's pullback reduced volume and reduced open interest. Now, gold is entering rollover, but I'm kind of viewing that loss in open interest on yesterday as some profit taking, and profit taking takes initiative selling away from the market. So this, if this proves to be just a short time frame pullback, that will come in time. It looks that way to me because, again, the volume was relatively low on that pullback, and we reduced open interest, long liquidation, profit taking. I would be watching yesterday's low if it is approached. Yesterday's low, 21.56. Take a look at the 30-minute chart now. And again, we have a market that really kept things pretty tight last night. If we had to, we could say that the overnight inventory is long, but it's right in the middle of the range and value area from yesterday. So again, not sexy, not fun, but I'm going to suggest trying to stay patient until we see the opening range or the initial balance establish itself, because that's going to give us early extremes with which to lean on and to limit our risk with. No major change in the perception of value of an ounce of gold means stay patient, let the market establish the ranges, and then focus on those ranges for your opportunities. Monitor to see if we stay in value from yesterday, or if there's an indication that at some point we reject value either to the upside or to the downside. Again, our low yesterday after the close would be something that I would be kind of interested in looking for an opportunity if it is approached. Yesterday's profile, normal variation, neutral day, which says to me, well, we used probably a lot of the opportunity to facilitate trade in gold at this level yesterday. Did we use up that ability to facilitate trade? Sometimes when you have a normal variation neutral day, price starts to auction to different levels to seek new business. If we don't see any new business, be careful. So take your deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Don't forget to pray for peace every day. We need all the prayers we can get. Let's have a good trading day.
I'm with you, Johnny. And hey, you know what? Real quick here, we're going to be getting to fast markets, but I just want to say, you want those weekly kickoff levels. You're wondering, how do we get these? What do I do? I'm going to put a link in here real quick. It's our TopstepTV. Bookmark this because there's a lot of good information on there. It's going to explain a lot what we do here at Topstep. I put the link in the chat. Bookmark it. All right. We're going to take a timeout. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. Coming back here real quick here with Fast Markets and Anne-Marie. Yeah. See you in a few. All right, we are back. Let's get our running mates in the gates. Who is your running mate? There we go. Giddy up.
We are
And,
right on the
we're
bell.
right on the bell. Here's the bell. Bingo. There it is. Let's have some
right.
fun. Hello, Anne Marie.
Good morning. John, I loved what you were saying about patience being required for better trade placement.
hmm
You know, you say that all the time when you say, hey, listen, things are in value, things are in range, the formation's a little bit tight, good time to wait. And though I hear it, you know, I've heard it over and over again, it's just when the student is ready, the master will appear. And so that's just one of those spaces, right? You hear things over and over and over again, and you go, all
hmm
right, you know what? But I'm totally in tune with it. I so love that Dolby enjoys the YM, and I think it'll be fun to see what the setups look like today.
I should put YM on my charts.
You know, Anne Marie, we're getting a following, a mass mob of those that are like, hey, let's check out the Dow. And hey, if it works
Yeah,
for you, and remember, it's a very cheap, affordable market if you catch that trade the wrong way. Not to say that we want to make a lot of money, but better safe than sorry. And, you know, take it slow. It's what it's about.
exactly. And that's what really makes it a great thing. You know, if you look at $5 a point or $5 a tick,
hmm
it's really something that you can go, okay, if I have 20 ticks of motion, then that's $100. But, you know, if I spread that out to 40 ticks, a couple of $100 of risk gives me so much wiggle room, particularly if I'm looking at a key area of support or a key area of resistance to get involved. I think the YM is great. The one thing, ooh, did we take an opening range trade?
Yeah, we did. This is
Nice.
it.
Okay, so
Yeah, well,
talk us through that.
this is a combine account. So what I'm seeing here on the profiles is the market opened right at the high of value from yesterday. So I'm looking for value acceptance. I'm only in this trade down to the point of control down here. So for, a minimal risk, $200, I can make almost 600 if I get to the point of control. So it's good risk reward. The opening range is the high of the session so far in the S&P and in the Nasdaq. So it's looking like the market opened at high of value is showing signs potentially of accepting value, which could rotate us all the way to low of value from yesterday. But I'm only looking at this as a kind of a pullback to the point of control. That point of control from yesterday is a 52.28 half. It's reasonable. It was one of the things we talked about on the opening call. Be reasonable with your expectations for profit targets today. We're going to have to take out the overnight low for us to get there. It's a 2-to-1 reward over risk. The opening range, the high of the day at the high of value from yesterday. Figured it was worth the risk. And again, this is a trading combine account right now. I'm still kind of recovering from being sick and some other things. So I'm going to be probably looking to get into my live account, back into my live account, probably tomorrow, if not for sure on Friday. So really just
There
kind
you
of
go.
looking at this as just a cheap opportunity for a value acceptance and a move down to the point of control. I just want to make sure I'm in the right spot here.
Hey,
28
I see
half.
somebody walking up
There
the
you go.
walkway here, Johnny,
There you
Anne
go.
Marie.
Ooh,
Somebody's at the door here.
Uh-oh.
Let's get him in here. There
Dolby.
he
is it
is.
deadbolted? What?
Welcome to Power Hour.
Oh man, hello. How are y'all doing?
Stretch it out, old bro.
What are these markets up to?
Nothing, but now that you're here, watch it start.
Yes, right. Right. So let me take a look here. I've got the profile for the Dow right here, and it is a pretty substantial. It's a 35 tick opening range. It did open outside of range and value, but what we're looking for is for this market to show signs of reacceptance of value and a move perhaps back down to the point of control. But it's a 35 tick opening range. It's kind of substantial. It's a big opening range for even for the Dow, although it does put
Yeah.
some pretty big opening ranges up there. So interesting. Dolby, if you ever want to see these profiles, I can certainly bring them up. I know you guys are trading the Dow, and want to provide any information and help that I can bring. And so far we're a few ticks into profit in this trade. So
What's your
Nice.
target, John?
52.2875, which the point of control, the TPO point of control from yesterday is 52.28 half. So I'm one tick above that point of control from yesterday, which, if this opening range stays the high of the session, would be a perfectly reasonable, logical, and probable profit target if it indeed goes my way. If it goes my way.
I think it's a great
You know,
trade,
typic-
Hoag. That looks awesome.
Yeah, typically, the opening range trade is very streaky. There's periods of time when the opening range is going to be a successful trade 8 out of 10 days. And then for 20 days, it doesn't do anything. All it does is create a small loss. And I'm okay with small losses. I'm all
Absolutely.
about the cheap trades. And it's been a while since the opening range has been streaky for winning in the S&Ps. And I'm kind of looking forward to when that happens because, it lets you get the day started off on the right foot. Typically, as a profile trader, most of my trading occurs after the first hour, which again isn't sexy and fun, but that's been my strategy for a long time. And trading the open has been, I don't know about you guys, but to me, when I first started, and even when I first started looking at profiles, trading the open was usually creating losses. So at one point, I just said, no more trading until after the initial balance is established. And, my performance improved from that. And ever since then, I've been, of course, trying to improve my ability to trade early in the session. But with profile and my strategy, sometimes that opening range trade is the only opportunity that I get. So we're in it right now, and we'll see how that goes.
Looks good.
I mean, yeah, it looks great.
I wonder if you could share with me. Do you see where we see that support edge well above your target? If you
Uh,
begin to reverse, do you only have one lot?
yeah, just one on.
Okay. So if we begin to reverse back up into that space,
Mm-hmm.
when you will be green to a fairly solid tune, yeah, right there. Um, do you ever say, I'm just going to, most of the time, I think you say, I'm just going to sit it out, right?
Most of the time.
Just sit in it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's our overnight low right there.
Right.
So, I'd like to see it tested. And if we can't hold below it, that would take me out of this position.
Okay. Got it.
Hoag, I just want to say that if you want to improve your charting experience, if you go to the gear on the left-hand side, you can actually take those boxes and orient them to the left-hand side. So I believe underneath chart plot alignment, you change that to the left on the upper right-hand side of your screen there underneath chart settings. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, down a little bit. That one, put that on the left. Now save it and close. And now go back to your chart.
And they're over there.
Trade. Yeah, you're good. So now it's not covering up your beautiful candlesticks and your beautiful trade, Hoag.
All right, good.
Dolby,
Yeah,
can I
I like
ask
that.
another question? Sorry about that.
Mhm.
Just jumped
That's okay.
right in there. How how do we open up? How do we show a practice set here inside of TopstepX?
Like, how do you want to open an account or switch to it?
No. How do you go to your practice account on TopstepX? We don't have one yet, or no?
Oh, if you don't have one yet, you need to go to your trading dashboard at topstep.com and then toggle the practice account and then just create the practice account. So for TopstepX,
Got
practice accounts
it.
are not made by
Okay.
default. So you do have to activate it in your Topstep trading dashboard for
Okay.
TopstepX. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very, very much, John. Your trade is looking fantastic.
Well, and hey, even a blind squirrel finds an
Stop
acorn
that,
once in a
you
while.
know.
Oh,
We
please,
love your
Hoag.
humility. We love your humility, but it's okay to go, yeah, that looks pretty good. I
It
did
does
do a
look pretty good.
job right there.
Yeah. Now we're testing that overnight low, and I'd like to see it get below it and pretty much hold.
So I want to try to get in on that short with you, but I expect a bounce first. So
Ooh, gold is
let's
on
see
there's
what
the
the
bounce.
tear right
Dow's.
now.
Gold is on a tear.
Yeah, slingshotting to the upside. Went from 2168 to 2176 in like 15
Oh
minutes.
yeah, there it goes.
So real strong move in gold.
I guess that means
Crude is
Bitcoin's
pushing.
moving too.
Probably, yeah. Yeah, big move.
Took out that overnight high and boom.
Insane.
Russell popped off too. Why? That is so strange. Anne-Marie, why do you think the Russell is like zooming to the upside while the ES is rolling down and NASDAQ is rolling down?
Rotation, sector rotation. And so here's my thought.
Oh, that's what Tuckman was talking about
Yeah,
on Monday.
I do believe we have sector rotation going. And so here's the weird thing. Traders, we're really, between us and the fishes, we really are simpletons, right? We just look for the good spot and we buy, and we look for the good spot and we sell. And so all of this chatter about overheating is forcing us to look at what's happening inside of the indices themselves. So within each index, what we're watching is the rotation of, well, these guys are running really hot. I better feed the duck skier and let me go to a place where I could have a nice reversion to the mean. On top of that, there is, I personally think that they're chasing out of this space in the Russell. I believe that the Russell is going to jam right up into resistance because remember, one, SMCI is moving out of the Russell into the S&P 500. And yesterday at the Futures International whatever in Boca, Jamie Dimon said, listen, with a hot CPI, it would be much better for them to pump the brakes on increasing rates than, decreasing rates. And so this is saying, hey, listen, rates are going to be stagnant. They're not going to go up, but they're not going to go down. So why not go to some place that has the potential of reversion to the mean? But in my mind, everybody's rotating to the RTY, but they're saying to themselves, hey, as soon as we see something, we're going to get out. So it's sort of this, come along. It's the Pied Piper whistling, come on. And then that price action is going to completely reverse. That's my suspicion. On top of that, we've got a ceiling in the RTY. And what that's doing is people are seeing the longer term picture going, wait a second, higher rates for longer means that small caps, which don't usually make money, are going to be in trouble. And so they're saying this is a great short. but everybody else is sort of playing that little jockey game. And I think short covering is also happening in that RTY, but it's definitely sector rotation, just as Peter said, or at least this is my suspicion.
Yeah. Yeah. Very, very interesting to see just that big of a difference. It is really marching to the beat of its own drum today. Which is great. You know, go and be your independent bad self, RTY. You get a lot of hate, so flex on all the haters.
Indeed. I think it's going to collapse at those highs, though. So right where we are, let's see, yesterday's high that it jammed up against was that, 2109? And now it came up to 2105 and is sort of whatever. But if we can get to 2109, 2110, that's going to be a great short. So I'm going to put an alert right there, just in case it happens while we're all together. And then we'll see how that goes.
Looks like YM is now catching a bid while NASDAQ rolls over.
Again, that's more of that rotation.
Yeah.
And so here's a really difficult thing that is happening right now. One, we're still muddling through the rollover, but when we play this sisters game where, okay, the ES is doing this, so the NQ will follow, or the YM is doing this, but it's going to start following the NQ, or XYZ, all of these guys are disjointed because of rotation. And so trade the chart you're trading. Don't look at any of the charts today because there's a lot of disjunction. And the disjunction is because of rotation. And that's my one exclamation point for us today, to really keep an eye on only trading what you're trading and not letting something else's motion send you into another chart.
Yeah. No, is this
we've
typical
got
for
we got
rollover?
Microsoft and Nvidia all hitting the skids here. They're all headed to the downside.
Interesting.
A nice pullback in there. I am getting a little bit
Look at you,
tired
man.
of.
That's so nice. These trades have been great the last couple of days. They've just been, and the level of confidence has been spot on. It's been nice. I wish I could have followed you into that, but I'm moving at the speed of dirt currently because the central time zone, we're leaving today for Portugal, and the central time zone has just got me so discombobulated.
And then the time change too. So you got that.
Yeah, the double whammy.
That affects me more and more every year. It seems. You don't like the circle on here. This was just to kind of point out the key reversal that we did on Friday. I'm going to take this off because it's annoying me too. I just put it on there so we could kind of point that out. But now it's gone. Another question. I just follow the style. You're right. I should have done that. I just got impatient, and I was just kind of reading a couple of things. If you guys don't mind, if there is a difference between the point of control from yesterday that you're seeing on the Topstep page here, the daily levels, it's sometimes there can be a significant difference between a volume point of control and a TPO point of control. I think they were looking at the volume point of control. My focus for this was to look at the TPO point of control. I think that's really why that happens. So again, I apologize. Go ahead, talk amongst yourselves.
I'm gonna try to get filled in some shorts in YM. That's the play I'm gonna try this morning. With all the other, I know Henry just said don't look at any other markets, but I can't help but feel that this might just top out and head back lower again. So yeah, it's been really fun.
You're back in the opening range in the Dow, so, and it's giving you a cheaper opportunity for a short because it's inside the opening range instead of taking it right at the bottom of the opening range.
Yeah.
So you can limit risk a little bit more that way. You still got the S&P and the NASDAQ well below the opening range, so there's your opportunity in the Dow.
Yeah, so it's going to be a cheap trade, and then we're just going to stack some cells above and see if we can get filled on the way up to a stop run. But the risk should be actually relatively under control, even though I'm trying to add size. That's something that I have been enjoying about the YM is that because it does move a little bit slower and at only $5 a tick, I think there is a lot more opportunity to size up because it's so much more forgiving. So we've had a lot of recent success being able to do that. So we're going to keep on trying to do it.
So the one warning signal that I would say that I'm seeing there, yes, it's going to give you some nice returns, but that VWAP is got a little bit of an upward slope to it. And so you might be sitting in a little bit of a choppy zone that will bounce off of the floor of support and then come to maybe a higher high that ends up collapsing a little bit later, which is my thought, because I'm looking only at momentum, and momentum is telling me sell the big spikes and buy the deep dips. And I think there's a lot to be said about how to mechanize trading when you've got divergences, when momentum is drifting lower, but you see price keeping to hold new higher lows or testing higher highs. And if you look at a couple of daily charts, all you're going to see is wicks on the bottom, wicks on the top. And that happens when divergent motion is telling you that price action has got a force that's pushing it in the other direction. Whenever it gets to its highs, whenever it gets to its lows, people come in and buy the dip. And, we've had a pervasive bid in the market. It's my suspicion that it's being run by shorts who've been trying to get short for the last year, and they've been punched in various parts that hurt very badly. And so what we have to end up looking at is, wow, how do we take that information, watching those bigger moves that go, hey, listen, I'm trying to short.
Right.
Every time they come in and they hit the bid so hard off of those floors, we're seeing these bottoms that look like this. And there's no real resolving. So until these shorts throw in the towel, we could grind higher. At least this is my thought.
Yeah. I mean, it's
I
all
like your
higher
short,
higher
though.
lows.
Exactly.
Trade.
Mhm.
I've learned from the best.
Exactly. And trend is going to be the key thing that tells you what to do, in my mind. I'm going to look at trend and go, wait a second, I know momentum is down, but trend is up. So trend, if we stack rank, trend is king, momentum is queen. Sorry, folks that want to think this goes like so. No egalitarianism allowed in stack ranking of market signals. Trend is first, momentum is second. And a lot of times, because we can see momentum sort of playing out, we make the mistake of trading momentum. Don't trade momentum. Trade price. And price is most closely related to the trending. And I know, Dolby, you just said been there. Listen, the only reason I know this, it's like I'm a donkey in the market.
Were you there too at one point?
Oh my goodness, absolutely. Not only, I still have to caution myself. I still have, hey, momentum is sloping down. You need to take a short when trend is just saying, hey, buy the dip. Buy the dip. And so
those are my two
trend is master and commander.
Like my two kind of buckets. It's either you got traders who go for best price or traders who go for best momentum. And I don't know if those two things are the same. I haven't thought about it deep enough to know if those things can be separate. But sometimes
You know, I
best
think they
price, you
can
are
be
going
separate.
against momentum. Yeah, I would agree. I think they
Exactly.
might be exclusive
Exactly.
from each other.
Well, here's
Like,
the thing. Like most things, it's not all one or all another. It's
right.
somewhere in that fat middle space. And
Hmm.
so for me, it always comes down to what's the risk if I trade with momentum? So this I love catching tops and bottoms. It's a disease. It's a very
Oh, me
terrible
too.
disease.
Me too. It is.
So bad. So
Cheapest
I'll
trades.
see momentum drift and I'll go, there we go. And I'll totally ignore trend. And if trend is heavy, meaning it's got steep slope, you're going to be in such a mess so fast. And so ultimately, master and commander is trend. But the reason it mixes us up is because trends can be gentle, lazy river style, or they
Grinding.
can be black diamond, right?
Hmm.
One way or the other. And so what we have to do is sort of sit in that pocket and again, observe. Oh, yeah, price is going up. Orient. Well, is it going up relative to trend? Yeah, but trend has sort of flattened out over the last couple of days because we have all these wicks. So although
Hmm.
trend is up, maybe I don't buy that momentum breakout. If I'm looking at a 5-minute chart and I see a bunch of buyers stepping in, I have to go, the orientation of big picture moves says, wait a second, this is telling us that we've got sellers floating around up here. They like to
Mm-hmm.
test it up there, but they don't have the power to stay up there. So it keeps us out of the momentum break trade. And that, for me, that's been the anchor of things. And of course, with the VWAP ribbons, it tells us that almost in one total picture. The VWAP ribbons go, here's the speed of momentum when the bands get very wide or very shallow, very tight. It's telling us what's happening with movement. And that collapses in one little picture, which is really great. You know, I was in the VWAP channel and somebody said, how can you trade VWAP as strategy? I just thought it was an indicator. Here's the thing. Every indicator can turn into a strategy. You don't want 50 indicators together, but you also
Right.
don't want just one. You have to
A toolbox.
say it's sort of exactly. You have to say if I have a toolbox, what are my 3 sharpest tools? Right?
Yeah. What David
Do I
Green was
want to
talking
pull
about.
out exactly? Do you want to pull
Yeah.
out a
This is going to be on.
spoon? You want to pull out a spoon if you're trying to cut through a piece of wood? I don't think so. Right? So you just look for the sharpest tools in that space and go, I'm going to focus on this. And that really, that's kept me as a gump trader because I've been through, from horrifically bad to really good. Takes a long time, especially for somebody like me that has made the market charge me for the same lessons over and over again.
Yeah. I am getting a little buzzing in my ear. I think we have some eco numbers
Right?
from Eddie. We could get Eddie in here to share some eco.
Yes, yes. Coming up here in about 30 minutes. Let's not forget crude. Crude right now making some new highs, but we're going to have some more fun with crude. In about 30 minutes, crude oil inventories prior 1.367, and they're looking at around 900,000 this time around. Also, we have our crude oil inventories Cushing today. Now, yesterday we had a 10-year 10-year bond auction that sort of was like a fart in a tornado. But hopefully the 30-year bond auction today at noon gives us a little more meat on the bone. So we're going to be watching that also. And that's about it for today. And back to you, Dolby time.
Ah, there he is. All right.
I got my
Thanks.
Eddie.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you. Yeah, so
Okay, so
I'm in the red in the YM right now, but I still want to short more going into new highs just to see if we end up
I'm
projecting.
right there with you. I'm right there with you. I want to short 39,602, and if it bounces out to maybe 39,630, I'm going to cover, because then it's going to spike even higher into the 700s, and that's going to give me a really elastic move that's going to move. So it's either going to be this one area where it collapses off this zone into about 630, 640, and if it doesn't collapse, it's going to make short sellers come into the market and stretch it even higher, or the momentum traders go, yeah, here it is, and they don't realize that there's tons of pressure forcing down, and so they'll get stopped out. So, we'll see, but I like the region of your trade, Dolby. I do. I just I want a position with less risk, because I'm out of my comfort bubble. When I'm at home in my office and I have all my screens and I'm just really comfortable, it's much easier for me to trade and pick up size. But when I'm out and about, it's much harder. My brain needs to have a little cubby hole that I sit in so that I don't have overstimulation, as it were.
Consistency, right? You need a consistent environment.
Yes.
And time frame too. So we're talking about, yesterday is like kind of understanding when your time is to trade and even using that as part of your toolbox. So for me, trading in the morning right now is actually fairly unusual because I'm so used to trading between like 2 and 3. And so now I'm kind of in a market that has completely different volatility that I'm normally used to because I'm typically not trading in the mornings. So if you are a new trader, try to find the best time for yourself to trade, because that is just as important as your setup, I would say.
Did
My
you add
opinion.
into the short?
Yeah, I'm short 4 now at 39,549. We're just trying to sell everything on the way up, and if it really wants to break out and stop me out, it can just do it. It's fine. Ball's in your
So
court,
what is your
YM. But
average?
everything else is kind of rolling.
Yeah. Well, one
NQ's
of the
eating
big
it.
things. Say again?
TYES. So I'm just looking at all the other indices, and they're all just kind of rolling right now. So yeah, I mean, like I know, yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. We're doing it. We're gonna do it, Am. We're holding on to this guy.
So,
Just trying to
John,
think out loud.
question for you.
Yes. Mhm.
Do you notice anything about Wednesday trading? I read something a while back. I'm sorry about the sun on my face. Should I close that? I read something about Wednesday. If Wednesday makes the low, then we get this appearance that if Wednesday is the low so far, prices on Thursday and Friday normally lift. Is there anything in the pit that you can remember that brings to that truth? Right now, we've got about this 3 or 4 week pattern where Monday and Tuesday sort of dribble around and retrace into support. Wednesday, sort of that anchor day, and then Thursday and Friday, we see these big upshots into higher highs that aren't holding from last Friday, right? But at the same time, they're giving us buying opportunities on Thursdays and Fridays. Is there any relationship in the pit from past days that makes you think, I wonder why they would buy on Thursdays and Fridays?
It's not a pit colloquialism that I recall. It doesn't mean it wasn't there, but looking back at last week, we put the low for the weekend on Friday on Wednesday,
Yeah.
and then Thursday
Oh,
and Friday. I think
yeah.
that was
And the week
Thursday.
before that. And the week before that.
What
I
was
think,
it?
well,
It was
maybe Monday might have
Tuesday.
been the low for that week.
I think Tuesday was the low last week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday was the
Gotcha.
reversal day. Friday was the reversal
Okay.
day. So yeah,
Well, we have
S&Ps went
Well,
more.
what other?
right to
Yeah, that
that
would have
point
been
of
a good trade
control.
for you, right?
It was a good
You
trade.
ended up getting
I
flat.
just
Yeah,
got
it was
I just
You
got
got
great.
flat on
impatient
that
with
one.
it. I got impatient. I still had a nice little profit in it, so I'm good with that. Better
Oh,
than
it
better
came
than
into
one to
your
one.
target. Did it
Yeah,
come
it
right to
came in
your target?
right to it. Here it is.
Nice.
So there's the opening range. There's the TPO point of control from yesterday to the tick.
Nice.
Yeah, I like it when a plan comes together. I just got impatient with it.
What drove you to be
You know,
impatient with the trade, Hoag?
um, impatience. I
Well,
don't know.
but
I
why?
just wasn't. Once it took out the low of the overnight session, I was looking for a little bit of more of a momentum to the downside, which just didn't occur. Just didn't feel it. So I bought it pretty close to the low of this bar here, which still a decent trade. I got a little bit impatient with it. And you know what? I think in the back of my head, I'm thinking, okay, I told everybody be reasonable with your profit targets. And anything short in these markets, you've had to be reasonable with profit targets. I also said, you see money, take money today in the opening call. So listening to myself, I said, this is a decent trade. I'm going to take it. I'm going to listen to my own advice, and I'm going to say, be reasonable. You see money, take money. Let's take it. And so I do not regret it. It was a good trade. It did eventually get to my target, and now look at the bounce we're getting off of it.
Nice. Yeah, I'm now short 7 in the YM. I'm probably gonna get stopped out though.
We took out the high of the opening range in the YM now. YM
Yeah,
is strong.
really is. That was interesting. That was really
Yeah.
And
interesting.
again, this is a question of rotation. What we're looking at is traders saying, I'm going to go to where the anchor points of the US stock market is holding. When foreign divestment runs into the States also, they don't go to the SPX, they go to the Dow. The Dow is that anchor point where everybody says, okay, these are the 30 most important stocks in the US market. And so they're going to rotate there. So you can see a
Mm-hmm.
little bit of that rotation happening right now.
Yeah, I can
Incredibly strong.
attest to that. A couple of my old friends from the pit and some articles that I've been reading are saying basically the same thing. When foreign investors invest in the U.S., they go to the Dow. It's the one they know.
And I think for traders who've been sitting in the NASDAQ or some replica of that, or in the SPX and some replica of that, they're saying, all right, let's rotate to the Dow for a bit because these others are starting to drift off. And I also read an article about big money selling into this liquidity as it goes higher. Right? As you
Mm.
mentioned, John, just a little bit, was it yesterday? I can't remember. You always have so many nuggets. But one of the things you said was, this could be a signal that longer term players are not getting involved here and the market is being run by these short time frame traders, right?
Mm-hmm,
And again,
mm-hmm.
we are the pea shooters, but short time frame traders now run into algorithmic trading, right? There's so much algorithmic trading on these big houses. We're seeing things like Goldman and JP Morgan bringing their revenues over $1 billion every quarter on the trading desk, just the trading desk. And so these are things that are they're really running the markets with us. They're running in these short-term motions in and out with us. And I think that that's very important for us to realize. That's one of the reasons we're getting these spikes, because when they're short-term traders, momentum isn't going to be, hey, I'm going to add to my position in big and I'm going to stay there. I'm going to add and then I'm going to subtract, and I'm going to add and then I'm going to subtract. And momentum is a cumulative measure of all of that. And if it's continuing to decline on these longer time frames, it's telling us that people are getting in and they're getting out, and they're getting in and they're getting out. They're not holding with a great deal of confidence anymore.
Yeah. Are you?
Well, I mean, it's they're I mean, most of the algos, the HFTs, I mean, they're trading in a pretty short time frame, right? I mean, I kind
Exactly.
of view them as what the locals were in the pit. You know, they're working the bid, working the offer, working the bid, working the offer. If they get hit on the bid, they try and sell the offer. If they can't sell the offer, they hit the bid. They sell the offer, they try and buy the bid. If they can't buy the bid, they lift the offer. They're very just short time frame, in and out. I mean, they're a huge percentage of the volume that we're seeing and the liquidity as well is being created by them. So if you're playing in their time frame, you have to know their game, right? I can't play in
Yeah.
their time frame. I'm not smart enough, fast enough, whatever it is. I can't play in their time frame. That's why I really try and focus on the profiles and the 30-minute chart, which again isn't sexy and fun, but you know that's what's worked for me, and trying to kind of go back to that and add a shorter time frame, sexy fun opportunities, you know, for fast markets here. But you know, we'll get it figured out. Boy, that target was right on, and look at that bounce.
I know, it's
I'm gonna try
very
a YM
beautiful.
short again. Probably my last attempt at trying to short the YM, but we're gonna see if we can do it. We are coming up to some larger time frame levels. I'm gonna see if we can reject. Specifically looking at this 39,600. Looking at that level as a possible
Yeah.
short-term rejection. So hopefully I can get filled on a couple on the way up, have it reject, and you know maybe I can get back some of these losses from this earlier shorts. But we'll see. We'll see what's going on.
And
Yeah, I mean I would agree. YM is at a huge level, chat.
I think that
Big level.
39.6 level was Anne Marie, you mentioned that earlier, right?
Yeah, that's right. My 39,608 is where I have the first cell sitting there, and then 39,630 is likely to be that zone that makes me go, I'm probably going to get out of there if it goes any higher than that, because if it does, it's got room to spike. It's got room to spike hard. And so I'm just trying to be wise about my entry. Now, on the flip side, we could all be long. If you put up a Dow formation for us, and you know, next time we're together, I'll be able to have my screens up. I'm just not settled. Put up a Dow formation that shows a 30-minute chart, and I want. Ooh, there you went.
I got smoked. Absolutely smoked. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's not try to do that anymore with the Dow. So let's switch to the practice account. I'll be a practice account all-star, but that was brutal. Yeah. I mean, I probably should have been a little bit more cautious there on the 1 minute, all higher lows through and through. So So we'll end up seeing if it ends up rejecting. I might have gotten top tick on this one. But I did
Yeah,
trade
so
quite a
I
bit of
got
size. I
in.
really wanted to size in there to try to get that rejection.
I got in at 39,606. And so, which
Oh,
is, I was trying to be patient, but what I wanted to show everybody is that if you just look at that 30-minute chart, you can see it's telling you to go long.
oh my
You
God.
can
And
see it saying, listen.
I got top ticked. My exit on that was 608.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I've
oh
been
my
there
The
gosh.
literal high of the day. I got
at
top
least
ticked.
1,000 times. And I'm not even exaggerating.
Uh,
It happens,
yeah,
chat.
it
Yeah,
does happen.
I got top
that was
ticked
like
yesterday.
12 contracts. I shorted like
I
another
mean,
10 right at like 39,600 and it top ticked me. Brutal, chat.
that YM 30-minute chart is like the opposite of the ES 30-minute chart.
It's so weird. I don't know. This is really just it's funny time to trade. I think a lot of people are probably getting chopped up right now.
Yeah.
Roll
I
over.
Yeah.
despise rollover. I
Mm-hmm.
despise rollover.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's funny.
trade like a
Yeah.
complete knucklehead during rollover because I can't read the market.
Yeah. It is tricky. And it's funny too, because like you just don't get a lot of reps in equity rollover because it only happens 4 times a year. Whereas like you trade commodities, it happens every single month. So I think the markets are more like ready for it. And the traders are more ready for it because they're used to it. But and if you're like in a trading combine and you only get rollover, maybe your first time ever, yeah, it could be awkward. Definitely time to blow up your account. This is not does not feel like the markets normally feel. It's very, very strange.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, for sure.
100%.
For
That's
sure.
why, half the directional traders, locals in the S&Ps, they would take the 2 weeks, especially the week of switch week, off. They would go do something else. They would save their
Is this
money.
switch week?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. It actually hit early because when I came in on Monday, the volume was already greater in June. Usually, it
Yeah,
used to
that's
happen
what
on
I thought.
Thursdays. Now it happens on Tuesdays, but it was really early this time.
Yeah, it's been very strange. Well, now that that's
Lacey's
happened,
chiming in here.
so that means what? We're bearish then because there's a bear outside, or bullish because there's a bull. What are they? What you barking at?
I don't know. I gotta go
So,
see.
so Dolby, let me ask you a question. Let's talk through the psychology of what's happening. I'm going to flatten this because it's not rotating fast enough. So it's just like $100
Yeah.
that
Actually, Ann,
went
can
up
we do a
over
little
the.
news pack and then we can hop
Oh,
back
of
into
course.
YM?
Yeah.
Fantastic. If we're ready for the news, let's just drop some news in real quick and then we can give the YM a little time to shake and bake.
Hello, Dolby.
Hello. Sorry, I'm trading YM, Jack.
Well, it seems like you got your comeuppance. So, I have this first piece of news is actually from a while ago, and it's so interesting. I want to do more about this, but I was unaware that in 2018 they did an experimental study where they took male traders and basically exposed them to placebo and a testosterone gel. And what they found, that we could switch to the next one here, James, is that, and you can just see them on the chart, the crazy difference is that the traders that were exposed to the testosterone gel pushed prices higher and created bigger, longer lasting stock bubbles. So maybe there is something to all this hard data about why women tend to be better traders in general. But I'm going to read more into this report. Speaking of bubbles, global art sales were down 4% last year, which don't know what to make of that one. It was still $65 billion market, but there's fewer paintings hanging in yachts at the moment.
That's because they're
And
buying NFTs.
yeah, but aren't those art? I guess it's in the eye of the beholder. And then lastly, because Dolby's on this morning, I just wanted to show this. Who sits in a Zoom meeting like this? This is from after TopstepTV yesterday. And this is how Dolby will sit in a half an hour meeting with 6 people. You look
I think
like
he was in his
Wilson.
tank, wasn't he?
Yeah,
Driving a tank.
Wilson from a Home Improvement.
Wilson.
That's
Yeah, I
how
was
my
on my
mom
feet.
holds the phone.
And there's your news for
Hilarious.
now.
That is
Chat like
hilarious.
that
Oh my
one.
gosh.
We did get some requests in chat, Jack, for the link to that the first article you had. That's a
Oh, the
link that
study?
you
Yeah,
posted
I'll
in
send the
chat.
PDF.
That'd be great.
I have a bunch of
Oh, it's a
interesting
PDF.
data on that. So I was part of as part of a Wall Street Journal study in 2000 and whatever. I was on the front page of Section C, and they were talking about this big argument between do women make better traders than men, blah, 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 blah. And so it was a big, I don't know if they were trying to give women some exposure because, the floor is very male dominated. It's a very male dominated space. And it's because there's a level of aggression that's required that's not normal with most women, right? And so there was this great big article out, and they were doing all these studies. Well, they had convinced themselves that women were better traders. But see, here's the thing. The risk, yes, a lot of men blow up and create bubbles, but the ones who take the risk and have luck on their side, they're the ones sitting at the top of the house. So there are very few women sitting at the top of the house because they don't take that boom or bust risk, right? But Goldman Sachs, you got to Google this. Goldman Sachs got in all kinds of trouble because they took a couple of their traders who had really relatively good performance and they gave them estrogen. They gave them estrogen shots and it got leaked. Oh, yeah. It was insane. Yeah, they got in all kinds of trouble because
That's
it was
so many. That's so many things.
I
So
know.
many things
It
wrong
was
with
just
that.
completely insane. Completely insane. But there's a level of aggression required if you're looking to build the biggest mountain. But if you want a slow and steady space, very high levels of testosterone are, those are the XYYs, the super males, and most of those guys are in supermaxes. And so they literally have an extra Y chromosome that creates so much extra testosterone that they end up, acting out and doing crazy things. So, I don't know that women are better traders than men. In the long run, they probably manage risk better because security is more important to the female psyche than it is to the male psyche, in my estimation. I don't fully know because I'm not a man, but I certainly know women and I know the things that we gravitate to. All of the females in my family are like, I don't know how you do that. I'd be so scared all day long, right? It's just that the lack of hard lines of security tend to make them gravitate away from the occupation.
Right.
What do you guys think?
I just think whoever I'm not is probably a better trader. So since I'm not a female, I just assume that females are probably better at trading than I am. Because if
Not
I'm
true.
mediocre and I'm male, then obviously a female is probably better at trading.
Well, here's the thing. Most of us are mediocre. We always have better estimations of ourselves, right? I mean, most of us are. I mean, if everybody thinks they're above average, they're wrong.
That's not how the average works.
Because that's the definition of average.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Guys, go into a room sometime and ask people to raise their hand if they think they're a better than average driver.
Oh my gosh.
That's the most clear
Everybody
example.
raises their hand. Yeah, exactly. 100%. We all overestimate our ability. That's why we get in trouble with these combines. We go, listen, it'll be fine. I'll be able to manage this. And then things will blow out. Okay, so I'm going to try another short at about 39.6. It just came and clipped me. So I'm going to try it at 39.620 and see if it gives it to me, because it feels a little sloggy up here. And so that'll be it.
I'm long.
What do you you're long?
39,616. Yeah, I mean, we just ripped above all my big daily levels. We ripped above. And so now I don't see what is really stopping YM from just cruising higher, unless the market knows I'm going long now. So that's the catalyst for a reversal. Yeah, we really did just rip a lot higher. I mean, it just didn't really seem to be a ton of resistance to the upside. So I'm going to switch sides and see how it goes. And I want to see if those previous levels of resistance become support and see if we can just hang in there. But today might be one of those days where you just get chopped up no matter what. But this is going to be in the trading combine. Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, what Dow 40,000 is, it's pretty far away, but that's a big round number.
Oh, yes, it is.
Number. So we are.
Oh, yes,
yeah. So we're now long 39,612. Put that in chat.
We got one long, one short.
Yeah. Let's see how it goes.
So just kind of looking at the Mag 4 here, I've got 4 of them up here. Microsoft, a little bit of a dead cat bounce off the drop. It started after the open. NVIDIA, the same thing. It's really just kind of a dead cat bounce. Now we've got Apple looking to the downside and Tesla kind of leaking a little bit below kind of a short time frame range that we're looking at here. So, and we're really not getting much of much help from the NASDAQ and the S&Ps is for the Dow, but the Dow doesn't seem to be bringing them up very much at all. Both of them still have the opening range at the high of the session. The S&P is kind of hanging right at VWAP, which is now kind of leaning down. I'm looking at too many things. This Dow's got me freaked out to look for shorts.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I have the daily chart up right now, and what do you do when you pop open a daily chart? Look to the left, and you don't really see a whole lot. Is that just runway to the upside?
You're seeing a lot of wicks, though. You're going to see wicks.
Oh yeah, we got wicks at 39,000.
So you follow the direction into the wicks.
Okay. Cool.
Unless you have extreme negative divergence, which is what I'm seeing. It's why I'm looking at the short here, but I could be early, right? So this one just clipped me. And your long is going great. And directionally speaking, you are sitting on the right side of the trade. I'm looking for trade exhaustion, and you are looking at trade continuation. And right now, you are sitting on the right side of that trade. Where is your target?
Real quick, crude traders. You got about 30 seconds here before our EIA crude to check. Positions, if you want to be flat, by all means, check, double check, triple check. 30 seconds.
Would definitely recommend being flat for EIA if you're trading crude oil.
Yeah.
I mean, so the
Yeah,
next level I have is 39,708. That's the next high of whatever the wick we have. And I mean, what is that, 100 something points? And that's not that far for a Dow in a
Yeah, is
bullish
it?
market.
Yep.
Really
You're
not.
right.
So, I mean, if we really need some strength over 39,623, it looks like we're kind of choking up a little bit there, but there is good liquidity up above. So we got 50 lots apiece, about 636,
All right.
641.
Real quick here,
Ooh, what do we got?
crude coming in at 1.536. So they were looking at a million and coming up here at 536. So we do see that previous 1,367. So crude
Yeah, that
inventories here. Gasoline coming in at 5,662. Once again, crude 1,536,000,000.
and those are draws. Those are draws.
Right, we are negative on that. So
Yes, negative on those. Thank you, Eddie.
thank you, John.
All right. I do have to answer one question here. I use the colloquialism "dead cat bounce," and so Jim was asking, "What is a dead cat bounce?" Well, a dead cat bounce is kind of what we're seeing here. This is that Microsoft drop, and it's just kind of hanging at the bottom here. This is the NVIDIA drop, and it's just kind of hanging at the bottom here. So it's kind of a gross term that I don't like to use, but that's the only one that I know. And that dead cat bounce is just when, the market drops and it doesn't move from that point. Gold has a tendency to do that on days when you'll get a big move early and then it just sits there and it just sits there and it just sits there. So that's what we mean by a dead cat bounce. Thanks for the question.
Yeah, you got to be careful saying dead cat bounce, Hope, because I got a little nugget sitting on my desk.
I hate
taking a
saying
napsy
it.
right there.
It's like
I
dropping a rock, right? The rock isn't going to bounce very much. So maybe I'll use that instead.
Dead rock bounce?
It's a dead rock bounce. There you go. That sounds much better. That sounds much better.
I'm going to break even on my long here. I don't go to break.
Nice.
Typically don't go to break even, chat, but I do allow one test of my entry before I go to break even, and we did get the test on the 1 minute, and my entry turned into support. So now I'm at break even, because y'all know how I feel about break even. It's not my favorite thing to do, but if we do get a test, I'll move it up. So we got the 1. It really shouldn't come back down again. If it does, it does. No big deal. But I am protected in this long now.
I'm proud that you gave it one chance to come back and retest that level before doing that. I think that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I like that.
Nice
That's
work.
good. That's good process. That's real good process.
Yeah, I got burned. I have lost more money going to break even too early than all of my crappy trades combined. I have left more money on the table going to break even early than all of my crappy trades combined. I would be a very profitable trader if I stopped doing break even.
It's one of the most popular issues for the vast number of people that I've talked to and that I've worked with is, when market starts going my way, I like to move my stop to break even +1. And it seems 8 times out of 10, the market comes and hits that stop. And then I get to watch the trade play without me. What do I do about it? And the only answer is stop moving your stop. I mean, you got to let the trade play out until it proves to be invalid or it moves to a level of an area where it really shouldn't come back to that level. Then you can move your stop. And I think that's just what you did, Dolby. It came back, checked your level, bounced again. Now, if it does come back there, then that might be just enough to invalidate the traded entry, right?
Yeah, and 100%. And maybe I do end up, not making money on this trade. I did get flat on this. Maybe this does end up rallying, without me, but that's just how I play it based off of my experience with crude oil. And here's where like journaling can be super valuable is, keep track of all the trades you went break even on and then kind of see what the result is. But chances are, like, if you are going break even too early, what you're really doing is just betting against yourself and your own trade that you put on in the first place. So you probably
Right.
shouldn't have put on that trade in the first place if you don't have enough confidence in it that you're instantaneously going to break even. The other thing too is like you have to think, oh, this is rallying without me. That's unfortunate, but we'll live. Is that think about the math, right? So if you end up making, $1,000 from not going break even, but you let me see. So you have to basically be right enough in sorry, this is kind of hard to explain. Henry, do you kind of know what I'm getting at here? Is that
I
you have to
totally
be
Yes.
know.
mathematically
Nick talks about it.
incorrect,
Go ahead.
right? You're betting yourself. Yeah. Yeah, I did not do a good job. Actually, I didn't even explain anything. I'm assuming everyone knows what I'm talking about at this point. But think about the math next time you go break even. You basically have to be right about being break even enough to justify not taking risk. And chances
Yeah,
are
and
that that's not going to pan out for you.
yeah, what it ends up doing is reducing your win rate, and in the whole trade overall, it reduces the size of your win. So,
Hmm.
it is I used to always think to myself, hey, you do one, you take it to break even, and with the other one, and then you see how what ends up happening is truly I just got stopped out there because I said 640 was that number because I was only taking 20
Yep.
points of risk. Um, so yeah, it's a hard thing. It's a hard thing to balance that out. Yeah, I
Mhm.
think this thing
Yeah,
is
I
going to
would just
really
suggest
start to run.
do the math. Yeah, just do the math in chat. If you go to break even a bunch, hit up your journal or start journaling and just really, really do the math and see is break even helping me become a profitable trader, or is it preventing me from being able to enjoy profits? And if I had to guess, unless you are really putting on bad trades consistently, that you're probably better off just letting your positions play out and accepting risk than just going to break even too early because
Yeah,
the
you've got to
cost
account
benefit
for it
just
too.
isn't there.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to account for it. I mean, if you just kind of do it willy nilly and you don't pay attention to how often that takes you out of a good trade, it's just going to lengthen your learning curve. If you're going to do that, you've got to account for how many times that happens, and you could have stayed in a good trade. It was suggested to me in the chat earlier to read Tom Hoogard's book, Best Loser Wins, which I'm rereading it as we speak. And that's a really good book because I mean it really goes
Oh, it's
into
fantastic.
the risk aversion and the pain aversion, and and that's why we do that is, hey, we got a winner on. Okay, I don't want to lose on it. I don't want to take that pain, so we take that pain off, and
Hmm.
then then we're out of a good trade. I think we've got something going on here, right?
What's going on?
We just rejected the VWAP in the ES really sharply, and then we ran right into support. I haven't looked at tilt this morning. I don't know why. I guess because the market's felt very unbiased in terms of general motion.
Mm.
I mean, Nasdaq is long. I can cover it real quick. ES
Yeah.
58% long, average long 52.35 and 3/4. Nasdaq 73% long, average long price 18,345. Crude oil 68% short, average short 39.38. And gold is 62% on the long side, 2,171.50.
Hmm.
So yeah, good tilt there. Good tilt info. We still have yet to chat about the tilt, Anne Marie, and our master plan on how to
Oh, I
use it.
know. We need to do that in Strategy Lab sometime.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be a good one. And there's a good question in chat actually for you, Anne. How exactly did you just pull 640 out of thin air in the YM?
How did I pull 640 out of thin air?
Yeah,
Okay,
because there's
so
nothing to the
one,
left.
it's a round number.
Mm-hmm.
I like the round number. And, you know, it stopped me out to the tick because now it's all the way back at, I don't know, 605, 608, which, you know, is pure suckage. But it happens. And so the reason that I pulled it out was one, it's a round number. And if I look at my 4-hour chart, and I'm always looking around and through, I noticed that there's kind of a, let's see what that is, on the 26th of February at a candle that looks, it says 3 o'clock, but that's a weird, oh, okay, I see how it's doing it. It's going 11 to 3. So this candle that's at 3 o'clock, it's 39,648 was the open on that formation. And I said, you know, I can give that 10 ticks. And in that region, I know if it gets up over that 40, it's probably going to run another 10 to 20 ticks. And so that's where I picked that number where I said, you know what, I only gave myself 10 there. But yeah, that's what
Nice.
I do.
I mean, that was
I look at the daily,
call.
but then I go to the 4-hour, and I'm always looking for where did everybody argue? And the only way you see where big argument is opens and closes of all kinds of candles. The open and close is close by, or I'm into the candlestick body and the one below it is an opener or close, or just above it is an opener or close. It's sort of that, it's kind of a kludgy way, I think, of looking for excess.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Would you say that's right, John?
Yeah. Excess.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for it there. And so, you know, yeah, that's why I picked it. And
Yeah.
listen,
Did you get a
these
short in there,
numbers,
though?
they can be arbitrary. Sorry?
Did you get a short in?
In the short. No, the short
Yeah, did you
knocked
short
me
it?
out.
Oh.
Yes, I was short, and then it popped up into that
Oh.
range. And I thought it was going to continue, but it didn't. And so this brings me all the way back to what I said at the beginning of the day, when this momentum event that we keep watching makes us think, hey, we're going to run up. But the divergence is telling us something totally different. Price is saying, hey, look at all of that. And momentum is saying, pump the brakes. Just pump the brakes.
All right.
So
on that note, we've got to get the hot streaks and Top Step live P&Ls with JD. JD, good morning. How you feeling, sir?
Good morning. Coming in hot with some hot streaks. How is everybody feeling today?
Feeling good. Feeling good.
All right. Well, without further ado, here we go. We have 2 new traders today because Chris V, our live funded trader, did not trade yesterday, and Hoa took a hit after 19 days of winners. So today we have Joseph on a 19-day heater, Jacob also with 19 days, Jamie is at 21 days, Alexander with 23 days, and Lois sitting on a 30-day hot streak, looking to break that record. I believe it's at 36. Let me double check that, though. Next up, we have our yesterday's best live funded traders. Where did that one go? Hang on a second. James, if you're there, can you push the... Oh, never mind. I got it. There we go. Yesterday's best live funded traders. Nice days all around for these live funded traders. Alba put up 3,500. Richard, 4,200. Wow. Shukri 4,800, Sung pocketed 9,100, and David with a nice $9,600 day. Not bad at all. Nice job all around for these traders. Well, that's all I got for you right now. I'll be back in a little bit with that coveted top 10 list. Catch you later.
The
All
tilt
right.
is at
And
86% for the NQ.
we've got Eddie coming in with a couple of comments and things to let you know about. Eddie, what's going on? How you doing?
Hello, kids. Yes, I got some plugs for you, some good stuff. Don't forget tonight, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. This is a happening event. We are growing a lot of traders that are interested in that. It's going to be 8 p.m. Central Time. All right. Right now here in Chicago, it is 9:45, and that is Central Time. So set your sundials accordingly. Regarding the fire drill, this is going to be happening, yes, in the future. Okay. So tune in and make sure that you have your alerts set on YouTube, and we'll make sure that we let you know about that. Also, Topstep X, check out the Help Center to learn more about the platform and how best to use it. Now, Coach Robert, now this is going to be something very exciting. Tomorrow, he's going to be hosting a special Topstep X walkthrough. Now, this is going to be right after the buzzer, yes, with Coach Jay and Coach Paul, and it's gonna be here on YouTube. It's gonna be a special YouTube walkthrough tomorrow between 4 and 5 p.m. Central. This is a live question and answer demonstration, so don't miss it. And that's all I've got. And back to you, Hoag, Dolby, and Anne Marie.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Eddie. Lots of good stuff happening here all the time. I was watching Coach Dakota last night and throwing some comments in there. It is really a good show. Dakota's doing a wonderful job on that, and it's a very good trader. And so make sure you check that out. And I'm really excited about that Topstep X walkthrough tomorrow. Again, between 4 and 5 p.m. Central tomorrow. Coach Robert is the master at that, and I'm certainly going to be watching, because even though I'm using it, I'm trading on it, there's always more that I can learn, and there's always more and more changes on that platform. And as a reminder, you can help us make those changes on the platform just by clicking the little question mark here. Sign in, create a new post, vote for what you think is most important from all the other posts. You can also see the roadmap on what they're currently working on, what's in review, and what's in progress, and what has recently been finished. And you can see the change log on how all of these things have occurred, what they've accomplished on a daily basis. And we appreciate everybody putting all their ideas and voting for what's most important and everything on the Topstep X platform. It is the best, the finest, and it's just going to keep getting better with all of your help. And on that note, what are we looking at?
Well, I
Looking
took
for
the
longs
short.
in the YM. Ooh, nice.
I took the short in the NQ. Why? Because tilt was pushing us up almost right into the VWAP.
I
And
see
so if I
that.
have a negative sloping VWAP and I have a maximum number on that tilt that's so big, it's telling me that's where they're trading to. And so I got right in front of it, and I learned that from MP about getting in front of that trade, because I thought, all right, that's where they're going to the VWAP. So let me get in front of that trade by just a little bit. So I got in maybe 5 points below that. And so because we've been holding that floor just a little bit and making higher lows on that 5 minute, it's a good place to cover it overall. And so, yeah, but that's why I took it. So the combination of, number one, very heavy tilt up in the 80s, and a very visible contact point where everybody's going to go, I got to hit the fire escape right here. and that's a downward sloping VWAP. Upward sloping VWAP, different story. Downward sloping VWAP, quick snap trade, I'm out, because this tilt has been running above 50% for much of this long action here that's lasted for maybe the last hour or so. So I don't want to hold this short for a long period of time, though.
See money,
it looks like it
take money.
Yeah, exactly.
Very nice.
Exactly.
Very nice. Yeah, I've been kind of hawking that VWAP in the S&Ps, but man, the S&Ps are so, it's a 14.5 handle range. It is such a small range. I'm going to need just perfect trade location to get into anything here.
I'm going to nibble on some. I'm going to start putting in some bids below 39,591 in the YM, all the way down to 39,577, and see if my 4-hour range high turns into support that we broke through earlier. Yeah, but something I love about this YM is, like, I feel like I'm, being aggressive in my longs, but I still have so much room. It's so nice. So much wiggle room. So much room for activities. It's so fun. So we'll see how this trade plays out. I would agree. Yeah, not that I'm like winning today or anything, but it's not YM's fault. That's my fault. It's a fairly obvious, trade in hindsight. But it's nice.
Dolby, did you say so much more room for activities?
Yeah, a lot more room for activities.
This from Step Brothers?
Sure is. Sure is.
Listen, the one scene of any film that has made me literally laugh until my belly hurt was that bed bunk scene where he runs into the room and jumps on the bed and it collapses and his brother's on the bottom. That is so outrageously funny to me. But I like slapstick humor a lot. It's just, I love physical humor. I don't know. Of course, you remember John Ritter, right?
Oh, yeah.
You remember John Ritter? He was
for sure.
so good at physical humor. If you don't, he has a son called Jack who looks just like him in the movies. I mean, on television right now. But man, that guy was so funny to me. Oh, he was great.
Well, that scene with the bunk
was hilarious.
with the bunk bed, that scene reminded me that actually happened to me. I was on the top bunk. My little brother was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and the bed fell right on top of the bottom bunk. I was so afraid that I had killed my little brother, but he was so little at that time that he was in bed with my parents. He wasn't even there. Thank goodness.
Oh, thank goodness. That would have been horrific. That is very funny, though.
You'd be hearing about that one to this day.
Yeah.
Well, I just remember my dad the next day screwing in all the slats to make sure that nothing would move and that would never happen again the next day.
A little maintenance check on the furniture. Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
100%. All right, so we're long 3 YM right now. We have decent momentum.
Good placement, too. I love your trade placement.
It's starting to pull back already. So I don't even know if this is going to be a sustainable long here. We'll see, because shorts came in pretty quick. We're going to hold because we believe in America.
Yes, we're long America.
We are long America. Yeah.
Just kind of looking at some of the other markets here, we still have gold kind of trending to the upside, holding above VWAP with no real touches of VWAP, but still largely in range and in value from yesterday's session. So not seeing anything huge right now in gold. Crude, we did have a draw in crude stocks, and of course, that would normally mean prices should go higher, right? But no, they're still coming off that high. Maybe there was some anticipation of a draw prior to that, buy the rumor, sell the news kind of effect, but it did get pretty expensive prior to the open, and prior to that number up here, up against these highs. So we've almost have a full rotation this week of low of range, almost to high of range, maybe back to low of range, maybe back to high of range. This is typical. A rollover in any of these markets, and it was already kind of range bound before we got into rollovers. So, some possible opportunities up here, possible opportunities here. Anything in the middle to me just looks like coin flip, and that's just in my time frame. Everybody has their own time frame, their own tools, their own ways of looking at markets. None of them are right, none of them are wrong. Nothing works every time. Nothing never works. It's just looking for those good opportunities, managing risk, and hopefully maximizing profits. Just a quick look at some of the other markets there. Not seeing anything really tilty. Gold is the most tilty at 60% long, but we're pretty much evened out across S&P, NASDAQ, and crude oil now. So we will chill. S&P is looking back towards those lows. What to do. Patience.
Yeah, we got
Patience,
RTY,
Iago.
RTY double bottom, ES slow meltdown, NQ slow meltdown, YM kind of hanging out.
Yeah.
YM is doing a pretty solid job of not following the rest for now. See how long that continues. But something I saw a couple days ago was that I think apparently the U.S. is printing $1 trillion almost every 90 or 100 days or something.
Oh my
How
goodness.
much of that money ends up in the indices, do you think? If any.
I think they're paying that money to
Interest?
finance their debt. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
And
no.
then, we've got all of these initiatives that are still running through state and local governments. So that's a good question, though. I don't know how much of it ends in the pocket, but they started counting income tax receipts, and I think they're are they below average or something? I hear
Yeah, something like
random
that.
people in the grocery store going, well, if all they're doing is printing money, why do I have to pay taxes? So you
Not
wonder about the
wrong.
compliance there.
And
Yeah.
what are we getting for it? All right, I'm going to stop
Yeah.
there.
Slipping into
Just
dinner table conversation.
Do you guys know how much a trillion is?
Oh my gosh. I know it's something huge.
Well, if you think about it in time, a billion seconds takes us back to, I think, about 1983 or 1982. A trillion seconds is about 29,000 BC. In seconds.
What is that, like the year of Atlantis or something?
I mean, it's before my birthday. It's almost 30.
Okay,
it's almost 30,000 years in seconds. That's how much a trillion is.
I have a feeling I don't have that much money.
It's kind of scary.
A feeling. So YM is doing the bouncy thing. It looks like most of the indices are catching a bounce. YM, man, it's fun to watch these markets and kind of compare them across each other. Typically, they do kind of have some mutual movement here. But YM has been impressively stubborn and not ripping lower. And we're doing still good in this trade. Anne-Marie, what would you do in this trade? You're long 3 at 39,586. What's your play?
I would certainly be eyeing the prior high that we just had at 640 something.
640? Yeah.
Yeah. And I'd be making sure that it held 39,574. if it lost that, I would, I'd hit the road. But that would be me managing the trade. I would just try to look for anything that gives me a measure of confidence that it's going to continue to move in that direction. Because I have a little bit of this idea that we are going to hit a high and then begin to collapse. I don't know where that high is. So my thought would be at the buy the dip space, which is why I really liked your entry space. And so what I also just did was go long the ES at 52.32 because that's where my candlestick bodies were sitting and trying to hang on. I have no idea whether it'll hold or not, but if everybody starts tracking in that space, I'm not really sure that the YM is going to rotate at all. So we'll see. I mean, I'm certainly sitting in the same position as
Very similar, yeah.
long the ES, yeah.
Yeah, and we are struggling here at 610 in the
Yeah,
YM.
it's got a little bit of
It's our
trouble.
second-
It does.
Second double top. We'll see how this ends up panning out in the YM.
What time frame are you looking
Still
at?
gonna hold.
What is that?
This is the 1 minute.
What time frame is that? 1 minute. Well,
1 minute.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
1
It's
minute.
a nice
I,
entry,
I,
though.
I
How
made
many?
I made my trade on
Good
the
entry.
5 minute. Yeah.
Oh, got it.
15, 30 minute. Yeah. I just zoomed in on it. It's a little bit
How
more
many did you get
interesting
in?
to watch than like a 5 minute. We're long 3.
Oh, okay, good.
But we didn't do it all at once. We did what did we do here? 579, 572, and 576. So bought 3 on the way down, and then got us the average of 39,586. And then I still kind of want to buy more below if we even get there, but I don't know. It seems like a risky proposition right now to even get more size as we get further down here.
So, what Dolby is doing is something we call accumulating an inventory in a zone. And there
like
seems
the way
to
you
be
like the way you say it.
yes.
I like that. I do that all the time.
They're not moron trades. He's looking at a zone where he wants to accumulate an inventory. He knows where his risk is. That's what makes it an accumulation of an inventory in a zone. Moron trades are if you put a trade on and it goes against you and you're trying to average your price down so maybe you can get out at a break even, or then it keeps going, so you average down again and you average down again. And I've seen a lot of people in the trading pits do that and just absolutely completely blow up. You buy them at 8, you love them at 6, you really like them at 4, and you really love them at 2. And as the market's going through the lower even, you're turning green and bailing out of that position. And people saw that.
I think part of cannonballing is already being down in your trade and then trying to, get it back, putting on a bunch of limit orders ahead of time at specific levels with a defined risk for the entire trade is like a way different system.
Yeah.
But
If you're in a moron trade, it's not a plan.
No, not a plan. That's the thing. It's like by definition. Yeah, but this is what I was trying to do in NASDAQ that I was getting absolutely smoked on because you can't spread out your orders enough you end up accepting way too much risk when you try to fan out your orders. And so with one contract, and I was like, oh, let me just put in this NQ order and move my stop down to where I think it's a good spot. And I'm being like, maybe even not aggressive, just normal, and thinking this is going to be an opportunity. And I'll move my stop, and it's already like $400 of risk. Well, it's like, damn, there's not a lot of room there to add in a second, third, or fourth without immediately pushing your loss limit into the 2,000, 3,000 for the trade. Whereas in the YM, I'm still only risking $270 on this trade. That's my total risk with 3 contracts, and I have so much more room to be able to execute this sort of system where you fan out orders. So it's really been very accommodating in that regard. And I would assume the ES would be very, very similar. It just trades more expensive per tick. That's the only thing.
Yeah, it's a very forgiving. It's a very, very forgiving instrument to trade.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I think if you are trying to experiment with size too, or maybe even trying like a system like this of order entry, I would, obviously hop into a practice account and then try the YM and try the ES and kind of see what it feels like. But just from my experience in the NQ, I don't know if I would try to do this with the risk limitations that are in the trading combine.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
So I think the
And,
VWAP test for this bounce long in the ES at the 5232 is a very nice place to go bye-bye. So 4 points, but good night. I'm in and I'm out. I'm the little mouse going after the cheese because, if we take a look at a 5-minute or a 15-minute chart, for the last, let's say we look at a 15-minute chart, for the last couple of hours, we've really been sitting in a heavy congestion zone, right? It's just little bits of gains or losses that the market's done itself. And so anytime I see that sort of thing, I do have a tendency to leave money on the table, but it doesn't feel conducive to trend to me. I would rather have trend appear and then retest its breakout zone, right? Have it break out, retest its breakout zone. And so I end up waiting for better positioning, which really just dovetails right back into what John said this entire market was going to be about today. Waiting for the appropriate trade location.
Are you still long the S&Ps now?
I just covered.
Oh, nice. Back at VWAP.
You covered. Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I
at
covered
the
1, 2 in my YM. Yeah, I covered 1 in the YM for $85. So we're still long 2 right now.
Nice.
So we did like a quadruple rejection of 3610. So I was like, all right, I gotta at least cut 1 here. 4 times is a lot of times to reject the level. So we'll take off 1 and keep the other 2 and see if we can keep on getting that push higher. What is nice is that the 1 minute is making higher lows, which is means buyers are getting a little bit more aggressive. We'll see if that is sustainable. 610 is a pretty big level that we just rejected, and as we know, come failed moves, come fast moves. So now it's up to the bulls to hop back in and defend price if they want to. We will see.
Dolby, are you gonna go back to the well if price comes back down to those bids you've got in there?
Yeah, probably. Because that level also held like 583 in the YM. That's my entry. Like we've bounced there a couple times too. So now we're just kind of stuck between a range, and I thoroughly enjoy ranges. And it would be a shame for me to get out of this trade when my entry relative to the range is essentially perfect. It's pretty much a perfect range
violently
trade.
range
Along the bottom of the range. And yeah, we are now violently range bounded. So
it still looks like a valid level. It does. It still looks like a valid level.
It still looks fine. We're just not getting the momentum that we want right now. But this is something that I'm working on. Is that I'm not a momentum trader. I get baited by momentum all the time. And so for me, I trade shapes. So I need to stay in my lane and just trade the shapes and ignore momentum. Because momentum doesn't mean anything to me.
There's some wisdom in there, because at the end of the day, those shapes are made by price. And price is the only thing that pays you, right? You don't get paid trading momentum. You get paid going short and then buying to cover lower, or going long and selling to cover higher. Only price does. So if you go, hey, I'm trading the shapes, how are those shapes made? They're made by price. So there's really a lot of simple wisdom right there that makes a ton of sense. And really, it's the reason that I love finding the tops and bottoms. My problem is sometimes that when I'm obsessed with thinking, I come in with that cognitive bias of, yeah, we're going to top today. And every high, I go, okay, this is it. And I end up levering in too much too fast because my cognitive bias is saying, listen, you're right. You just got to hang on, which is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
I just read a quote by Mike Bellafiore, and I do love Bella so much. He said, obey your stop loss. It's just one trade.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, wow, is that just pure clean wisdom or what? It's just one trade. Obey your stop
Just
loss.
one
It's just
trade.
one trade.
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
One
you know,
trade.
it's a trader, like especially newer traders, will get caught. You know, one, they'll get caught strategy flipping, but then even, you know, this is almost like a subset of that, which is, you know, trying to if I'm a range or I'm a chart trader and I like trading shapes, and all of a sudden I'm making my decisions based off of momentum. Well, no, that is actually, in my opinion, a strategy shift.
Exactly.
In nested inside possibly of another strategy shift. Why did you even take that trade in the first place? So I definitely think it's something that, you know, newer traders need to definitely journal, take note of. Is, you know, am I a momentum trader? If so, I need to stay in my lane of trading momentum. I trade shapes or technical analysis, then I need to stay in my lane of trading that, because I don't have any experience trading momentum. So why am I going to use that as a sign to get in or out of positions? And I almost always lose. Almost always lose on momentum based trades, because the market is designed to bait you into trading. I mean,
Isn't that
it
so
is in a
true?
way sort of like Vegas, or like a some sort of animal that mimics another animal to get to trap prey, right? It is flashing
Oh,
lights
no,
and enticing
exactly.
people to get into the market.
I love
You
that.
gotta
It's
stay
so
strong.
true.
Yeah.
It's
No,
so
wants
true.
people to come in and do business. That's the job. Get people to do business, and what better way than to move price up and down rapidly and you know, create opportunities. But some people make money
Your
doing that,
long is
and
your long is holding
good for
up.
them.
Your
Oh
long
yeah,
is
we've been in
holding up
this like
nicely.
a long time,
Yeah,
a
you
long
have. You
time.
have. Yes, you have.
Yeah, we started this one at entry time 9:48. So we're going on 20 minutes, and we got out one about 10 minutes ago. So we're still hanging in there. It's like a 20-minute, 30-minute trade, and counting, and counting. So we're up our like quintuple rejection now of 610 in the or 614 in the YM. So things are getting very, very spicy here in the
And if that
indices.
breaks out, you could see some
Yeah.
good movement above
See a
that.
big run. See a big
Yeah.
run.
Oh yeah, well now I'm on the 5-minute chart, and I'll make my chart larger. But if you want to see what a good range trade is, you know, here is our range: a bunch of 5-minute candlesticks, all kind of smushed together, and our
Yeah.
long is down here at the bottom of the range. And you're a
Beautiful.
well-behaved range trader. You are looking for the breakout out of this range and have it continue up to the upside, and maybe it
There you go.
reconsolidates, right?
Now you're getting your breakout.
We are. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this is good.
There
So
it
we could
goes.
take off
There it
another
goes.
one.
Nice job.
We'll sell one more right at this purple line. And now we have one left. We'll pull all of our resting longs here, and we'll go to break even and lock in the rest. And we'll have a free runner now. Off to the races. So we got 185 on that second contract. We still have one left. One left?
Nice
One
job.
left.
I am very glad that I covered that short. Oh no, that was 2 trades ago. So I kind of wish I'd held
Right.
on to that long a little bit more.
In the
Huh?
long, right.
It's
Right.
finally breaking above that 52.37 where I got out. But I
Mhm.
still think that it's a little noisy up there. Does the volume profile tell us anything about where it might go?
Does the volume profile?
Yeah, or the TPO, excuse me.
Well, Here is yesterday's range, yesterday's value area here in the green, value area high 52.42 half, value area low 52.12 half, point of control, our current low of the session, opening range, the high of the day. It's a very narrow range. Your long at the bottom was in good trade location. You could have really just looked for a rotation back to the point of control, which is 36, which lines up nicely with VWAP. But, a full rotation to value high took us up to, value high is 38 half. So we're looking at a $5 move. And, that's a very, very small range. Very, I'm not going to be playing this because I have to be so precise with the location. And, if something happens and there's a change, maybe there'll be opportunity for me later on. But, I was looking for a bigger initial balance than 14 and a half points. The nice thing about that is it's going to take a lot less energy to extend outside of it than, say, an initial balance of this magnitude. That took a lot more energy to break out, and then it just kind of ranged up and over the high of it, the initial balance yesterday. There's a bigger probability of price actually moving to a new area of distribution of time and volume because the initial balance is so small. So I'm going to just wait and see if there's any changes. Everybody's waiting for tomorrow, the PPI numbers, the retail sales, everybody except for the Dow.
Yeah, running nice and hot. Beautiful break to that edge. Hey, I need to just step aside for 1 minute.
Okay, well, we're going to take care of a little business. We've got the JD coming in with the top 10 list. Why don't we do the top 10 list? JD, what you got for us? Did we lose him?
We just ordered JD a new mic too. This is James. We ordered him a new mic. This is going to be fixed real soon.
Okay.
Oh, that's great.
All right.
Okay, am I back now?
You are back, JD. Good to hear from you.
I find it comical how I'll sit here for minutes every day just talking to myself. Well, it feels like I'm talking to myself. Nobody can hear me, and I'm just speaking. James says he could see the what do you call it? My volume spiking in vMix, but nobody can ever hear me. It's new microphone coming. Anyway,
very strange.
Here are our XFA, yesterday's best P&Ls. We got a whole new list of traders here on the XFA side. Jonathan and Genelin pocketed more than 12,000 apiece. We're going to see Genelin again in just about a minute. Alexandros took home more than 13,000. Shang with 15,000, and Abe took $15,677 out of the markets yesterday. Nice days all around.
Fabulous trading.
All right, here is our top 10 list. The bottom half. Marcel made about $3,000 yesterday, just enough to stay in the top 10. He was ranked at number 9 yesterday. You basically scratched the day yesterday and dropped from 7th down to 9th. Dakota, he was on yesterday. He told us he hit his daily loss limit, and that moved him from 5th down to 8th. Farouz also took a hit yesterday and moved from 3rd down to 7th. And our boy Isaac also made a donation to the markets yesterday and fell from 4th place down to 6th. Rough days, but still account balances keep them in the top 10. All right, drum roll please, Eddie, if you're there.
There it is.
Timing's getting better. All right, here we go. Falcaron. Falcaron moved up a notch to join the top 5 after spreading about 11,000 across 3 XFA accounts. We just saw Genelin's name on our top XFA P&L list. That $12,000 from yesterday was nice, but she did drop from 2nd place down to 4th place.
Wow.
Raj is back on the list after spreading close to $34,000 across 3 XFAs yesterday. Pin is making some moves too and has a nice $74,000 account balance at the moment. No payouts. And our leader, Michael. Michael put up about $36,000 trading in 3 express funded accounts yesterday, and he recently just took a $38,000 payout. How about that? Nice payday.
Fantastic.
Stick
Wow.
around for the shoulder tap, because you're going to hear a little bit more about Michael from Mick coming up in just a few minutes. That's what I got for you today. Trade well, everyone.
All right, thank you, JD. Wow, some really amazing trading, amazing traders going on here.
Outstanding trading.
That is
Dolby, where's your
impressive.
target? You're going to hang on?
Oh, I'm flat already. No, I got
flat.
ticked out. Yeah, I moved my stop to 632, and it literally just came down, touched it, and ran higher. But overall, solid trade. So we got $255, $185, and $85 between the 3 contracts. That's approximately 500-ish, maybe 500 to 600 on that trade.
Very nice.
Public math. I know better than that. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, part of it is like we're just wrapping up. You know, so there's more opportunity, but we got back a good chunk. So now we're back under negative 1,000. So we're at negative 745.60 on the day, whereas before we were pushing close to 1,200 or 1,300 losses. So got back about a third of the day, which is good. We like that.
Awesome.
And you got to save some bullets for power hour at the end of the day too.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, of course. More trading has to be done. More opportunities, but yeah, hell of a run in the YM. Pretty cool to see it just kind of hold so much support while the other indices were kind of floundering around. But look at NQ, man. NQ hasn't done anything in the last half an hour. RTY, lovely. Oh, really nice bounce. I hope someone caught that RTY resistance became support level right at 2094. That would have been really, really juicy trade. A lot of good stop runs right below there. Yeah, look at that one, Henry. That would have been really nice long right there.
What a double bottom.
Cheap trade, right? Yeah, hell of a trade. That would have been awesome. So if you got that one in RTY chat, put some W's in there. We didn't talk about it, but that would have been a really, really nice long. And then, yes, very, very range bound.
Very range bound.
Very, very range bound. Not a whole lot going on. So the Dow, star of the show, just ripping up. We're into the tippy top here in the Dow. Yeah, I mean, I got these purple bands I have are all
next.
They're all 4 hour bars. So we'll see what happens here in the Dow, but clearly running to the upside. Really impressive strength. Good job, America. Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
We are starting to see some divergence as far as Delta is concerned. The Delta on the Dow is negative 554. The S&P is negative 11,000. Negative 11,000. And the NASDAQ negative 288. I think the most striking Delta number there is that S&P, because that's some pretty aggressive selling. 11,000 negative Delta. It is rollover. We have to remember that changes things a little bit, but doesn't it seem like all that aggressive selling, we would see a little bit bigger range to the downside? Maybe something like that. Are we seeing kind of some shorts, some longs, some shorts? Longs getting out would be buyers in June. So if we have some longs getting out of the March contract and getting into June contract in this area, there may be enough to kind of squeeze all of the short time frame shorts that are hitting into those bids into a move higher. It would make sense with the Dow. Not really seeing a whole lot in the NASDAQ. I mean, it's kind of B-shaped, indicating possible long liquidation, but this Delta in the S&Ps has my interest peaked.
For sure.
You got to remember, again, it is rollover, so Yeah, we'll see if there's opportunity in that later on. Dolby, you like trading S&Ps on Power Hour?
S&Ps in Power Hour or YM?
Yeah.
No, I haven't
S&P?
messed with I haven't messed with S&Ps at all. I kind of just rolled right into YM. Because I was trying to find out, like, if I really wanted to trade 15 lots, let's just say, like, hypothetically, like, what market gives me the best chance to do that, relatively. And I found that, like, the S&P, since it's already a pretty expensive per tick, you're looking at, like, $187 a tick at
Mm-hmm.
15. Whereas, like, in the Dow, I think it's, like, $75 for 15. And I think, like, the price movement is a little bit more favorable. Yeah, 75 a tick at 15. I think the price action is a little bit more favorable for that kind of size at 75 a tick compared to NASDAQ or the RTY, which are also $75 a tick, but they move completely different. Completely different. So that's why I settled on the YM. I am trying to figure out a way to trade size effectively while being able to manage risk. That's what Power Hour is about. We're trying to trade size, and I can't shake pulled pork, so I just got to lean into it. I got to lean into it.
Okay.
So we're gonna figure it out and give chat what
Love
they
it.
want and see how we can responsibly trade size. So no cannonball.
Well, and thanks to Anne Marie, who kind of pointed that out to everybody. She started trading the YM, and everybody's become a lot more interested in it. And at the same time, you get to piss off Jack.
That was the first reason. Second reason was that it was decent market to trade. But I've actually gotten a lot of really good feedback on Twitter. So that's kind of like my home base is Twitter or X. But people have also enjoyed trading the YM as well.
Nice.
So it's cool.
Well, good.
Getting feedback out there. Yeah, so it's good. It's a good market. So it's fun being able to kind of share new markets with traders. I'm definitely looking forward to when we have more markets available on TopStep X, because I can definitely see us start to experiment with, say, currency futures, possibly, maybe even like some cattle, soy. So I think we're probably getting pretty close to that, but those are going to be fun markets to explore as well on TopstepTV.
You're going to trade cattle?
Oh, okay. That's a gold ribbon.
Well, that was a good one.
That's a gold ribbon one right there. Wow.
That's just part of the cow.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, we are kind of running out of time here for fast markets. It is always too short a time. I enjoy this very much. Anne Marie, Dolby, thank you very much. Dolby, I'm going to take us out here, I guess. We've got Shoulder Tap coming up with Eddie and Mick. We've got Power Players, Eddie, Dolby, and Joey M. Top Quiz with Jack and Alyssa. We've got Group Coaching with Dolby himself and David Green. That's going to be a really good one. And we've got the Patience with KV with Andre, myself, and KV, of course. And don't forget Power Hour. Andre, Dolby, and Isaac Suffren are going to be with us for the Power Hour today. And, of course, don't forget Dakota on Slow Markets, 8 p.m. Central Time today. Always great. And so, hey, guys, thank you very much for joining me. And Anne-Marie, you got any final comments?
Watch your size today. Watch your size. If you see the big moves, be content to make those small amounts. The markets could rip either way because of divergence. So stay frosty.
If you see money, take money. Dolby, great trading this morning. Great trading this morning.
Yes, very nice comeback.
Yeah,
nice comeback.
Yeah, once we got realigned with the market, everything was great. Very, very fun to be on fast markets. I don't get to be on fast markets all the time, but I do get to see you two on various segments, which is awesome. So it's a great segment. A lot of opportunity early in the morning, but also a lot of opportunity later in the day. And I hope, chat, you're not tired of me yet, because we got a long way to go. long way to go. Got a lot of segments today, but it should be really, really fun.
I don't think they could be tired of you, Dolby. Everybody loves you.
That's great. Tons of fun.
All right. Well, folks, that's going to be it for the fast markets today. Stick around for the shoulder tap coming up in just a few minutes. Blessings, trade well, and again, we'll be back in just a few minutes. Stick around.
Welcome to Shoulder Tap. Time to share some success and time to avoid some failure. Let's bring in our risk manager, Mick, to share who's doing well and who needs a tap on the shoulder. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Good morning, Mick. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. I'm doing well today. Thanks. How are you?
I am fine. A very entertaining morning here with Anne-Marie, and love what's going on in chat. We got some great traders in there sharing ideas and asking questions and so forth. But now it is time for Shoulder Tap. And this is probably one of the best segments that the traders do like and learn from. So let's get busy. And what do you got for us today, Mick?
Let's do it. Thanks, Eddie. I like your headgear, by the way. It looks like you're getting ready to hit the Harley and go out for a rip around the neighborhood.
Beautiful day to do it.
It is really nice. It is really nice. All right, so let's dive into it. So far this week through yesterday, we've got 8 call-ups to live and only 5 off-boards from the live account. So net change of 3 on the week, add in 3 more people to the prop firm. I always say it's kind of a feel for how warm the waters are as far as who's trading well at the funded level. So I always like seeing net change adding to the prop level. We want to continue finding good traders. So we don't ever want to have more losing their accounts than getting added to the prop firm. So just sharing that there. I want to start the day off by kind of following up from where we left off yesterday regarding 2 of our traders. Yesterday, I spoke about a trader named Randolph. We have a very short trading card that doesn't have metrics from him. If we could pull up Randolph's card, let's see what we got here.
Oh, no.
So I think this was kind of bound to happen, Eddie. If you remember, for anybody that was watching yesterday, I had a trading card for Randolph up. It was a flawless trading card. He had 100% winning days over 5 trading days in his live account. But I did mention that he was in a $150K account yesterday, and having a $5,000 account balance, he hit his daily loss limit. Now, his average P&L was on the very small side. I can't recall exactly what it was. Maybe I could look it up really quickly. I'm not going to bother. Small P&L. He was a singles hitter, and he was trading well. He had a high winning day percentage. He had a high win rate on his trades. But in the theme of risk management this week, he did a poor job managing his risk. So he was trading really well, had a $5,000 account balance, hit his daily loss limit yesterday, lost almost 60% of his account.
Ouch.
I think it screwed with him psychologically, like those big hits always do. But he wasn't watching yesterday when we were talking about him. I can't imagine he was if he did what he did today. So today he had like $2,400 left in the account, risked it all, hit 0. So Randolph's account has been closed. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but it's a great example of what not to be doing when you're in a live account. If you're a singles hitter, do not risk thy full wad. And, he took some big losses 2 days in a row, and it cost him the account. So 7 short trading days in a live account. That's something we on the risk team do not want to see. Our live traders that we call up from XFA spend far greater time in their live accounts. And it's a total shame that, we were talking about how many steps forward he took to take small steps forward to take one big step back. Well, today was the second big step back, and he hit 0. So I don't want to harp on it too much, but this is something I wanted to point out because, hey guys, it's a reality of trading. It's a reality of trading.
Can I add something there, Mick?
Yeah, go ahead.
The thing is, if you're out on an account and you're getting very close to sort of busting the account, instead of pulling out the home run bat, which, it could work, but what you're doing is you're playing bad odds. Challenge yourself. Go small. Use the micros to distance yourself. Work out of it. And here's the thing. If you do see success and you build that account back up, it is such a great feeling. It's much better than pulling out that home run bat and making one trade and saying, oh, that was close. You're not learning from that. So try to challenge yourself.
Yeah, you said it well. If you're not a home run hitter, if you're a singles hitter, don't go looking for the home runs. And, yesterday being a really good example of an alarming, eye-opening experience, for someone who's putting up, a few $100s a day consistently, to have a $3,000 a day loser, that should be earth-shattering, eye-opening. It should make you sick to your stomach and take some time off and say, what the hell did I just do? Really, what the hell did I just do? But then to follow something like that up, you're trading the very next day. I get the mentality around that. Oh, I got to make this money back. Trading way outside of what he had been doing in the XFA early on in those first 5 trading days of the live account. And, he was psychologically screwed after yesterday. And then he didn't make any adjustments, didn't take any time off, and just was eager to get back and get that money back. If you are chasing your P&L high or an account balance, chances are you're going to fall flat on your face. If you are getting in front of your computer to trade in the session and say, I got to make that money back. I got to make that money back. You're going to lose that money. And it's the traders. We always talk about grinding it out after getting hit or after a losing streak. You got to grind it out. He wanted to do it the quick way, swung for the fences, struck out, busted. That's all I got to say. Let's move up. Before we move on to the next card, actually, I have a follow-up. One of the other traders that we talked about yesterday, Nicholas F. in the live account, very proud to say that he's up another $9,900 today. So he's on an absolute tear in his live account. I don't have a trading card for him. Just wanted to follow up. He's been trading really, really well. Earlier this week, he was the guy who was up $12,000, I think, on Monday. Continued trading, managed his risk well, and walked away up $10,000 on the week. So, and I know he had a good day yesterday too. So he's having like, I think, a $20,000 week this week. Nicholas F. Man. Yeah, so really good stuff.
Right.
First trading card I want to pull up. This is a shout out. JD talked about him a little bit earlier. It's a name everybody's familiar with because he is at number 1 on our leaderboard. Let's cue it up for Michael out of Brooklyn, New York. All right.
Hey, so Michael, Brooklyn. You know, the Stooges are from Brooklyn. They were born in Brooklyn. Yeah, a little useless trivia, but anyway.
I used to like watching those guys in black and white. Larry, Moe, and Curly. Whooppa, 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 whooppa. All right, so we got
right there.
I could go off lost on a tangent. All right, we got juicy numbers for Michael. He is currently in an XFA. Actually, 3 XFAs. He's leveraging trade copying. He has spent a nice long 28 days in those XFAs. So all these metrics you see up here, average daily P&L, multiply it by 3, comes out to about $5,100, $5,200 a day on average. All right, there's a lot of metrics to digest here. Winning days, he's only right half the time on the winning days. Winning trades, he's only right half the time. But he's got a really nice risk-reward ratio. Where do I have that up? Per contract, he's taken down about $360 per contract and only risking $200. Some stuff I like here, and these are important metrics, especially over a large sample size of 28 days. You can see his average winning day is $5,800, and that is not multiplied by the 3 accounts. I have a little inconsistencies in the number I shared. Average daily P&L of $1,719, that's per account, where the average winning day actually is also per account. So on his average winning day is $5,800. His average losing day is only $3,000. So he's making about $2,800 more on his winning days than on his losing days. And he's right more than half the time. So this is good math that adds up. Some other juicy stuff out of him. He's taken about $66,000 in payouts across these 3 XFAs. Yeah, so he's putting big money into his pockets, which we love to see. And he's still carrying a very healthy account balance. He's in each one of these accounts, he's just shy of the $50,000 cap that we have in the XFAs. So, you know, another good trading day or two, he could very well hit that cap in the account to make his account balance plus payouts, his total take out of these accounts at the $150,000 mark. So I'm very, very proud of him for that. One of the things that I want to point out to all these traders that are listening, as you see the big average winning days and the average daily P&Ls, his hold times are really, really nice. He is spending over an hour in his winning trades, and he's spending only 30-something minutes, 39 minutes, 40 minutes in his losing trades. Traders, if you are looking at these metrics and saying, gosh, he's making so much money on these winning days, well, he is. He's trading size. He's scaling into these positions, which I like. You know, scaling into the winners is a really nice thing to do. Means if it goes against you immediately, you don't have this big position on that's going to have your back against the wall or that have you close to that daily loss limit. So when the market is telling you you're right, start adding. This is how you make big money. You press winners when it's working, and you stay light when it goes against you if you're scaling in.
Mick, let me ask you something. What's his DLL? What's his daily loss limit? Is it 3,000?
Daily loss limit is $3,000, and I will say having a $3,000 daily loss limit, and you can kind of see that in the average losing day of 3,000.
Yeah.
This daily loss limit, because he's on average making more than he's risking to the tune of like $2,800, I would say that the average daily loss limit is absolutely saving him and keeping him profitable in this live account. Because if you look at the last line item on this card, he's hit his daily loss limit of 3,000 11 days out of those 28 days. Now, that's kind of a lot of a lot of occurrences to hit that, but the risk reward, how he's trading, it's all adding up to very consistent profitability. So while he doesn't have the shiniest metrics on the winning days and the winning trades, he's doing other things very, very well that's making him very, very profitable. So this is totally a shout out card. We on the risk team, we don't like seeing the daily loss limits, but I mean, if he keeps putting up the metrics that he's putting up on the winning days, I mean, it's a recipe for success. And that's why I just said, hey, a couple more winning days, maybe one more winning day. We're talking about this guy hitting 50K in each one of these accounts with his total take. And that's a transfer to live right there. So he's been doing very well. I want to talk about two more things here with him. Notable days. His biggest winning day in this account is almost $23,000. Take that, and that's only in one of the XFAs. So you multiply that, we're talking $69,000 trading day, almost the biggest. I think Danny Miraz holds that card. Danny trades, peaking over $70,000 in profit in a single day. So not only is Michael number one on our leaderboard, he is probably a very close number two on total money taken out of the markets in a single trading day. So, in addition to that, 22,700 was the day that he put that up in the one XFA times 3. Other notable days per XFA, he's got a $12,150 winning day. There's a $15,000 200 day, $7,600, $11,000, $9,300. He's taken big bites out of the market. And the last thing I want to talk about here, and it's in line with these hold times, I say it time and time again, for us as day traders, the bulk of your money, whatever your strategy may be, is going to come from catching a piece of the trend for the day. Not in and out scalping, long, short, all throughout the day. It's going to come from catching a piece of the trend for the day. So if you're able to hold a winning trade that you have up to 15 contracts on for over the course of an hour, like you can only imagine, you catch a nice little move in the NASDAQ or the S&Ps that he's trading, you're going to see big numbers like that. So that's something I always want to continue to iterate for our traders, because after watching tens of thousands of traders over the almost the last decade, it's going to be my 9-year anniversary here at Topstep. 10 days from now. I've seen a lot of traders. I've seen a lot of people that try scalping, not finding success. I call it ice skating uphill. So he's doing it really well, and I'm very happy for him.
Can I add something to this? If we can sort of rewind just a little bit. Regarding that DLL, all right, and this goes for everybody. It's a little psychological, and I've noticed this myself when it's happened to me. Like if you're coming close to your daily loss limit. Now, if you go over, it's going to shut you down for the day. If you stop before that, it's not going to give you that bar that says you're done for the day. It's sort of like walking out of a bar drunk and getting into an Uber and getting home safe. Okay, that's not going over the DLL. But when you get that DLL, it's like walking out of a bar, actually getting dragged out of a bar by a bouncer and thrown into a cab. Okay, it's
Right.
Psychologically, I mean, it's best, hey, if you're having a bad day, don't push it to the limit. Call it. You know what? It's a much better feeling that, okay, you know what? I wasn't forced to stop. I stopped on my own. And that's going to give you a little boost, a little confidence saying, I know when to say when. So I just wanted to add that.
I love the analogy. Yeah, you want to be the guy that walks on your own 2 feet out of the bar to put yourself in a cab and not the person that gets carried out of the cab.
Right? Which has happened many a time.
Carried out to the cab. Yeah.
Dragged.
Everybody's had their moments, I suppose. But
Yes.
all right, let's move on. But
Moving
also
on.
like speaking on, and this isn't being prejudiced, but our next trader, David A., trading out of Galway, Ireland. And I say this and make the correlation with the getting put into a cab is because, Eddie, this Saturday is the Chicago St. Patty's Day Parade. And for anybody who's in the Chicagoland area or visited during that time, there's some good people watching. You will see people getting carried around. There's a lot of drinks flowing here in Chicago. Yeah. So again, I'm part Irish too, so I think talk about that a little bit. But yeah, you don't want to be one of those people this upcoming Saturday. So limit yourself. Keep it to a personal loss limit as opposed to butting up against the daily loss limit when you get carried out, kicked out. We talked about those personal loss limits yesterday. We had a couple shining examples of, Eddie, remember we extrapolated the difference between, I forgot his name, but he was one of the featured traders yesterday, using a personal loss limit of $2,500 versus $3,000. So it's a $500 difference. Just over 6 short trading days where he leveraged that personal loss limit as opposed to the daily loss limit. It translated to $3,000 for him. So you make those small adjustments over a series of occurrences or over time, it adds up to big numbers. You know, who doesn't want to have an extra $3,000 in their account? All right. So David A., you might be looking at this card and see average daily P&L of minus 561 and think that this is a shoulder tap. I assure you, this is not a shoulder tap. This is a shout out to David. David's had a bit of a rocky start in his live account, but I am giving him a shout out because he's up $7,600 this week and he's riding out a $9,600 win streak. This is an example of someone who hit a rocky road off the get-go, but he is grinding it out. And that is what we as traders need to do. I wish Randolph, the first guy I brought up that we talked about yesterday, was grinding it out, but there was a gravestone next to his name. David A. has got the fortitude to stick with it and grind out. And, you know, despite a rocky start, he's riding a $19,000 account balance right now, largely attributed to that $9,600 win streak, but he's only $4,000 shy off of his account balance high. And that's after 34 trading days. So this is a shout out to someone who's had the fortitude to grind it out. They took some big hits early on, and now they're just $4,000 shy of their high watermark in the account after 34 trading days. I love this. This is a trader. I can't say enough good things about them. The metrics don't look too hot. You know, only 20. They're only, you know, putting up winning days a quarter of the time. They're only right a quarter of the time on their winning trades, but this is a fabulous risk reward. It's almost 3-to-1 on a per contract basis. They're taking down over $1,300 per contract while only risking about $500. That, and maybe in the future, well, he's certainly got a confidence boost with this win streak, confidence boost this week. They're pretty light on the trading today. They were up like $50 when I turned around. Some tweaks, looking at trade location. This is someone who, hey, they already turned it around in a big way. They've doubled their account balance essentially in the last 4 trading sessions. I love this a lot. I wouldn't say that David's got the luck of the Irish. He's got his nose to the grindstone and he's cranking it out. Eddie, some other things that I like here. He's pretty selective, only trading 5 trades per day. And he's got great hold times.
Consistency.
Yeah, I mean, consistency. He's
Total
consistently,
trades, like you said,
yeah.
5 a day. I really don't see too
There's
much.
consistency. Yeah, we're anywhere from 2 to basically 9 trades per day. It looks like, which pans out to 5 average per day. He's got good hold times. Spending 33 minutes in the winning trades, only 7 minutes in the losing trades. I cannot stress the importance. If you listen to any trading psychologist out there, probably one of the number one things that they will talk about, and I'm talking people that are, much smarter than myself. The number one thing that they will say that makes the distinction between successful over time versus not finding success is the successful traders are patient with the winning trades. That's why you hear me talk about hold times all the time. And the most successful traders are super impatient with the losing trades. It's not going for them. They get out quickly. They're very realistic with themselves, and they don't like sitting in something that's not working. They know that, hey, I can always put this back on, but riding out the winners is something that's super important, and they are doing a good job of that. The last thing I'll say here, we're coming up on time, I know. Look at that last line item. David is in a 100K account, a live account, so he's got a $2,000 daily loss limit. He's hit that $2,000 daily loss limit 24 days out of the 34 days. That's a little ugly, if you ask me. Again, this is a shout out, not a shoulder tap. But David, if you're watching, that's a little ugly. I would say, for someone like you, going back to the extrapolation and personal loss limits, let's look at and consider not going to as far as 2,000. Make it 1,500. Doing the math, what's 1,500? Or excuse me, what's 500 times 24? That's 2. All right. I'm on TV.
Chat?
I'm drawing a blank.
What is it, chat?
Do the math.
Hold on, let me take my shoes off.
What's 500 times 24? This should be napkin math. It's simple. 500. That's a lot of money. It's like 10 grand, I think. There, a little over 10 grand.
Okay, Nicholas Farmer with the.
12K.
There we go.
12K. Eddie, have you noticed that you're not as acute with your numbers as you once were on the trading floor? It's like I could do so much math so quickly in my head. Having to keep count of, net positions and stuff like that, especially when it comes to spreading and whatnot. And now that I've been sitting in front of a computer screen for a long time, not having to do that on the fly, I am a lot slower, and I leverage that calculator a little bit more often.
In my high school days, Mick, none once told me, I hope you don't get a job with numbers. So, Sister Teresa. Yes, Sister Teresa. Yes, that's all I'm doing is numbers. But yes, Mick, you're right. When I was clerking, you'd get a card with 2 cards, 3 cards with a bunch of numbers on it, and they'd say, "Hey, make sure we got 500 there." A 17 lot of 3 lot of 6 lot of 42 lot of 24 lot of. Oh my God! But yes, all right.
So another example, and I'll kind of end it at this because I know we're on time. Just another example of small changes extrapolated. It took me a while to get to it. I think we had a little help from the chat too, but if he could have changed that $2,000 loss limit to a $1,500 personal loss limit over those 24 days, we're talking a $12,000 account difference. And he'd be, well above his high water mark. He'd be making new account balance highs, and that's what we want to do. But again, David, shout out to you. We're out of time, so I'm not going to get to our last trader that I wanted to feature. We'll pick back up with him tomorrow.
Same for tomorrow.
I've got a shout out for Aaron. Aaron, we'll start off with you tomorrow. Eddie, this was fun.
Cool. Mick, thank you very much, my friend. And like I said yesterday, same bat time, same bat channel. We'll meet back here again, and we'll have a lot of information and shared advice for everybody. So, Mick, you have a good day. Don't go away. Hey, real quick here, chat. If you want to ask David Green a question, that link is pinned up top in the chat. Coming up next, we got Power Players with Joey M. D-Time and this goofy clown right here. So we'll be right back. time for power players. Yes, it is time for power players. And we've got D-Time with us here over on the other end of me. And the meat in the middle of this sandwich is that handsome devil. Joey, what's up, Joey? How you doing, man?
What's up, Eddie? It's always good seeing you, my friend. It's always good seeing you.
It's it.
I look forward to
Love
this all the
hanging-
time, man.
Awesome. And when I saw it on the schedule, I'm like, cool. We get to jam with Joey. But Joey, how's it been lately? Trading up, trading down? What are you trading? Give us a little insight.
Yeah, so I'm a psycho and I trade the NASDAQ. Lately, for me, I've been kind of like in this weird sideways trading for me. So a little bit of a small, I wouldn't call it like a slump, but just kind of trading sideways right now. I'm not really down. I'm not really up. Right now, I'm just trying to find some footing. I've sized down a little bit. I'm trading micros. I trade 5 micros at a time, and just trying to regain some footing here. As I've been just kind of moving sideways at the moment. But as traders, that's part of it, right? We all kind of go through it. We have our winning streaks, we have our losing streaks, and we have our sideways streaks. And right now, for me, it's been a sideways streak, and I'm just trying to size down until I regain that strength again.
All right, cool. Yeah,
Nice.
You got any trades on today?
I have had some trades today. I'm only down about $100. So not
That's
too
nothing.
bad. Yeah, I was down a little bit more, honestly, this morning, but I saw some good trade opportunities. I took some good trades after I had some losing ones, and I am only down $100. So I will take that. I did notice I saw a buying opportunity down here previously, and I had considered taking it, but I just missed it. It ran without me. But that is what it is, right? We swept these lows down here. Saw a little bit of buying pressure coming in, so I wouldn't be surprised to see this thing run back up after we swept those lows, and buyers are stepping back up again.
I like that. Very good discipline. It ran, no FOMO. He didn't chase it, tried to get on. He saw it pass, and you know what the best thing to do is wait for that next opportunity. So another bus will be coming, Joey.
And also, like another thing to keep in mind is we saw a lot of selling pressure, early on in the day, and so the other option is that the selling pressure could continue to come through, and so me going long would technically, I'd be going against trend, and so I don't want to hold that for too long with it already running without me. Just the risk to reward wasn't there for me anymore, and so I just sat out.
Okay, that's the way to do it now. Dolby, you had some action today. Early morning fast market, and it was nice to see you on fast markets. And what happened?
What happened? Well, told my story about trading the Dow, the YM. I've been enjoying this market. I've been trying to practice sizing up in it, and it's been treating me very, very well. So we're going to continue to explore the YM. And we did try a counter trend trade off the top. It did not go great. We then switched sides and caught a nice long, actually a very, very nice long around like 600, 39,600 in the YM, approximately right here. Got my cursor there now. So we caught a lot of that and got a lot of our money back. We're still down in the hole, $745.60. So we're going to try to get some of that back throughout the day, and I will still be trading the YM to do it. So so far so good.
A gallant effort, and I must say that we do have a lot of people piquing interest in the YM, the Dow, and it is if you do dig a hole, it's not that bad considering $5 per contract in the Dow, but you got a little work ahead of you. But you know what? We've got faith in you, D-Time, and I'm sure once we get to Power Hour, you'll be sitting pretty.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's always nice trying to get yourself out of a hole. If I was in a trading combine, I probably would have called it a day or switched to my practice account.
Sure.
But we're on TopstepTV. I'm feeling pretty confident today. I think we're going to try to get this back. At least to break even. At least to break even. There's a lot of opportunity today in the markets. Yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll play it by ear.
Now, okay. Now Joey was in the hole a little bit. You're starting to see the end of the tunnel. Joey, if you can, share your strategy with us regarding entries and exits What are you looking for in a market that's going to give you opportunity?
Sure. So I've been kind of testing a lot of different things. For me right now, I've really been, and this is kind of an example of my strategy here. Actually, we had a failed a breakout below the initial balance, so we had a failed auction to the downside there, and that's kind of what I've been looking for. I've really been enjoying the failed auctions because they present that higher probability trade, and so I'm starting to lean more towards looking for a failed auction, either as if it be to the upside or the downside. But as far as like position sizing goes, I've really enjoyed micros. It allows me just more room to breathe on the trade, to let a trade play out. 'Cause in the NASDAQ, it can move 20, 30 points, in a matter of seconds. It's a quick mover. You have those quick jumps. And so trading the micros has really allowed me to trade well and trade less on edge. And, I can always scale in. I usually start with about 5 micros. The account size through Topstep allows me to trade up to 15 contracts. So I usually start with 5 micros, and then I will either add to a winner, or I might go in with a full 10 and then peel 5 off and let 5 run. So micros has been a real blessing for me lately, and it's saved me in a lot of different circumstances. And so there is no shame in it, man. There's no shame in trading micros. It's a good tool. Again, allows me to be wrong. More so, and I'm okay with that.
Right. And it's something that, Anne Marie was talking about her toolbox, looking for sharp tools. Well, if you look a little deeper, you can find those micros in there to save your ass. And it's, that was one thing that I got to give props to the chat. They said, when I was getting very close to busting an account, they said, no, actually, when I was getting very close to passing a 50K combine, I didn't want to shoot the minis, and they said, shoot the micros, give it a shot. And that actually worked. I tell you, if you're getting close to passing a combine, and I'm sure you can trade a 1-lot mini or so, but if you're getting very close, try using the micros to get you through that. In case you do have that bad day. Pardon me?
They are great. I mean, you can still have really great days trading micros. I mean, you can still have that $1,000 day trading micros, right? I mean, you don't have to trade large, you don't have to trade minis. Micros are, like I said, they're a great tool. I love them.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
And I switched to YM for basically, the same reason you switched to micros, is I feel like I can just manage risk better.
Yep. That's really, at the end of the day, that's really all it is, right? It's just how we manage risk. Like our jobs as traders we're risk managers, right? And that's our job. The money, you manage risk, the money follows.
Mm-hmm. And that's our top step tip of the week: risk management. So very important. Never risk more than you can afford to lose in a single trade. Use the stop loss orders to limit potential losses, and remember, diversify your portfolio to spread risk. And remember, always, the best question to ask yourself throughout the day is, how much money can I afford to lose, instead of saying, how much money can I make today? That's going to keep you here. It's going to have you trade for tomorrow. And it's going to save the account and yourself, definitely.
100%.
Joey, so did you trade at top? Okay.
What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, did you trade at Topstep when micros didn't exist and you only had e-minis?
No, I think I came in when micros were available. If I remember right.
Okay. Yeah. Most traders don't know this, but micros have not been around all that long. It's like, what, a couple years they've been around? So for actually the majority of Topstep's existence, you've only ever been able to trade e-minis. So it's a great time. It's a great time to trade.
So I like this little pullback on the NQ. Like I said, we had a failed auction to the downside below the initial balance, and we saw that good run up, and we caught a little bit of a pullback here on the NQ. So I took 5 micros long at 330 on the NQ, and I'm going to see if we can continue to ride this up. Since we've come up as much as we have, I'm going to set a stop loss at the low here of these candles.
Yeah,
and see where we can take this, but. I've liked the buying pressure that came in on the NQ after we failed to go lower. So we're going to see if we can let these 5 micros ride out for a little bit.
All right. Real quick here, Fabian was asking, can you copy trade micros? Yes, you can. You can copy trade the micros, the minis. And if you're looking for that copy trade, remember, it is the gear on the left side of TopStep X. Click on the gear and you're going to see that. Make sure you're adding the right accounts. So double check, triple check, and make sure you're doing the right thing. D-Time, you mentioned Dow making a run. Like I said, I don't have this on my charts, but I want to add this soon, but I don't know what to sort of take out. I'm at a standstill here, but off the top, gold, 21.7620. I got a little rise in the crude right now, 79.24. Right now at the let's see, the SMA. Simple moving average here sitting right now in the NASDAQ here at, what do we got here? 18,331, and our S&P is looking at a 52.35. So what's happening in the Dow there, my friend?
Oh, we're feeling good now, Eddie. I'm currently long 39,619. I went ahead and actually updated that at the very tippy top. And we're going to look for new highs. At least 39,660. I think we can get there. We're currently in a 5-minute range. We did buy the bottom of it. My stop is at break even because the momentum was so favorable off the rip. Unfortunately, we only did get one contract in. I did want to buy a lot more on the way down to 39,610. We just didn't get there. That's what I was really hoping for a stop run of, was the 39,610. Still might happen today. You never know. But so far, a really, really nice trade. We're just going to look for some more momentum to the upside during lunch, I guess. That's what, 12 o'clock in New York. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
See how it goes, yeah. Right now, taking a look at the tilt. Gold basically sitting on the fence, 50-50. Crude, 57 short, 43 long. NASDAQ, 70% on the long side, 30 short. And S&P, 59.41, 59 long, 41 short. So there's an update here. I was trying to catch the YM June Dow, short 75%. Is that what we're looking here, D-Time?
Really? Really?
Yeah, YMM, yes. Average entry, 39, 613.93, short 70, we'll say 75.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't see that on the. I don't have that tilt. I only have gold, crude,
It's
NASDAQ.
on the banner on our stream.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Hey, tune into TopstepTV. You learn something new every single day.
Every day.
Every
yes,
day.
indeed. So we also do have our micros in there too. There is our M and QM, ESM, MESM. There's our ES micros. So it is the top scrolling line on our stream.
Yep. Yeah, I didn't know YM was up there. That's awesome. That's so good to know. I don't even know if chat.
What are friends for, man?
Did you know that? Yeah. Awesome.
Joey, how's your trade going?
We're still sitting in it. We're having trouble at 340. I think if we can break the 340 level, we have room to go up to the 50s. But right now, we're struggling around that 340 area. So we'll see how it plays out. Right now, we're in the money. Just waiting for this to pop, this 40 area. And then once we do that, I'll move my stop to break even. Today is one of those days. Like we're in kind of a weird week, right? So we have rollover, we had CPI. Tomorrow we got PPI and jobless claims. So, today's not one of those days where I'm looking to hold for a home run trade or hold for a long period of time. Hoag nailed it on the money early this morning when he says, see money, take money. And that's exactly what I'm looking to do. So like I say, if we can pop that 40 level, I'm going to move my stop to break even. And then if I see any sign of weakness, I'll probably kill the trade and take profits.
There you go. I tell you, it's good if you get here early enough to see what John has to offer, especially in the charts, the weekend kickoff levels. That's something, and John has a lot to offer. So, props to the Hoag, man. All right,
Hoag is the man.
Hoag is the man.
Also, I wanted to
and
point
he's in
out that I've got a little bit of caffeine going through my system right now. I got a tropical Celsius.
Oh, let's
Rips, if
go,
you're
buddy.
watching,
What's a
Rips, you should
Celsius?
be
You
proud,
know
bro.
what?
If you're watching,
I guess I got to try some of this stuff. I mean, I'm like, coffee. I mean, my coffee consists of, I use Wake the Hell Up in my Keurig. And when I really need something to kick my ass, I'm using the Death Coffee, Deadly
coffee,
Wish coffee. Yeah, Death Wish coffee.
Wow.
So I got to try this Celsius stuff. What flavor you got there, Joey?
it's the tropical. Yep,
Well,
tropical
like a
vibe.
palm
It's,
tree and sand or what? The seaweed.
Tastes
pineapple.
like suntan lotion.
Starfruit pineapple. It's,
Suntan lotion.
super good. Super good.
Super
It's one of
good.
my
All right.
favorites.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
So
I'm a
we are
monster
rejecting
guy,
those.
personally.
We are rejecting that 40 level up there. We tried to run it. We did reject it a little bit. So we'll see what happens. But we're gonna give this a little bit more time to see if we can let it play out.
Yeah, let it cook for a little bit. I mean, we got some time here. We're still early into this segment. But we'll see what happens. Now, I know mostly, like Dolby said, New York lunchtime right here, right now. It's 12 o'clock over there. So usually these 2 hours, you're not going to see anything extreme unless something hits the wire. And I'm looking right now that we do. I just want to remind everybody here. Now, yesterday we had a U.S. 10-year bond auction. Okay. And it really didn't do too much. But the thing is, we've got to be ready for it if it does do something. So once again, 12 o'clock here Central Time, we'll be watching that 30-year bond and see if it can affect the market at all. And a little bit yesterday, but, you never know when something is skewed or somebody turns the blender on behind the scenes and this number comes out and all hell breaks loose. So you've always got to be careful on that. So we'll remind you on that. But taking a look here, looks like the S&P
Dow is
NASDAQ.
moving. Yeah, Dow's moving.
We're trying.
So this trade is it's trying.
Is
Yeah,
that your
so
chart?
it might be lunchtime. Which one? No, that's Joey's.
But let's see D times chart. I want to see this Dow moving. Move. Oh yes, indeed. Pretty. Can you pull that out a little bit? Open it up a little bit wider.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
There we go. Super wide.
You can see that action.
Yeah, 1 minute chart is what I'm looking at right now. It's the 1 minute of the Dow, and this green line is my entry right down there. Then my stop or take profit right up here. So yeah, we're cruising.
Yeah, it's nice. Besides the static you see, it's got good runs, good trends, keeps you in line for a bit, and then you see all that static in between there. But it's making a new move. We might see a new high here, huh? New daily high.
I'm hoping so. We're not far away. I mean, we're 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points away from high of the day.
All right, everybody, let's get in there and buy some for D time.
Had more size.
Well, woulda, coulda, shoulda. We're cool with that. We got to be careful there because that's only going to hanker and hold down your confidence. But what you put on, I mean, you made a good call here, Dolby time.
Yeah, let's see.
We're gonna
take profit. We're gonna take profit like right at the highs.
All right.
See if we can get some. I might just take it. Take it now, chat. What do we think, chat? Let's ask chat. Take the profit now.
Is that a yes or a
wait
no?
for new highs.
Let's
see what
see
chat
here.
says. Chat's actually really good at trading. They've made some phenomenal calls.
Hold. No. Load up 15 more.
Load up 15 more. There you go.
Take partials. Well, how many you got running there,
partials.
D-time?
No, it's only one, chat. I only got one. I wish I had 2 or 3.
Okay, wish. I'm going to say mostly hold.
Well,
Yeah.
chat, we held and we got it.
There you go. There you go. Good job. Patience, discipline, management. Oh my goodness, the boring three are so much part of a successful day. So good job.
Oh yeah,
And
trading
thank
is
you.
definitely
Thanks,
boring.
chat. And thank you very much. Well, the patience, discipline, management part.
For
You
sure.
know, but
Right. Well,
I
the
tell you,
real
watching
pro move
Topstep
is
TV is exciting. I get excited a bit. I mean,
Oh
you
yeah.
can see my tail wagging here. I'm happy. I'm a happy puppy. Good job.
So we are trying to move above those 40s. We've struggled a little bit, but InkU is still trying to push them. I did move my stop to break even as we did break the 40 level, like I had mentioned. We're just trying to hold above it. If we can hold above it, I think we got room to run in the 50s. And so we'll see how this plays out. But at this point, my stop is at break even, and it is a risk-free trade.
Will Joey get his profits, or will he get stopped out? You know, I like the break-even deal. You know, because the thing is, I would hate to be in profit. Now, everybody's different. You know, a lot of traders would be like, why you do that? Keep your stop where it is. I'd rather get stopped out break even than have a profit run, not hit my exit, and then come back, stop me out for a negative. It's like, you know, it's like buying an ice cream cone, and before you take that first lick, you drop it on the ground. It's like, oh, damn it, I almost had it. But yes, I tend to do that too. You know, move it to break even. If it runs my way, I move it into profit. So if it does come back and stop me out, say la vie, I'll take what the market gives me. And I'm very true to that. Take what the market gives you, no matter what it is, as long as it's a win, you put a smile on your face, you know, so keep that.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, this trade's ran enough in my favor for me to feel comfortable moving to break even. You know, it is that lunch hour, and so anything could happen. It's going to be slow. It might get a little choppy. So I definitely, since I have gotten in profit at this point, I don't want this to turn red on me.
Well, Joey, what's your time frame?
So this is a 5-minute chart. However, on my other 1,000 monitors that I have a 30-minute chart and the daily. And I also have the market profile up on another.
Okay.
You already break even on this guy?
Yeah, so my stop is moved to break even at this point.
Nice.
We're just trying to let these 5 contracts run and see if we can catch a move. We're trying to work our way up to the 50s right now. So we're going to just let it play out.
All right. Hey, our good friend Dan Trader giving us a little heads up. Thank you, Dan Trader. European close is about to start here. So we've got just a few more minutes here, and maybe we'll see some market differential here.
I was thinking about break even when I was off for that little half-hour stretch. And what I realized is that you can only go break even on trades that were at one time profitable. You can't go to break even on losing trades. I thought that was really, really interesting.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's as long as you got the market in your favor, you know, by all means. You know, but some of us do not like to move our stops, and you know what? Props to you. You know, that's your strategy. Stick to it. You know, it's something that you've got to be comfortable with your actions. All right, not what other people are doing. You might learn from other people, but what makes you content? What makes you satisfied? What makes you happy? Not always what we do. And let me bring that full circle back to treat your account like a business. All right. You're not going to always get what you want or do what you want to do. But remember, your account, if you treat it like a business, you're going to be less reckless. You're going to have more focus. It's about the big picture. It's not about sort of making you happy and so forth, but what's best for the team, what's best for the account, and keep that mentality.
Yep. So I did move my stop into profit because we did reject up here at the 50s pretty hard, which was something I was eyeing. We rejected the 50s, and so I moved my stop up just in profit. That way I could secure a little bit of money off that trade in case the weakness decided to come through, which it did. And We got stopped out for about a $60 gain.
All right, so you
Nice.
cut your losses in half. You're only down about 50, right?
Yep. Yeah, I think so far we're down. Let's see what we're down. We're down 20.
Right, so you're down a grand.
Yeah.
Ulysses S. Grant.
Only down $20, which is I'll take that because we were down. We were down a lot more in the earlier session, and so we'll take a scratch day.
Well, like Mr. Patak says, jab, jab, jab. Chip away at it. Don't try to get it all in once. And we know that it was a small downside, but still, you're building confidence. You're getting it back. It's not a revenge trade. It's just that you're working to get your head above water again, and that's usually what I focus on. If I'm down on a day, 0 is my first target. I'm not looking to put money profitable above it, but hey, if the market runs your favor, get on, take the ride, and utilize that. But otherwise, as long as I get to break even, as long as I get to that 0 level flat, I'm happy.
Yeah. I saw a question in chat. Arborist said, what were my thoughts on the long NQ? We had a failed auction to the downside. And so we saw buyers come through. And once we saw that strength come through after a failed move, we waited for a little bit of a pullback to try to catch a little bit more momentum to the upside.
Okay. Yeah.
I want to see if I can get short YM.
Give it a shot. Give it a shot. If you see it, the opportunity's there. Himachali. Himachali. When is quad witching? Yes, it is this Friday. We get Hoag back on. He'll talk about it a little bit better. But yes, it is a day of voodoo. Lots going on this Friday. So we'll talk to him. Yeah. Talk to him a little bit later. Yes. Friday, there's Johnny chiming in Friday. Voodoo Friday.
Adam M has a question. What is a failed auction? Eddie, have you heard the definition enough to be able to give a description?
Well, a failed auction is something that John says much better. But if you've got the definition, by all means, I'd probably trip on it. Is what he's got.
I think I would too.
Maybe
That's why
Joey.
I asked.
There you go, Joey. You got a failed auction?
Yeah, and like you said, Hoag can explain it much better than I can. But I look at it on a 30-minute time frame. We saw the low down there on the 30-minute. Here, let me pull up. Let me switch to 30-minute.
I'm starting to get filled on some of these YM shorts. Let's see how it ends up playing out.
Looking at the 30-minute here, we broke below the trading hour low, and buyers immediately stepped us right back up, and we closed above the low here. And so to me, that would be a failed auction to the downside here on the 30-minute, which indicates that buyers are present and want to run us up. That's my kind of like my short. Hoag will probably explain
so basically it's a failure to stay outside initial balance for like one side.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And I really like watching this for like the initial balances too, right? If we have an IB high and IB low, and on the 30-minute we try to run it and we fail it, I think those are really high probability trades that we could get a little bit of reversal, maybe in the short term or the longer term for the day.
There it goes. Himachali says, when price does not continue to make it below or above the levels. Okay. Failed auction. I thought that's when somebody says, this next item we have up for bid, and nobody bids on it, and they move it to the back room. Do I hear 25 cents?
Yeah, right. Well, and hey, don't forget everybody about... Yeah, in 15 minutes, we got TopQuiz, and then at 12, group coaching with David Green. So please get your questions in and get ready for it. I actually talked to him this week, and he already passed a trading combine, which I thought was pretty cool.
Who did? David?
David Green. Yeah, he already had an XFA, and I think he ended up losing it because of maybe the scaling plan or something. But we'll talk about it when he comes on. But he's already been hard at work trading with us and putting up results. So that's awesome to see and good for him.
Right. And don't forget, in about less than a half an hour, we do have our 30-year bond auction. All right, so we're gonna keep an eye on that. Yesterday we had our 10-year bond auction, which we were set up ready to go for, but it really didn't do too much. But maybe this 30-year can and will do something. But it's always best to be prepared, just like a Girl Scout and a Boy Scout. Be prepared, and you never know what's going to happen here. So we'll keep an eye on that. But D-Time, you had some. You're making some profits over there.
Yeah, we are right back in the green again after taking a profit at 39,660 thereabouts. We hopped in a short. YM pulled back, fortunately, and we got short 2 this time, not 1. And now we're short 2 at 39,649.50, and we didn't even take a lick of risk on it. So another excellent entry
No
thus
heat.
far. Yeah, no heat. So we're no baking, no heat, but we are cooking somehow. And probably go to break even pretty soon on this one. We're already at 225, $200. So see what happens.
Right. So you're chipping away at your early morning negativity. So that's good. Don't let that get back though. Don't let it stop you out.
No, I am looking for a bigger rejection here, though. It was the second time that we've rejected the highs there, and failed moves come fast moves. So if the bulls need to find some more liquidity to push the upside, they're probably going to have to run price back down again and shake out weak longs. The weakest longs, in my opinion, are the ones who have their stops set at 39,579. So let's see if the market can get back there and then run back higher again. That's what I think is going to happen. Let's see if it plays out.
Hey, Joey, let me ask you, how do you determine when to exit a trade? We can all enter trades very easily, but, when's the green light to say, Joey, time to exit?
I think that could be a loaded question because it very much depends on the context of the day, right? I mean, if we're on like a range, if we're on a range bound day, I'm really not looking for huge moves. I mean, if we open within yesterday's value area and we're just chopping, I'm going to look for very small, quick hits, really small scalps. So I'm not looking for huge trades, and I'll try to find some levels that validate, that will validate a quick scalp. But if it's like Hoag said, one of those days where you see profit, take profit, I'm going to kill it, take profit, right? However, if we get a trend day and we're catching a good size move, then we might let it run a little bit longer than we normally would. We'll try to look for a level that makes sense whether we hit resistance or support or supply and demand, and look for those levels to kill a trade. Right. So it very much depends on the context of the day for me, but that's kind of what I look for.
And that's something that we take to heart, we take to note, we put down, put that in your journal. And the thing is, it really depends on what the market is doing and how the market is reacting. Usually to exit a trade, are you looking for small profits? Are you looking for larger profits? And it really depends on how the market's moving for an exit of a trade. Now, Joey, let me ask you this here. What has made you a better trader? What have you learned, let's just say over the 6 months, that has sort of turned the tables and really helped you out?
Position sizing. I gotta say, like I mentioned earlier, trading micros, man, it's been a complete game changer for me. Now I have had, don't get me wrong, full transparency moment, I have had days where I did spiral, right? I have hit my max daily drawdown. I'm not gonna hide it, full transparent moment. But micros, however, have allowed me to limit my risk and honestly keep my account, right? I mean, at the end of the day, I'm trying to keep my account for as long as I possibly can. I'm in it for the long term. I'm looking to see what I can do in a year versus what I can do in a month, right? And so micros has allowed me to take a step back from trying to make a lot of money quickly and just focus on taking good trades, being a good trader, focus on risk management, and take it from there, man. I mean, that's been the biggest game changer for me so far.
That's cool. Good. Thank you for sharing that. We got a lot of comments here. Dolby, you've been one of our. What number trader were you? 123 when we first started.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trader number 123 at Topstep. Yeah.
Wow, I remembered that number. Wow, considering I 420 every day. Anyway,
it's easy,
Well,
Eddie. It's an order. 1, 2, 3. You know, how hard could it be?
it is 1, 2, 3, just like Sesame Street, right? I'll remember that. I'll remember that very much so.
Smoke weed every day.
Sorry about that.
I saw a really good question in the chat that I wanted to touch on. I don't know how to.
But be
I
careful.
don't know how to say. I don't know how to say the name, so I'm just not gonna say the name, but you'll know who I'm talking to. Question for Joey: how do you manage your anxiety during trade, and do you have a routine that helps your discipline for trading? Anxiety, and this is just my opinion, comes with a lot of screen time and being able to manage it, and then learning how to use your position sizing. If you're feeling yourself getting anxious in a trade, you're probably sizing up too much. You're probably using too much size. You never want to feel like that. If you're at the edge of your seat, leaning towards your monitor, sweating bullets in a trade, you're definitely too large on your position sizing. So it's okay to scale it down. Like I said, you don't have to trade micros. You can trade you don't have to trade minis. You can trade micros. And if it's like one micro contract or 2 micro contracts, that's totally fine. You can still do really good trades with 1 to 2 micros. But position sizing will be your best friend in controlling anxiety and keeping yourself grounded. But as far as routine that helps with discipline for trading, that's again screen time and experience. I don't really have a routine that helps with that. It's more so, what am I doing before coming into the trading day? That's kind of my routine. I would say, before market open, I'm at my computer. I'm looking at levels. I'm looking at market profile. I'm looking at the context of the market, and I'm identifying what the market could do. I try to have like 3 different ideas on what the market could do, and I identify levels within that. And so once I have that idea of what the market can do, then I'll just sit and wait for those levels, right? But I never try to come into the market and trade without an idea of where the market has been, where it could go, and what it's currently trying to do. And how good of a job is it doing, right? You'll hear Ho preach that all the time about market, when he talks about market profile, what direction is the market going? How good of a job is it doing, right? And so you come into the market with that mentality and that clarity, it'll definitely help with your discipline.
Right. Anxiety, stress. I think throughout the day, let's bring up management. You got to manage your account, right? That's very important, like a CEO for a company. But you also got to manage yourself and make sure, and that's why we've got our journal. That's why we've got our checklist, to make sure that we're focused, that we're thinking true, that we're not getting reckless. Anxiety, stress. I mean, I tell you, stress, highest of highs, okay? This is when you've got to sort of pull yourself off the mound and tell yourself, hit the showers. You've got to be that second voice. You've got to manage yourself just as much as you manage your account. Because remember, you're the one hitting the button. You're the one hitting the mouse. You're the one pulling the strings, pushing the buttons. You are accountable.
100%.
And I tell you, if you're in a mood where you're not making the right decisions, this is something that you have to be a professional about, and definitely get up, make sure that you don't got a position on, make sure you're flat, go take a walk around the block, go do some push-ups, go get dinner ready, do the laundry, and then come back and check yourself. All right, check, how am I doing? How am I feeling? A little better. I got some fresh air. Let's take a look and see what the markets are doing now. So that's what you got to do.
100%. Couldn't agree more.
How you doing over there, D-Time? You getting that chipping away? Jab, jab, jab?
Yeah, I flattened my short, so now we're down 469 on the day. So, yep, a little jab. I think a jab that was blocked. But we have a nice series of winning trades going right now. 1, 2, probably like nine winning trades. You count every single contract. I think I maybe
Okay.
have gotten a little bit spooked out of the trade here. I did see a lot of the other
What do you
indices
mean?
starting to push highs.
What
Like
do you mean,
NQ
Stu?
is pushing, like spooked. Like I got scared out of the trade.
Oh, spooked. Okay. All right. Yeah, taking a look here right now, we've got
Yeah, no problem.
S&P is 52.37. We got the gold here right now, 21.77.70. A little run here in crude. Buyers sort of running the cage right now, 79.43. And it looks like we got buyers coming into, let's see here right now, 18.350. Joe, you're flat, right?
I am flat, and buyers are kind of stepping back up. We're back in that 50 level that I had mentioned earlier. Buyers trying to run us back up. So
Right.
I guess I was a little early on my entry. That's okay. There'll be another trade opportunity, but overall, the idea was right. Just a wrong entry point.
There you go. All right. Well, gentlemen, I think that is going to be it for the session. Hey, let's not forget, also, we got that 12 o'clock 30-year bond auction. I'm going to make sure that we get that out when we can. But, Joey, thanks for being with us, my friend. Glad that you got a little bit back. All right. Day's
Oh,
not
yeah.
over yet. And, of course, D-time, your pedal's still to the metal. So we'll see you here in Power
Yeah.
Hour. But we're going to be right back here. Top quiz coming up next. And until then, good luck. See you in a bit.
Hello, everybody out there. Welcome to Top Quiz. It's March 13th, also a Wednesday. I am Jack, and Alyssa is back. Alyssa, are you ready for this?
I'm ready, Jack.
Okay, cool. Well, if this is your first time, click that link that's pinned up there. That way you can enter the Kahoot. And yeah, there's a 6-second delay, so answer the questions as they arrive on your device. We will be giving away, if you get 3 or 4 right, a bounty of 50 free resets randomly, but 5 also go to the top 5 finishers who have lightning fingers or lightning chat GBT. We don't know which. What else? That's about it. We got about 800 people in here so far, so it looks like they have found it. Anything good happened the last weekend?
We got back in pretty late last night from Vegas, so we did go to Nacho Daddy yesterday, so that's pretty exciting. They have pretty incredible nacho builds, and
Nacho
yeah, I'm
builds. I
excited for
like
the
that
weekend.
term.
Yeah, I know that's not something you see all the time, but we had some filet nachos. They were pretty good.
Nice. See any shows? That's the one thing that I feel like I wish I had done.
Yeah, we did. We went and saw the AGT Superstars show. So it just had some of like the America's Got Talent winners. We saw Cody Lee, who is incredible. You should look him up if you haven't seen his show. Yeah, it was really cool. We had a great time.
Awesome. All right. Well, that gave time for another 100 or so people to come in. So we're going to get started right now. So get ready. Let's do it. And here we go. In 3 and 2 and 1. Question number 1 today. A 2018 experiment found that traders exposed to this pushed prices higher and created longer bubbles. Longer bubbles. Was that alcohol, Adderall, testosterone gel, or Zyn pouches?
I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Adderall is calling to me right now. We're gonna go Adderall.
While Adderall is calling to many traders, the experiment in question we mentioned earlier on the show was testosterone gel versus placebo. It turned them into trade monsters. Who would have thunk it?
Who would have thought?
Well, MB Trades did, Naz Dude, Jack's Dow 30, Andre's hat, and Fireball. Okay. Let's go to the second question. Not about testosterone gel. The U.S. House of Representatives just passed a bill that would ban what social media platform? Is that TikTok, OnlyFans, Snapchat, or Google+?
I feel like it has to be TikTok. That's like the constant battle, isn't it?
Yes. And the battle is one step closer today. It is TikTok. Google Plus banned themselves shortly after its release. Are you old enough to remember Google Plus? It was their answer to Facebook.
Jack.
You didn't want to hang out
so.
with your email friends. Okay. Lots of people knew that. Not a lot of change there. Terp Trades comes into the top 5, which brings us to question number 3. The illegal practice of initiating fake orders with no intention of ever seeing them executed is known as pumping, spoofing, front running, or flipping.
Is it spoofing, Jack?
I might have given it away early with that head nod, but yes, Alyssa, it is spoofing.
Perfect.
Pumping. I think people are tossing like wrong answers out there intentionally, but spoofing, something you shouldn't do. It's a really funny word too. tick bit master master ticker. I think that's okay. I don't think that's anything I shouldn't. NASDUde Terps trade. Yes. And someone asks, that's illegal? Yeah. You gotta get caught. Some people don't, but yeah, it's illegal. All right. Fourth question. Doing well. 2 for 3. Get you a free reset.
3.
Come back from Vegas. Buy some more filet nachos.
Oh, yeah.
Question number 4. What is the smallest continent by land area? Is it Europe, Antarctica, South America, or Oceania, as they call it now?
This really outs me. The geography ones always out me. South America?
It is not South America. It is Oceania. And actually, when I looked this up, the wildest thing is that Antarctica is actually the 3rd smallest continent. Europe is smaller than Antarctica. So there you go.
The more you know.
Yeah. Well, the top 5 today probably did. Mikey 00, Luke. Please don't be something bad. Andre's hat. All right.
Yay.
And Luigi and Kirogaster came in 4th and 5th. Yeah, so that's the quiz for today. If you got 3 or 4 right, we will announce the winners during the Power Hour segment. But definitely stick around because right after this break, we have David Green and Dolby doing group coaching. Alyssa, you're probably busy, so haven't been watching today, or else you would have known about the testosterone gel. But
Yes.
Dolby is on this stream today pretty much bell to bell. It is a day of Dolby.
Whoa. All right, Dolby. Well, awesome.
All right. Well, with that, we're going to take that quick break and be back just after this.
everybody, and welcome to Group Coaching. I have David Green here from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. And in addition to that, we also have a 30-year bond auction coming up in about 1 minute. So we're going to talk about that. If you have any questions for David, feel free to drop them in chat. I also have some questions here on the side. So, David,
Excellent.
how are we doing, and what are your thoughts and opinions of this bond auction coming up? What do we think is going to happen here?
That's a great question, Nick. If I knew the answer to that, this would be my last day I ever traded in my life. Yesterday, I think we had like a 200-point range when the bond auction was announced. So.
We got the auction. Eddie, what's the auction?
Coming off the wire, hot Treasury 30-year yield 4.352%. That was before the $22 billion auction. Once again here, 30 yield 4.352% before the $22 billion auction. This is coming off the wire here. We'll get more information as it does come in.
All right. I have the 20-year Treasury bill up, the TLTs. I'm not seeing much of a reaction right now. Kind of muted.
Oh, nice. Muted reaction. Okay, well.
Yep, so far.
Absolutely. That was a thing. So let's get to some questions here. So this one is from Rahul.
Let's do it.
Hopefully you are still in chat. How many dollar signs above the resistance support do you prefer putting a stop loss? Or how do you, in general, put in a... Yeah.
That is a great question. Sometimes it depends on time of day, but more often than not, if I'm trading the NQs, I won't give it more than 10 points. And if I'm trading the ESs, right around 5 points. Those are usually, unless there's unusual circumstances, I don't risk more than that on any of my future trades. Because think about it this way, if I do one contract, my max loss is $200 on that trade. So you can see, look at the futures now. We're getting a nice pop up here. We'll keep our eyes on it. Yeah, so generally speaking, 10 points in the NQs and 5 points in the ESs.
Nice. That is a very succinct answer. But, in addition to that, really depends on you as the trader, right? And what your system is. So try to find what's right for you, because what's right for David might not be right for you or your system. But that's a great answer. So
let's just say this.
Yeah.
Let's just say this, Nick. Whatever it is, I have a stop order on every single trade that I do. I mean, think about it. The only way you can
100%.
lose a lot of money or blow up our accounts, and I have my actual Topstep set up. So if something sets up, Nick, I'll switch over to my Topstep and show you a trade if we're actually doing it.
Okay.
The easiest way to blow up any account is to not have a stop order. And we treat these accounts the same as I do as if I was trading my own money. So whether I'm trading stocks or bonds or options or anything, you have to have a stop order in every single trade that you do. Just because we're getting in at a low barrier to entry doesn't mean that we treat these things like they're candy and just blow through them. So have some kind of stop on every single trade that you do.
Yeah, you have to. And you'll only get away with it for so long before, that market's not coming back to save you. This one is from Amari. Why is scalping so frowned upon? I find it easier where I don't need to know the overall movement of the market, but taking many small wins with few small losses seems to work. What's your opinion on scalping there?
I am into scalping 150%. And for the people who say that it doesn't work, one, they're not using technical analysis and they're just throwing darts on the board. But basically, that's when I'm trading futures, I'm a scalper. I'm looking for levels that set up based on my technical analysis. I get in the trades. I try to get as much out of my winning trades and lose the least on my losing trades. But scalping, I love scalping. That's 90% of what we do. So like I said, the people who frown upon that are probably just not doing it the right way. We are, think about this, Nick. We can't take positions overnight, right? So it's not like we're overnight traders in these things. We're not doing swing positions when we're trading futures. So we are scalping. It's just a matter of how much we can scalp out of our good trades. That's all. But that's
right.
all. That's what trading futures is. It's scalping.
It also depends on what your definition is of scalping. I think a lot of people use that term, but like a scalp
That's
could
a great
be
point.
2 minutes or it could be 5 seconds. I think what TopStep in general frowns upon is like the 1 to 5 second hold times in which you're just like ripping in and out of trades. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You can get a good chunk of change out of there. That's
I'll show you.
else.
I'll show you some
Oh, you
trades
got
that
it?
set
Okay.
up today that worked in a matter of a minute or two. And depending on the kind of trade that I get in, a couple of days ago, I don't remember the exact day, but we had a day, Nick, where all we did was trend up the entire day. It was just gorgeous. We started from 10 o'clock in the morning and we trended up the entire day. Those trades I'll stay in longer until a trend is broken. But normally, like we said, I'll have a 10-point stop. I look to make anywhere between 5 and 30 points. And again, it's all based on my technicals, where I'm getting in and where I'm getting out, and why I'm getting in and why I'm getting out, and how much I want to make out of the trade. I'm never doing anything when my charts tell me to make a trade, period. So then we just to see when we get in. If you guys want, I can show you a couple of trades that set up today. Let me just check where we are right now. We're kind of dead right now. So you can see here,
if you have
guys.
a couple of trades. Yeah, show them.
Yeah. I'll talk about what's going on right now. All right. So we're pushing up on my 65 EMA, little resistance. We're pushing up again on the 65 EMA, a little resistance. I'd like to see a little more sideways action, but I think it'd be a better buy if we can get above here. And then we have room all the way up to my 200 EMA, which is 18,410, which is up, 40 points from here. So I'm keeping my eyes on it right now. I'd like to go sideways a little longer. The idea of this is we hit a resistance level. We hit a resistance level. If we can keep going sideways here a little bit and we break above, that will be a long signal to get into the trade. And this would be my target on it, which is up like, 35 points. That would be my ultimate target. There's not a lot of volume right now. So these breakout trades work best when there is a lot of volume. They don't work great when we're just kind of sitting around doing nothing. But one of my favorite trades, and I talk about this every time I come on when they set up, is when we see the NQs doing something like this, and we're down, I don't know what, I'll just try to figure out what this was, 25. We went down 110 at this point, okay? That's a gigantic move, 110 points. So what I'm looking for in this trade is when we get a relative strength that gets below 20. And if you look at this point, the relative strength was about 14 right here. So the way I execute this trade, and I think we had 3 trades today. I'll walk you through all 3 of them. When you see something like this happening, guys and girls, okay? And if you look all the way here, it just kind of tickled it, but it didn't go a lot below.
And that's the RSI.
What I'm looking for here is what I call a far from moving average trade. It's when the stock gets really far away from its closest moving average. And the way I'll execute this trade is I'll go to a 1-minute chart at this time, 10 o'clock. So let me show you guys the 1-minute time. Anytime I see the NQs, okay, when they get extended to close to a 20 RSI or lower, 90% of the time, we are going to get a nice bounce from that level. So let's go to the 1-minute chart at 10 o'clock, and I'll show you exactly how we got in and how we executed the trade, and here it is. So we had the RSI on a 5-minute chart. We were really overextended down here. Let me just make sure I'm in the right spot. No, here it was, 10 o'clock. Boom, perfect. So we had the extended RNI on a 5-minute chart. I go to my 1-minute chart, Nick, and the second we see this green bar, I go in with a market order, okay? So I'm entering this trade with a market order because it's way oversold.
Just a second. YM's Dow here is pushing new highs on the day here, 39,670, ripped through that double top that we had earlier.
Yeah, and if you look, let's go back to the 5-minute now. Check it out. On our 5-minute NQs, see what happened? Push, push. There's your breakout. So the breakout was above like 73. So if I did do something in this at 73, my first trade is going to be to take 10 points off. And we went straight from 73. We made a high of 89. So you're taking 10 points off at 83. I'll bring my stop up to break even, and I'll see if I can get more out of the trade. Okay? But that is what we call a momentum trade. pushes against the level,
Yeah, this
pushes
was
against the level, gets above the level. I like these trades because once I have that profit in now, Nick, I'll just bring my stop to break even. Worst case scenario,
Yeah.
if I did 2 contracts, I took 10 points out of one and I'll break even on the other. So this is a trade that you can look for during the day when you see something pushing and pushing and pushing. It finally gets above. So I'll hang out now. I'm up 10 points. If it gets back to break even, I'll just get out of the trade.
Yeah, and that's
This would be
hypothetical,
my
right? You're
ultimate-
not actually in this trade, right?
No, because I went to show you some other one, but I would have done
I'm
my real
sorry.
account if I saw it break back above that then. No, that's okay. Look, just showing examples of these things working is fine, right? 18,388. All right, good. A couple of guys in the room got it. So this would be my ultimate target. This is my next resistance. So that would be a move of what? 39 points up here. You know, got in on support. If I get 20 points here, I'll start selling a little more. I would even throw a short out here now. So let's put that out. 18,409. That will be straight up 34 points on my 200 EMA. So I'll pop up. I don't know if you guys can see. Can you see my trade evade up there, Nick?
Oh yeah, we're looking pretty damn good in this account. So we got you on a trade evade account here. You probably have a Topstep X account coming pretty damn soon, if I had to guess.
This is 2 days old. Yesterday, I think I did 1,200, and today I did about 900. I think like 1,100 today.
Wow, nice trading.
Yeah, so this is 2 days. So I'm going to put an order, a limit order, exactly at my 200 EMA, 18,409. Let's put it out. And I'll throw a couple out there. That's my resistance level. And we'll do 2 in case we get up there. All right. I leave it. If it gets to that level, I get executed. If it doesn't, I don't make the trade. And that's really how we go about every single trade that we do.
Yeah, and just for chat, how long have you been trading for?
Let's see. We're in 2024.
Something like that.
Oh, God. Do I have to say, Nick? How about 39 years?
39 years. So, chat, you just got to see a trade, not executed yet, but the whole idea from beginning to hopefully a fill from a 39-year trading veteran here. And you cut your teeth on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. That's correct, right?
That's correct. I started on the floor in 1985. I started as a runner taking messages back and forth. I didn't know anybody down there. I think my first paycheck was $127 a week. It took me about 5 years to become a specialist broker. So I was a market maker responsible for making markets and stocks. I became a partner of my firm a little bit after 1990. And then I retired at the end of 99 when Goldman Sachs bought our firm for $6.5 billion. I was with Spear Leeds and Kellogg, and then Goldman took us over. I did not get $6.5 billion, just so you guys know. I was a tiny, tiny partner. And, you know, I've been trading on my own ever since then. Since I left the floor, 24 years, this is what I've been doing, trading and teaching people how to trade.
Yeah, that is awesome. So you might get a fill on this NQ here. Dow is still pushing to the upside. I do want to get back to that trade you were talking about at 10 a.m. I ended up cutting off there. Let's
no, that's okay.
Lines.
Let me just talk about one other thing. When I'm looking for a trade to set up, one of the most important things for me is speed, okay, on any trade. I want something to go to one of my levels quickly. And if it doesn't go quickly and we kind of meander around, the odds of that trading are not going to be as good, right? And just because I have an order out here to sell it, this is very important, doesn't mean I'm going to buy it here because I think it might go there. A lot of people will look at this and say, here's the resistance. Well, I'm just going to buy a crap load here. No, absolutely not. I am being reactive, not proactive. This could go down 30 points from here. But I know if it goes up to that level, that's where I want to make my trade. Do I know it's going there? No. Do I know if it goes there, the odds of this trade working are going to be in my favor because I'm using my technical analysis? Absolutely. Does it work every time? Absolutely not. And that's why we have stop orders on our trades. So I'll give everything a few minutes and we'll see what happens.
And we'll let that order cook a little bit. So something that I do I have mentioned before is that you have a toolbox of setups. for different kind of market states, and we were going through one of them, which was that far from moving average trade. If you want to go back through and explain that
Yep,
one,
let's go back.
I think that would be great.
Here's another thing that I'll always do, guys. If I'm not paying attention to something, okay, and I'm involved in something else, I will not leave orders out in any stocks or any futures or anything else. Don't do it. There have been times where I left an order out and I've gone to the boys' room and come back and it's been 30 points against me because I couldn't react when it hit that level. So I don't care if you're going to the boys' room, the men's, you're just stepping out for a minute. Don't ever leave orders out in any of your trades. All right, let's go back to 10 o'clock. So I have my relative strength, okay? And for those of you who don't know, relative strength just measures whether a stock is overbought or oversold. When a stock gets severely oversold, we can expect a big bounce up. And when it gets severely overbought, we can expect a pullback in that stock. So again, once I have the 5 minute, I go to my 1 minute chart. Let's go back to 10 o'clock, this AM. And it's actually set up a couple of times today, but the best one was here. There it is. Okay. So the second I see this green bar, and I love this trade also because I have a tight stop order in there. So this green bar started forming around 18,303. It made a low of 18,302.75. I'm not going to get it in the first 5 seconds. It's going to take me, I'm doing a market order, and when I see this, I'm doing my full size. Okay. So let's say I got in at 18,306, right up here somewhere. The important thing about this setup is if it makes a new low, I'm out of the trade. Very low risk trade. I'm risking 3 points on this. So if it goes back down and makes a new low, I'm out of the trade, and then I'll look for it to set up again. I might lose 3 or 4 points a couple of times, but when I catch this, I'm catching this for 25 or 30 points. Okay?
Nice.
So I am now in this at 18,306. Once I get in the trade, and this is 1 minute, guys. In this 1 minute bar, it went up 17 points. This 1 minute bar. So you talk about scalping, right? Yeah. You talk about scalping, right? So if I'm in at 06, I'll take some for 10 points. I'll take some for 20 points. I'll go to my 5 minute chart now at 10 o'clock. Okay. Let's go to the 5 minute chart. And here we are at 10 o'clock. And I'll hold a little bit now until it gets to my first resistance level. So I took 10 points. I took 20 points. We're kind of flopping around here now. The 9 EMA now becomes anything above where a stock is trading when we're looking at a chart becomes resistance. So this would have been my final out in the trade. And guess what? That's 48 points. But I'm just using my technicals. Take 10 points, take 20 points, raise your stop so you lock in a nice profit. And here is our first resistance, real resistance. So technically on that last little lot, you could have rode that to here, and that's a 40-point trade. We don't need many 30 or 40-point trades to qualify our accounts. I can tell you that right now, right? As a matter of fact, if you get a couple of them, you're probably going to have to lose some money on purpose because you're going to be over what you need to make.
Those are funny. Those are funny stories. I'll tell you what.
It's hard to lose money when you're trying to do it, right?
Hell yeah, it is. Yeah, it's so funny.
It's hard to lose money because whatever you do when you think you're wrong ends up being right, right? So
yeah, one of my favorite things is you get people in Discord saying, "Hey, I think I made an extra couple $1,000 in our Discord chat," and they ask chat like, "Hey, what do I have to do to lose some money?" And that's when they just start getting drilled by chat, like, "You ding dong, how'd you make too much money?" Oh, and then when they start making more money and they post it in chat, then it's over.
Oh, please.
Fried.
We know what the rules are. There's no point in posting anything else. Who cares? I mean, we know what the rules are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a second. All right, I want to show you something else that was a very good trading setup today on a little longer term chart, okay? When things are just spiking down to levels where I don't have anything. So let's look at the NQs right here. All right, it made a low of the day. This was 18, the low. Check it out. On this bar, 18,281.75. I want to write down exact because I want to show you this trade. 18,281.75. I have no technicals here whatsoever, Nick. It is not oversold, okay? Doesn't have a 20 RSI. So even though it bounced from here, I wouldn't have made that trade because it didn't have the relative strength. But when I see situations like this, okay, daily chart, and I want you guys to check this out. And it's going to be a little hard to see. I'll stretch it out. We have our 9 and 15 EMA trend, which it's been in for, a few weeks. If you look at my 15 EMA, and I'll share all this stuff with you guys. Nick, we can post it in for people, the moving averages that I use. If you look at the daily chart in this, my 15 EMA, okay, was 18, I'm trying to think, 18,281. It went below this, guys, by 75 cents. By 75 cents, the daily level. So this was another trade we got, just based daily level. And again, from 18,281, it went up. Our first real resistance. Again, we took some profits. But this is 42 points. And that's when it hits your first resistance. So that's looking for, whenever I don't have anything on a 5-minute, I'll go to a 15-minute, a 30-minute, a 1 hour, all the way down to my daily and weekly until I find something that makes sense to do. At one point today, check out this 1 hour chart in the NQs. Okay. And it's not going to show it on here, but we had a 200 EMA at 18,343. And the first time it hit this, it went up 22 points. Never doing a trade. The second time it hits the same level. And then we found it on the daily chart.
Yeah.
And if we
I got a
look
question
right now,
here. Oh, go ahead. Okay,
no.
Switch this question. Sure. If the EMAs are braided, is that a signal to stay out? In chat, I do want to just preface this. David Green is a big time moving average trader. So if you yourself are also a moving average trader, now is a great time to drop in those questions because you're probably one of the few people that we bring on with regularity that actually does use moving averages for a whole lot of stuff. So if you have
I'd be curious.
Drop them in chat.
Yeah, I'd be curious. We'll get that question. Yeah, but I'd be curious. What are other people using? What do they look at? Price action, times in
a lot of
sales?
price action, momentum. I trade ranges, so I don't even use EMAs. There's all sorts of different stuff. A lot of market profile.
And I always tell people, Nick, this is what works for what I do. This is what I know. Yeah. This is what puts the odds in our favor of our trades working. And again, not every trade works every time. I don't care what you're using. Not every trade's going to work every time. Doesn't matter. We're all going to have losing trades. This is what I use. This is what works for me. This is what I'm comfortable using. So that's what I use.
So anyways, I got distracted. Let me get back to the question here from James.
Yes.
Question: if the EMAs are braided, is that a signal to stay out?
Yes. When you say braided, let's give an example of what we're looking at right now, NQs. See how all my moving averages are kind of close together, Nick? Within, I don't know, 10, 15 points. I disregard every single one of these now. There's no trade to be made here. This was a momentum trade above the 65. We got 10 and 15 points before it stopped at out break even. I don't even look to trade this now. Now, if you want to talk about price action, okay, because I can talk about anything. If we go down here, right, to this level, which is around 18,347. Here's price action. Here's price action. Here's price action. So, if you're looking to get in a little long based on some price action, you have it all right about at this line at 18,347. We hit that and tested it 5 times down here, right? But as far as the moving averages, let me answer the question. When they're all close together, I don't care. They don't mean anything. I'll just wait and be very patient and wait for the next trade to set up.
That's beautiful. Got some more questions in chat here from Jay Wall Street. Mr. David, is the 9 EMA better than 20 EMA for scalping NQ?
Okay. The only time I ever use my 9 and my 15 EMA is if something is in a trend trade, because they are the weakest of the moving averages. My moving averages go in order of strength: 9, 15, 30, 65, 200. 99% of the time when something hits a 200 EMA, I am making a trade. So they go in order of strength. I only use the 9 and 15 if something is in a trend. And I can tell you this right now, once in a blue moon, we will get a beautiful trade in the NQs where it will just stay either above or below the 9 and 15 EMA the entire day. But it doesn't happen very often. Very rarely will we get a trend trade in the NQs. So I'm kind of almost always, when I'm trading the NQs, dismissing that unless it's in a nice trend for a long period of time. So if we look back here, right, blasted through my 9 and 15 EMA, didn't care. Look how close it came to hitting my 30 EMA, which I definitely would have made a trade-off, right? It went up 42 to 85. This is a 40-point move, guys, in one bar. And it missed our 30 EMA by a point or two. But look what happened afterwards. Boom. So that would have been, it might have even tickled it here. I can't tell. But that would have been a nice short. Okay. This was at 85. And, you know, my support was down around 61. So a 10 and 20 point trade. That's all I would have taken out of it because it hit my support level. So you can see how effective that moving average would have been too. I have to tell you, just overall, when I'm trading NQ in the futures, I am more conservative. If I have a couple of things that are close together, I'm always going to go to the higher one or the lower one. Always.
Nice.
And as we always say, too, this is very important. Like tomorrow morning, we have the CPI coming out at 8:30, right?
Yeah.
You can take all your moving averages when any kind of big news comes out, and I throw them to the wind. I don't even look at them. I don't use them because when news events come out, really the only trade I'm going to be looking for is if that far from moving average trade sets up, because it'll blow through all your other technicals in 2 seconds when there's news out, any kind of news out.
Yeah. Awesome. We got some more questions in chat. What are the EMAs from B Gravity? I did post those in there. I'll give them again: 9, 15, 30, 65, and 200. I'll copy and paste those again for the EMAs. And we do have a RSI question, which is just below on your charts here. And that question, where did it go? I just saw them. I can't find it right now. I'll come back to it. David, have you ever tried using a dome or price ladder for scalping?
I have not. But what I always tell people, and look, you can post my email at some point, Nick. I will help anybody anytime who needs help with anything. But one thing I've learned in my 40 years of trading is not to have an ego, okay? If somebody is using something that I don't use, I'm open to anything. Any tool that we can put in there that helps us make more and better trades, I'm in. Trading's not the same, now as it was 40 years ago or 5 years ago or 3 years ago, right? So I'm always willing to listen. I'm always willing to learn. I'm always willing to adapt. When someone comes to me with something, the only thing I will ask is journal it. Journal what you're doing with domes or whatever else to get your trades. Keep track of 50 or 100 trades. See what the result is, and then I'm all in. I'm all in.
Yeah.
I mean, first we
I finally found the RSI question.
That's fine, Nick. Everybody should be journaling every trade that they do. We know that. That's mega, mega important. We have to know what our hit rate is. We have to know which trades are working and which trades aren't. So that everybody should be doing that anyway. But anything that you come up with.
Yeah, we can maybe even circle back to journaling a little bit later. But Dustin Best, on the RSI, how do you spot shorts and probably also longs? So I guess in general, how do you use the RSI to help complement kind of your trading system?
That's a great question. So I have 5 different setups that I look for, and they're not that complicated, guys. It takes an hour to learn them all, if that. I only use the RSI when a stock is going down and gets close to or below 20, like we saw down here early in the morning. If we look here, my relative strength at this time got to like 13. Okay. If I happen to have another technical at that level also, that will just make me be more aggressive at that spot. Most times when we get a fall from moving average trade, you're not going to have any other technicals there. But let's say it spiked all the way down to my pivot point, all the way down here, and I have the RSI, and I have a technical, that's just going to make me be more aggressive at that level. So most times when we're looking at relative strength, whether it's up or down, you're not going to have any other technicals anywhere close to that because it's so stretched out one way or the other.
That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting.
If you do, it's better. Yeah, because if you look at all of our moving averages in NQ today and look at the relative strength, right? The only time that it got below 20 was when we saw big giant bounces in it. That's it. So there's not going to be any other technical analysis there. So now I'm looking, do we want to still do that short at 08? I'm going to say yes. That'll be up 40 points. So let's put that order back out. That's our 200 EMA. Maybe we can get a trade to set up. 18,408. That's my 200. Let's get a couple up there. Oh, I still have it out. That's fine. We'll leave that out there and see if we can spike up to that level.
What is that level in the NQ? I'm just going to mark it on my chart so I can cheer you on.
That is my 200 EMA on a 5-minute chart.
So it's 18,408, it looks like.
Correct. 18,408. So I have a limit order at exactly that spot, 18,408. If we get there, I execute, and I want it to go fast. The faster we get there, the better the trade will be. So we'll see. We'll leave it up there. We'll see if it plays out. So if I got 18,408 and we got there fast, I have a 10-point stop. Okay. I take some off at 5 points, try to get 10 points and see how much more of a pullback we can get. But look when we pulled back here, Nick, to your price action point. Check it out.
Mm-hmm.
We pulled right back to all of this. I mean, right back to all of it. Perfect. And this bar was down at 59. We're up 30 points from there. From that 59, there's all your price action. And
we're getting close, yeah.
Well, quite frankly, it hit our trend line. There's our 9 EMA. Pulled back, exactly hit on 9 EMA, which we could have gotten in for a trend trade. So if I got in for this trend trade, here's my target to get out of it. But I'll tell you that the longer this takes to get there, the less effective the trade is going to be. If we kind of just go sideways in here, nope. So I'll give it another 5 minutes. That's about it.
Okay. Nice.
That's up for that.
Nice. Let me go back to the well here. Ooh, this is a good question from Jay. I have a new XFA account and I'm $70 away from losing it. Have you ever seen someone come back from the brink with such a small margin of error? What is your advice?
I think you know better than me, Nick.
Oh, why? Because your accounts never get that low, David? Is that why?
No, I don't know what you would do with that. I mean, I guess. How many contracts are we talking? You got to pick a really good spot and go all in. Either it's going to go below that, or you'll get some money back, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Micros. I would try to find a really good spot. The problem is with $70, if you do one contract and it goes 3.5 points, it's gone.
Yeah, I would find a slow market.
You got to pick a really good spot where you don't lose 2 points on it and go all in.
Yeah.
And reset the account. Whatever it is, I would go all in when it gets to a good spot.
Yeah. Question from Krishna. How do you control your emotions? I don't think we've actually really talked a whole lot about emotions with you, David. So what was it like when you were on the floor? Were you one of those guys that used to get heated? How did you mature into a trader? There's a lot of good stuff there.
Yeah, that is a great question.
That one. How did you mature into a trader?
Let me just cancel my order for now. No orders. Oh, wait. That is a great question. I'll go off on a little tangent, but bring me back to it when we get there, okay? Okay, so when I first started on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and I became a specialist broker for my firm. So now I'm trading firm money. And the better you did as a specialist, so I would have a panel of stocks, and I would trade 5 or 6 stocks, whatever it was. And when you were a specialist broker, we got paid a salary, never a lot, okay? Never a lot to some people, but we had a maximum salary. That's the most we were ever going to make when we were trading on the floor. And then you got a percentage of whatever your panel of stocks made at the end of the year. It could be 10%, it could be 20%, whatever it was. So very early on, I was trading Best Buy. And Best Buy was a great stock, especially back then. It was just a great stock. And it was a particularly busy day. And we had a situation where they halted trading in the stock. And once they halt trading, we get everybody together, put all the buy and sell orders together, and we decide we're going to open a stock. So let's say the price was 81. If I opened the stock at 81, I would have done nothing, and it would have been paired off, and I just would have not participated. If I opened the stock at 81.50, there was an opportunity for me to buy 200,000 shares. So now I have to make a decision as a specialist. Do I want to just do nothing and the stock was opening down like $16. So I made the decision, of course, to buy the 250,000 shares because I thought it was a huge move. I thought it was a ridiculous move, and I thought it was a good opportunity. As it turns out, it worked out very well. I think I made $1.6 million that day. It was one of the best trades the firm has ever seen. It was the best trade that I ever made. And I'm standing on the Florida Stock Exchange, and I'm jumping up and down, and everybody's patting me on the back and congratulating you. This is on the floor. And I get a call, and the big boss wants to see me at 4 o'clock. Great. I'm going up. I'm probably going to get my bonus today, right? I made
hell yeah.
$1.8 million. He's probably going to give me my $360,000 bonus. Thank you very much. And I get into the office, and he says to me, first thing he says is, if I ever see that kind of performance on the Florida New York Stock Exchange again, you're going to be fired with no questions asked. We do not jump up and down. We do not yell and scream. It is embarrassing to you. It is embarrassing to the firm. I don't care how much money you make. If I ever see you do that again, you're gone. And I could tell you from that moment on, okay, that was the end of me having an ego. And from that moment on, if anyone ever asked me how much money I made on a trade or do I have a position, my answer was, I'm even. So for my last 10 years on the Florida Stock Exchange, I was even every single day. And that's the only answer anyone ever got. I'm even, right? So as far as controlling your emotions, when you get really good at this, you're not going to have any. That's the bottom line. And that's a very difficult thing to get past. I mean, that's the hardest part of this. But I put my orders in where my charts tell me my orders in. I have a stop order, so I know how much I'm going to lose. I want to try to get more out of my winning trades based on my technical analysis. To me, having a good losing trade, and what's a good losing trade? Having a stop order and getting out of it before it causes too much damage. There's no difference between that and me having a winning trade. None.
Yeah.
Zero. I executed both of them the way they should have been executed. And eventually you get to the point where it becomes second nature. And I hate to say it, you want to be a robot. Things are going to work or they're not. And you cannot get too high when you have a good trade, and don't get too low when you have a bad trade. A bad trade, well executed, to me, is still a good trade. So the only way to get over that emotion, really, is to trade a lot, have a system that works for you, and two things are going to happen. It's going to work or it's not. Hopefully the system puts the odds in your favor, so it's working more than it's not. And that's all we can ask for. But it takes a lot of time. That is hard. It's hard.
Wow. Yeah, that was a great story. I have a really good question here from Richard Holt. Question for David. You worked on the floor in the UK? You didn't work in the UK. You worked in NYC, right?
New York Stock Exchange.
Okay. I'll answer this question, or I'll ask it in a better way. How did you transition from the floor to the screen, taking into account the small size and kind of maybe even like the risk parameters that you have in a live account versus on the floor?
That is a great question. That is a really good question. So when I worked on the Florida New York Stock Exchange, I didn't know what technical analysis was. Okay, I didn't have to. As a market maker and a specialist broker, I had the book in front of me, which showed every single order. And if brokers had orders, they would give them to me. So I would have the buy orders in my left hand and the sell orders in my right hand. Quite frankly, it was very easy to make money. That's why I always called specialists crooks, and they always make money and blah, blah, blah. Never did anything illegal. I never even came close to getting a fine in my 15 years down there. But it wasn't difficult to make money when you had the buyers in one hand and you bought. You had the sellers in the other hand, and you sold. It was not difficult at all. So I never used technical analysis. So when I left the Florida Stock Exchange, I mean, I was 38 years old, right? I don't know how to do anything else, guys and girls. I barely got out of high school. I didn't go to college. The only thing I've ever done my entire life is trade. It's all I know how to do. So I started day trading, and I had no idea what technical analysis was. And I tell this because it's the truth. I lost $300,000 in about 2.5 months, Nick. I had no idea what I was doing. None. And I traded based on just my ego. And if a stock went down, I said it can't go down anymore. It went down. And if it went down more, I said it can't go any further than this. And it kept going down. Until it got to the point where I felt like throwing up in a trade. And of course, that's where you get out and then it goes right back up and you would have made all your money.
Exactly.
But I didn't even know what technical analysis was. So it took me the better part of 2 years, literally 2 years, to figure out the system that I use now. It took me 2 years to get that money back. So think about, I went from trading thousands of shares when I first started and just throwing it out there because I didn't give a shit, to trading 10 shares, 50 shares, 100 shares, 200 shares, 500 shares, building it back up, getting the system that I use now, which has been tweaked a million times over the last 20 years. But yeah, it was a tough transition for me. And I find that a lot of guys, I try to help a lot of guys who worked on a floor, and I have, because it's a different world. It is a completely different world. And again, it was my ego also. You can't have an ego in trading. We're going to be wrong. It's just going to be wrong. We're going to be wrong a lot.
How long?
How about that?
Yeah, get used to it. How long have you been doing screen trading for?
Trying to think. 2000. Yeah, since 2001. Since 2001.
So
yep.
About half, roughly, like half of your trading.
Yeah, half of my trading career. Yep. Well, 15 years. I'm actually doing this longer. I'm doing this for 20 years now. Yep.
Oh, nice. Years. Yeah.
Now, look, me and Pete didn't start teaching or anything until like 6 or 7 years ago. Here's the thing with me right now, Nick, and I don't say this to be braggadocious or anything, because I'm the most humble guy you're ever going to meet. I hate people who brag about money. TikTok is full of TikTok and Twitter. I can't even look at that shit most of the time, because nobody ever posts a losing trade, whether the market's up or down, they're making money, and they post shit after they get in it. That, to me, I want to punch people in the face. Don't tell me something you did after it's up 20 points. I won't stand for that. I won't allow that. I don't want to hear it. Right? That's just ridiculous to me.
Yeah, well, we do preach transparency here. I'm not even sure, because I agreed with you.
Well, come on, bring me back, Nick. It was a good point I was trying to make.
So intently in my head, I was like, yeah, I also don't like those people.
Oh, it was good. I was going somewhere and I don't remember.
You were talking about we're talking about transitioning from the floor to the screen, and kind of like how long it took you. How about risk management? So you're now in a trading combine. I've seen you pass at least one. You're very close to passing another, and the risk parameters are probably relatively tight to what maybe a former floor trader is used to. How has that adjustment been? You probably have a lot of experience now, but how do you handle that? Really, how many trades are you taking per day with that amount of risk?
It is what it is. Like I said, I think I made $800 or $900 today. I will not look at that account anymore today. Go to your demo account. Go to your practice account. Futz around on that. I try to literally, if I can make $300 or $400 a day, okay, that's my goal. If it takes 10 days, that's fine. If it takes 20 days, that's fine. We happened to have a really good setup yesterday and a really good setup today, where I was able to take more out of those trades. But you gotta play the cards you dealt, guys. All right, and the rules are the rules. That's it. You got to play the cards you dealt. The rules are the rules. We all know what the rules are before we sign any contracts or open up any accounts. And you got to abide by the rules. Oh, I know what I was trying to say. Now I remember. The trading for me now doesn't mean, as far as me trading and making money trading, it's not a motivating factor for me. If I wanted to do that, I'd sit by myself all day long and sit and trade. It's not going to make a big difference in my life one way or the other, if I make money trading. Mine and Peter's goal is to try to get as many people and teach them how to do this on their own, people that are struggling, people that don't know how to do this. That's where, and you can believe me or not, but if you know me a little bit, you know that that's more important to me at this point in my life than any amount of money that I'm going to make from trading. We're trying to get people to the point where they can, make a couple of bucks doing this. And that's what's most important to me. Pete's been on the floor for 35 years, right? Pete could have retired 30 years ago. Trust me. We love the game. Wow. This is the only thing I know how to do. To me, even trading Topstep, I'm in a Super Bowl every fucking day. I don't care if it's one pardon my language. I don't care if it's one contract.
Should have been here yesterday.
I don't care if it's a half a contract. This is my love. This is what you guys can tell, that this is what I love to do. And you also know in 2 seconds if someone is. Go ahead, Nick.
No. You're about to say something.
Say it. No, I'm good.
No, you were.
All right. In this business, there are a lot of people that want to sell you something. Okay. Millions of them. Right. I know people who have spent $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 trying to learn how to do this. You don't have to do that. Okay. I can tell in 30 seconds when someone posts something or I go look at a trading group or something else, I can tell in 30 seconds whether someone's full of shit or not. It's not hard to tell. So the reason that me and Peter are with Topstep now is because they're the best. They're not. Everybody here is trying to help you do this, right? Topstep Live TV, the coaching, the mentoring. That's why we are. I've never collaborated with anyone in my whole career. We don't need to, right? But Topstep is here to get everybody where they need to be. Take your time. I don't care how long it takes, but they have the best resources of. I won't even ever talk about another prop firm as far as futures is concerned. It's 50,000 times better, and I've tried them all, guys and girls. Okay, I have. There's no need to look anywhere else, and I'm not bullshitting anybody. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think that. So these guys are the best, quite simply. Nick and Mike and everybody who's involved. They're here for you guys, truly.
That's so kind. And also, you were also there for all of your traders. I know we shot something last week, a little brief webinar. Welcome to Topstep videos. So if you do end up joining one of David's or Peter's courses, you might see my lovely face in there. But David and Peter are there. You are repping Topstep now, which is awesome.
We are.
It is awesome.
Yep.
So follow us on Instagram, and also follow Peter on Instagram as well. Yep. So it's been great. We love just bringing in authentic, real traders. I mean, you and Peter are about as real as it gets. I mean, what a treat to be able to to talk to you right now and have chat. Even here enjoying this is awesome. Vinchez just asked, how do we improve our psychology? I think, David, you did answer that question a little bit earlier, but maybe you can answer. How do you, for a new trader who doesn't have a boss to yell at them on the floor to be like, never do that ever again or else I'm firing you? For the regular human out there who's trying to trade, how does Joe Trader try to improve their psychology if they're by themselves? Or maybe they have a friend.
To me, here's a few simple things, okay? And again, you got to have some rule-based system. And I don't care what you use to trade. I don't care if you use the technical analysis or times and sales or price action. It doesn't matter what it does. I always tell people, and I spend a lot of time on psychology, and I talk about some very simple rules, okay? Have a stop order on every single trade that you do. Don't average into stocks unless we're looking at a special circumstance. Know when to stop trading when you're losing money, and more importantly, know when to stop trading when you're making money. These are the things that I drill into my traders, okay? I think that we had 45 people in my room this morning. By 10 o'clock, 17 people had private messaged me, whatever it was, 10. Yeah, I think after 10 o'clock, after we had this far from moving average trade. Half the people in my room private messaged me, said, Dave, I hit my goal, I'm gone. And those just
beautiful
rule-based things are the most important part of psychology. And then, of course, you got to come up with a system that works. And if you're doing trades based on whatever system you're using, and they work or they don't, hopefully they work more often than they don't, your psych will improve with that. You'll see, okay, I waited for this setup. I did my orders where they were. I executed the trade, and I made a couple of bucks. Okay, this one didn't work. I lost a couple of bucks. It's not something that should, I hate to say this, Nick, but it's not something that should take a long time. There's some rules. Follow the rules.
Yeah.
Okay? Follow those simple rules. If you don't, I can tell you this, you're never going to figure this out. And I've had people come to me and join my trading room that had a shitload of money, okay? But they weren't interested in following any rules. They just wanted to make a lot of money fit. And I said, I don't want you here anymore. I don't care how much money you have. You're just going to keep throwing it away. And you're going to keep throwing good money after bad. we're not gamblers. Okay, get that through your head too. I don't gamble. I don't gamble. This is not a game of chance to me. I am not making a trade until the odds of that trade are in my favor. Still not going to work every time. It's like when you're playing poker and you get dealt pocket aces, right? You're the favorite, right? You're the favorite in that hand every single time.
Mhm.
Are you going to win every time? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I want to be in a trade where the odds are in my favor of that trade working. That's it. It's just that simple.
Is this something you saw on the floor a lot? Is like maybe newer traders coming in feeling full of themselves and trying to shoot for the moon, make a bunch of money and get all these profits all in one day? I mean, do you see that in the floor? I would definitely see it at Topstep. I mean, people are trying to get funded as fast as possible, and I do not recommend it. I mean, what is
I can tell you this.
driving these? Yeah,
I'll tell you this, Nick. I knew plenty of them guys. Let's just say that they're not doing it anymore now. I knew plenty of them, and they didn't last long. Okay, because everything on the floor was just based on how much money you made. Nobody, look, I was one of 4 brothers, which is a great story too, Nick. Me and my 3 brothers all worked on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange at the same time.
Wow.
For almost 15, 20 years, right? And we weren't very popular. I can tell you that right now. We were fair. We were honest. But, it was no bullshit. This is what it was. We were there. Nobody ever had a problem with our tradings or executions, but, it was what it was. I wasn't there to make friends. I was there to make money.
Yeah.
I made a lot of great friends, though, along the way.
Oh,
but the
great.
guys, the guys who were swinging for the fences, I have never done that my whole career. Give me singles and doubles. I've always been that way. The only reason I made that much money on one trade is because I opened it at the right price and it went up $10. But I'm a singles and doubles guy. That's it.
Yeah.
I just want to.
I mean, I think that's a great lesson too. I mean, just having someone of your experience and caliber just say I'm a singles and doubles guy is, I think, what like 90% of traders really need to hear is just, listen, I'm making a couple $100 today and I'm done. And I'm gonna get on with my life. And I'll come back and try to do it tomorrow. And I'll try to do it tomorrow.
Do you know $200 a day is $50,000 a year? What's wrong with that for extra income? And it's very achievable. That is not, that's not out there. That's not far out there at all.
Well, it's the video game. It's the video game mentality. And I'll tell you a story. When I was trading at Topstep, I would trade in the morning and then go work at a restaurant at night. And I was doing fine dining and I was trading crude oil. And I could be up $400, $500 in a real account, real money, and not bat an eye and not take any profits, have it come back against me and maybe end up down on the day or break even. I would go to work 8 hours a day, physical labor, working in a restaurant. I would make $250 and be over the moon. Well, I had $500 in my hand that morning, but I'm happy about the $250 I worked for. And it's the screen video game system that can really kind of, mess up some traders. So I'm really happy you say that. Just take those.
Yeah, I mean, some people treat the keyboard. They treat this keyboard like the Nintendo Wii, like it's a game.
Yeah,
I try to treat it like an ATM. If I push the right buttons, money comes out, and if you push the wrong buttons and don't follow the rules, you're going to be putting money in. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. And what was I going to say? I think I even heard of some traders who used to pin like $100 bills on their monitor so they could actually see the physical money of what they were making.
Yep, 100%.
Like, damn, that's a pretty cool one. Cause it's like I had a $100 bill here. Oh, I'm up $500. That's five. I mean, if someone gave me five $100 bills right now,
Yes.
I mean, that'd be pretty damn good. I'm not going to complain about that. You know what I mean?
No, and most people who are joining Topstep, and there's a bunch of people who are making a lot of money, guys. So that can happen, right? It can happen. I mean, Nick and the guys show you accounts all the time, right? But there's a bunch of people who join it, and they just gamble, and it's not going to work. We don't want anybody to do that. Everyone makes more money when you stick around. Everybody.
I know, but it's so boring is the problem. It's people want to see the big numbers, big size, multiple lots, and
good traders should be bored most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
good traders should be bored most of the time, Nick.
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
All right, we're spiking up. So check out the NQ chart again one more time before we get out of here, Nick. Again, we
Yeah, let's do
pulled
it. Oh,
back
yeah,
to all
we're
that
getting
price
close.
action. But look, we pulled back to all that price action again and didn't break down, right? So do I like this now? 72, 07, 28. It's 37 points. I'm not as crazy about it right now.
Okay.
Not as crazy about it. Plus, I had a good day. I mean, it'll still, I bet you that still works for a trade, but I'm okay with the money I made today. So even though I see what could be potentially a
Let's
really
say,
good trading setup.
Yeah. Let's say, you keep, theoretically, let's say you kept this trade on, because we're going to wrap up in a couple of minutes, so it's not going to come to fruition. But for chat's sake, let's say this does end up getting filled and they want to play along. What would be like your profit target and your stop loss for this trade? Just theoretically, you got filled on it.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that it would have been a good trade if we got up there on this green bar. The fact that we're kind of just sitting in here now, again, makes me like it less. But let's say it's 18.4010, 18.410. Okay, I would trade it like this, 18.410. I'm short. I try to get some at 18.405 for 5 points. I try to get some.
Are you journaling your trade right now?
What's that?
Are you writing down your trade?
I'm just writing it down so I can tell people what I would do.
Oh, got it. Got it.
So if it hits, I try to take 5 and 10 points, lower my stop to break even, and see if we can get a pullback, down to the 80 level for 27, 28 points. That's how I would execute this trade. Give me 5 points.
Nice.
Give me 10 points. Bring my stop order down. See if we continue a little red bound there, and my ultimate final target would be, 15 to 20 points. I wish it would have just spiked up there because I know it would have worked. See how we're getting a little red bar now? So imagine if this one bar could have taken us all the way up here, we would have got that same 102 red bars down. Now, the longer it stays here, quite frankly now, if we can stay in between here and then get above that, it's going to be a better buy. So if we spiked right up there now, we would have already taken 10 and 15 points out of that trade. But it came close. Not really. So it's not a trade anymore. I wouldn't even do it now.
All right. Well, it's good to know. Good to know. This is kind of the formation I like. If you go on a 5-minute chart, I like these little square boxes of 5-minute candles. I like the range trade. Very consistent, and we would like to get short up there and long on the bottoms. Ideally, that'd be pretty good. So we'll kind of see how NQ ends up here. We are getting to the end of our time here. I think chat had a fantastic time listening to you answering their questions. Chat, if you do want more of David and Peter, Wall Street Global Trading Academy, I just dropped the link in there. Feel free to check it out. I'm going to go ahead and give you the last minute or two here, David. If you have anything to say, the chat here, feel free.
One thing we're doing, Nick, for next week, we have our monthly free webinar. It doesn't cost anything. So you just go to www.gta.com and you can sign up for our webinar on next Wednesday at 8 p.m. For free for everybody. I'll be there for a couple of hours. We'll answer anybody's questions in detail. We'll show you a little bit more about what we do. We'll talk more about Topstep. I'm excited. I really am. I think we're starting to build something really cool with Nick and Mike at Topstep. It has now become an official part of our course. So anyone who buys our course is going to get Nick for an hour and a half and me also. So, but whatever. Nobody has to buy our course now. Come next Wednesday night for free. We'll see everybody at the webinar.
That's awesome. And then I'm going to close out here with one last question. Someone wanted your Think or Swim layout. Is that available somewhere if they want to download it? Just whatever you have set up?
Yeah, I mean, it's available in our course, but you want to pop my email in there, Nick? I'll share it with anybody who wants it.
Yeah, let me, I'll grab your email real quick and I'll put it in there.
Yep.
So if you want that Think or Swim or ask him some questions in general, David has allowed me to post his email. I'm going to send it in. David. You sure you want that?
Yeah, it's okay.
Some of these people in chat, you never know. Okay, so here we go. There is his email in chat. So if you want the think or swim thing, or if you have any questions for David, feel free to email him. He's been kind enough to answer your emails. Let him know, though, you're from Topstep at the very least. Say you tuned in to this group
That's
coaching
right.
on 313. At 313, you were watching group coaching, and send David an email if you want. But I'm going to wrap it up here. Thank you so much, David. Thank you, chat, for asking some great questions. We are up next with KV and Andre and Hoag with Patience with KV. So stick around, and we got some more trade in action coming up, plus Power Hour at 2 p.m. with Andre, myself, and Isaac Suffren. So hang out, keep on trading with us, and we will see you 2 weeks from now with David Green. And when's the webinar again, David? One last time?
Next Wednesday at 8 p.m. Look,
next Wednesday
I don't want
at
to
8
stop
p.m.
you if you want to go buy our course. It's okay at Wall Street Global.
Yeah, or
If
do
you
that
want
too.
to, it's fine.
Check it out. Yeah, but hey,
Nick, thank you so much. I
see
love
it
being
live.
here.
Wednesday, 8 p.m. All right, let's see you. Have a good one, everybody.
welcome to Patience with KV. It's kind of a tough act to follow following that group coaching session, but we're very excited to have KV with us. A little bit about KV. He was born in Albania, but now resides in New York City. He's been with Topstep for about 10 months now. He's got a couple of combines open. His balance right now, 154,460. His winning day percentage, 100%. Average trade winning trade percentage, 73%. Average daily P&L, $446. You can make a lot of money at $446 a day. And his reward over risk ratio is 1.26 to 1, mostly trading the NASDAQ and the ES futures. He's been trading for over 9 years, but only one of those years has been trading futures, mostly focusing on trading stocks and stock options before that. Focuses on key support and resistance levels in order to drive his trade decisions. Also utilizes a daily and multi-day VWAP indicator. There's that VWAP again. But outside of trading, KV enjoys traveling as well as cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the party, KV. How you doing this morning, my friend?
Right. Thanks for having me, guys. Always a pleasure to be on here. So far, so good. It has been a very, very interesting week. A little bit slow today compared to what we saw yesterday with us post-CPI movement, but it to me makes a little bit more sense with this kind of flatness we're seeing today. The volatility still has not, gotten away. We're still very volatile. Obviously not as much as yesterday, but still, even though the candles are looking a little bit tiny, if you're looking at the movements, you can make a lot with these tiny candles here and there.
Yeah, I mean, if you have your right strategy, kind of range-bound strategy so far in the S&Ps is working, and that failed auction at the bottom of the NASDAQ was certainly a gift for those that were noticing that. Haven't had a chance to say hello to Andre. Andre, it's great to have you back with us today. How you doing?
Yeah. Good. Thanks for having me here. It's good to be. This is an interesting trio here. Got a wealth of knowledge. Patience with KV. I'm sure we'll get into why it's called Patience. This is my first time in the markets for the day, as I had some appointments in the morning. So I'm just taking a look here, John, trying to play catch up. What have I missed in the ES? I see we're in an 19-point range on the day. Maybe call it 20 points. Let's just round up. What have I missed, or have I not missed anything?
Well, this morning we did catch the opening range trade for a couple $100, and so that was good. That's really all I've done. But we have been noticing, even though it's rollover, we've got some pretty substantial negative delta in the S&Ps. Negative delta minus 19,000 right now. It's added 2,000 in negative delta since we started in the green room. I mean, it just keeps piling up. Sellers keep trying to hit those bids and trying to move price lower, and relatively unsuccessfully. So you may have a decent opportunity during Patience today, or certainly after at power hour at the end of the day. NASDAQ, it left the opening range at the high of the day. That remains the high of the day in the NASDAQ. We did have a failed auction below the initial balance in the NASDAQ that kind of rotated things back in the middle of the range where it's been kind of hanging out all day, and very little delta in the NASDAQ. I even looked at the March S&Ps. There's negative delta even in the March S&Ps. What that means during rollover, not quite sure, but it's looking like we've got some possibly substantial buyers here in the S&Ps. And again, that could be very interesting for possible trades later on in this session, or certainly during power hour. We'll look forward to seeing you in that.
Absolutely.
KV, have you traded today?
Today, just a few scalps, not my main kind of things that I'm looking for. Monday and Tuesday, the setups that I'm looking for, much better. One and done type of days, just waiting, executing, and just calling it a day, which again, it's sometimes tough to do, especially when we had those crazy volatility moves like yesterday. But again, just be, like we've said many times, being happy with profits and not getting too greedy with it either. So
yeah, that's good.
I wish for some people, I wish Topstep had a lock-in functionality where if you make a certain amount of money, they lock you out for the day, just like they have the daily stop loss rule as well. Because
someone clip that. I swear to God, Michael was just
so
saying
many-
he's. Sorry for interrupt. I apologize for interrupt. Michael wants to introduce something like that into Topstep X. I'm not joking. Where you're locked out. You like where your profits are at for the day. You're locked out, and you call it a day, and you can't log in until the opening, the reopen, the 5 p.m. reopen Central Time. Michael's talking about adding that feature in TopStep X. That's hilarious. You
I'll
said that.
highly recommend it. Yeah,
Good
because
idea.
I've seen so many traders just be their own enemy, right? Because they're up for the day and they don't know what to stop because they don't know what to do. I mean, they don't have anything else to kind of pass their time with, so they just continue trading and trading and trading, and the next thing they know, they hit their daily stop loss limit. So sometimes you are your own enemy with this game.
And David Green was just talking about that. You got to know when to trade and when to not trade, and you got to be able to walk away up money from time to time. So I like that idea. Maybe even kind of a trailing lockout. You're up 1,000, it brings your trailing lockout to 500. You're up 2,000, it brings your trailing lockout to like 1,200, something like that. Something you can adjust for yourself and then stick to it. That's the problem, right?
It's the sticking to it. Like I see so many people, okay, I'm done for the day. Next thing they know, they're opening another trade. So it's if it's gonna help those people that can't keep themselves accountable. So it's I think it's gonna benefit a lot of people. But yeah, I mean, just being patient. Like yesterday, waited all day just to take one trade in the afternoon session, and that was it, right? So even though it feels like you're wasting time, would you rather feel like you're wasting time but you're still flat and waiting for that right setup so you're green for the day, or you just like want to mess up with the market and next thing you know your account is being blown up?
So important, KV, to think that and to act like that. A lot of trading is boring. It's just waiting for the next opportunity, and of course, that's going to change according to your time frame and the number of trades that you're trading in that time frame. But if you're waiting for a setup, if you're waiting for a trade to come to you, you may sit there for a long time and feel like you're wasting your time. But getting involved just to get involved rarely is a good idea. It's a great thought, KV. We certainly want to try and stay patient, wait for the right opportunities.
Whenever you feel like you're forcing a setup or you're looking for a setup, it's never the right time to trade, right? Because if you don't see it the first time, then it's just going to be you trying hard and hard and hard for something that might not even be there. So yep. So more about patience, right? More about waiting, sitting on your hands more than the trading stuff. Like my trades only last a few minutes. I'm not in a trade for an hour, 2 hours. They only last a few minutes. I'm waiting, an hour, 2 hours, whatever, for that to kind of develop and give me the right entry. But I'm not in the trade for more than a few minutes, maybe seconds sometimes.
Well, KV, I mean, if you're looking at, you're focusing on key support and resistance areas and focusing on VWAP, I mean, when price is away from one of those key levels or the VWAP, you're going to have to just sit and wait, right?
Yep. 100%. 100%. I call them areas of not interest. Like I'm not, like, for example, right now we're in between, we're in between two key areas that I have here, the 18,400 level on NASDAQ, and then we have this demand zone, the 360 area. So right now I am not interested on it because as long as it stays in between these two zones, for me, it's just going to stay sideways, where again, you could have some quick scalps here and there, but again, it's not something that is interesting to me. So I'd rather sit it out and see what it does around these areas. And again, I'm not predicting, okay, if it goes to 400, it's going to break. No, I'm waiting for the 400, for example, to the upside and just reacting to the price. If buyers are stronger, we can take the longs. If we see sellers come in and see that level acting as a resistance, we take the shorts, right? Just reacting to the price levels, never predicting.
Right.
Very good.
KV,
very good.
The name of this segment is called Patience, right? And we spell patience differently. PAY, not PAI, not patience. And I think you alluded to that with your style of trading. You wait hours and hours and hours for 30-second trade, a 1-minute trade.
Yep.
Obviously, it's been profitable. Tell us, how do you stay so disciplined? Or are you somebody just waiting for markets to break out of a certain level? Because right now, NASDAQ's trading right around VWAP right now. I know we were talking about VWAP earlier as an indicator, and you're saying you're going to sit on your hands because we haven't broken above 400 or below 360.
Yep, yeah, 360.
So even though we're at VWAP right now, there's still nothing. More patience, correct?
More patient, right? So more patient because again, just looking at the performance as well. The on this account that I'm trading on right now, the 100% win ratio is just because of that. I'm just waiting and then exiting, and then when I mean exiting, I'm like exiting the platform, not just exiting the trade. I'm done with it, and then I'm completely locked out. And it works much better that way. You're not going through an emotional roller coaster, up down. Just wait for it, position yourself correctly, and be done for the day, because there's plenty of days for you to make a good yearly income that you don't have to take all of the moves in one single day. You just don't have to. You could try, and there are traders who take a lot of these moves, but I prefer just focusing on one and done, maybe 2 trades a day, and just calling it there if your position size correctly, right?
Yes.
And always trading for tomorrow. That sounds like what you're doing. 100% winning days, 73% winning trades. You are being very patient and looking for those right opportunities. KV, let me ask you. It says in your little bio here that you're using daily and multi-day VWAP indicators. How many days are you adding to that multi-day VWAP?
So I have a couple on my screen. I go even as far as 1 year, but what I've seen works best, and if you just want to keep your charts as clean as possible, a 2-day view up works. Oh my god, like it works if you just have the regular view up, so the daily one plus a 2-day view up, it does wonders. If you want to add the other ones, you definitely can. Again, on my charts here, I have a quarterly view up, I have a yearly view up as well, which they do tend to work. Like, so these bounces here that we saw in the morning on NASDAQ, all of these lines that I have here, these are view up lines, so multi-time frame. But again, if you just want to keep it as simple as possible, daily and 2-day view up works wonders. And again, combining that with whatever you guys are comfortable with, because anything on its own isn't going to give you enough. I like to wait for double confirmation. So for example, if you want to look at what the candles are doing, or if you want to look at what the volume is doing at that point of time, or if you want to look at a horizontal support and resistance level, you could do that as well. But just look for those double confirmations, which is gonna save you from entering trades that are not A plus, right? So you're just gonna weed out, and it's gonna make you enter less trades as well. Because if you start being selective, technically you'll start opening less trades because you're waiting for more confirmations. Again, I'm not telling have 100 confirmations, because you're never gonna open a trade that way. You're just gonna be staying in front of the screen and just waiting for everything to line up. Next thing you know, the trade setup is over. But 2 to 3 is fine.
All right. So that red line on the bottom there that it bounced off of a couple of times earlier, that's the yearly VWAP?
This is the quarterly. That is the
quarterly.
Yep.
Quarterly. Okay, I was thinking a yearly might be kind of far away.
That is the quarterly view up. That is the quarterly view up. And if I look at the other ones here as well, so if I'm just going over what I have on my screen right now, so basically we have the 2-day view up, which is this yellow line here, and then we have the 3-day view up. 3-day view up is this purple one, which found this 1002 bottom on NASDAQ, right? And then the quarterly view up just made this zone. And whenever we have these zones, obviously I'm going to pay more attention to it, because there's more view ups close to each other, right? So it just makes it a little bit stronger.
Got it.
That way, again, it found a lot of these bounces, and 1, 2, 3 bounces on that zone. The fourth time it broke, it was more aggressive, right? So it's just going to make me a little bit more confident in trusting those bounces. If you're a type of trader who likes to catch bounces or rejections, I've seen multi-time frame view ups work like crazy, crazy. And then if I want to look at the monthly one, I have this one here, which looks like it found these Monday lows right here, right? Monday, and then the Tuesday low here. That's the monthly right here at the bottom.
Okay. Nice. that line that put in the low there in the NASDAQ, that was one of your support levels?
This is one of the support levels, right? Sorry.
Support level. Nice level. Do you calculate those on your own, or are they just kind of
Yep,
like
that is
floor
that is
pivot
my
levels?
no, that is my calculation. Actually, this worked pretty well on NQ, but even better on ES today. If I open ES, I mean, much better on ES, I would say. Found it a couple of times there, and again, this obviously it's shown even before the price gets there.
Right.
But yeah, they're very tight because usually, like I have 3 resistances, 3 supports. Looking at today, we just hit one of those supports just because we're so flat. Usually, on days where the price action is a little bit more trendy, we tend to hit, at least like resistance 2 or resistance 3, or the opposite direction. Today, just looking at this price action, it is very flat. Again, I'm not saying you can't make money, because you can make money. The candles are a little bit larger than usual, so it makes up for the profits, but it's very rangy. It's just that's how it is.
So you say you're in trades for a pretty short period of time, but when you do get into a more of a trend day, do you try and hold from level to level?
It's gonna depend how far those levels are, right? If they're too far, like if it's going to take me half an hour to hit a level, probably no, right? I've started to use though the trailing stop loss on Topstep X. I've used trailing stop losses again for 7+ year on options. I never did for futures. And I was like, let me just give this a try as well. Very good. Like it worked much better than I expected. So, and if anyone hasn't tried it yet, the trailing stop loss on Topstep X, you can just put a tick value there, how much you want the stop loss to be from the most recent high, and you can just let it ride up. So it takes a little bit the emotions out of the equation, because you can just like set it and forget it, right? It just sits there. You can even leave your desk, and that's going to stop you out automatically. If it goes whatever, if you put 60 ticks, it's going to be 60 ticks for the most recent high, 100 ticks, and so on. That's totally up to you, depending on what your risk parameters are.
I haven't really had the opportunity to really look and use that trailing stop, which is something I should look into, because I'm historically horrible at trailing stops. I'm sorry, Andre. Please go ahead.
No, there was a great question here in the chat from Manuel Pinkins. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Manuel asked, what is absorbing all this selling in equities? We're talking about this delta at 19,000. Sorry to change subjects a little bit, but I thought it was kind of relevant for where we're at in the markets. Markets are trading a little bit sideways here. So I figured we'd make this question: who or what is absorbing all this selling? We're seeing a negative 19,000 delta in ES, and we're seeing prices aren't going lower. Who is stacking these bids? What are we to make of this price action? John, I'll ask you first, and we'll throw it over to KV, but I thought it was a really good question. Hell, I've been wondering the same thing. Who's absorbing all this? He's hypothesized maybe we're trying to get out of a position, but I mean, getting out of a position from where? We're at like all-time highs, so how short can they really be? Like, who are the bids? Who's absorbing all this?
Okay, so we're in the teeth of rollover right now, right? So if I'm in a long March position and I want to roll that position into June, I have to sell the March and buy the June. Now, there's 2 ways for me to do that. One way is to work the spread. So here is
Look at this.
the March-June spread, okay? It is currently trading at $64, $64.50, right? That is currently the spread. There's a 64.5 point premium to the June than in the March. But if I'm long March and I want to use the spread, I can do that. I want to try and work the bid on the spread so I can save myself a tick on every contract that I trade. Or I can leg. I can sell the March and then try and catch the June on a downtick by placing orders just to sit there and wait for price to come down and fill me. So I can beat the spread that way, or I can get beat by the spread. If I don't get my longs in June, then I'm going to have to pay up for them. So what I think, and sometimes we see these divergences occur without rollover being there, and I think those are a little bit more prominent. We have negative 20,000 in delta in the June S&Ps. That means that there's 20,000 more contracts that have traded throughout the day on the bid than on the offer. Aggressive selling, you would think, would push price lower, but when it doesn't, there may be a longer time frame presence in the market, just placing bids, scooping up everything they can, and this delta has been decreasing in value or increasing in negativity all day long. So you can almost see that in the body of this profile, a lot of buying was coming in sneakily in small little batches, and short time frame sellers selling into them. And after a while, the short time frame traders won't sell into those anymore. So they move the bids up. Look at where we are spending time now. We are at the high of the profile. We keep bringing in more negative delta. And if we're correct, if we're right, and it's always a big if, everything is, a hypothesis, then we're going to end up with a large group of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders that want to go home flat today that are going to have to cover all of those short positions. Now, we've seen this before. We've seen it in Power Hour. It's a little bit different when rollover is on. But when we look at the March, we have negative delta there as well. So with the fact that they're both negative, of course, the March is nowhere near as deep of a negative, because maybe, that could be the longer time frame traders hitting bids to get out of long positions in March that they want to replace now in the June contract. If we get a big pop, I would say that there's going to be some bigger, longer time frame traders who are going to get stuck the wrong way in that spread, and they're going to have to jump on this as well. So it's going to be an interesting Power Hour today. So, who is absorbing all that selling? Well, I mean, the most logical, I guess, solution, looking at that delta and seeing the market not going in the direction of the more aggressive sellers, would be longer time frame buyers. And if that's the case, again, they're going to get everybody too short, and at the end of the day, you're going to see the market pop. Now, it does happen that way. But if the presence that is buying the June contract finishes their business today, then anything can go. If Elvis leaves the building, anything can happen. The shorter time frame sellers can actually get an opportunity to sell price lower and take profit on that. It's, there's no perfect formula for when it's going to work and when it's not, but it's just another data point that we like to keep an eye on here. So
100%.
Hope that's a good answer.
Good question. Great answer. I hope that helped Manuel. That was it helped me. KV, yes. A lot of the shorts are coming in, hitting the bid. The bids just keep stacking, absorbing it all. Like John was saying, could set up for an interesting Power Hour. My man Zachary Hobbs said, "Delta fools you, LOL." Well, it's been quite profitable lately, Zachary.
Can.
So tune in to Power Hour. Let's see if it fools us. We'll all find out together. But
I mean, look, everything could fool you, right? The breakout could fool you as well. So, if there was something that was going to give us the same thing 100% of the time, that there would not be any market, because everyone would be winning. So it's all probabilities, guys, and that's why I love trading so much, because it's about probabilities, right? And when you have a system, whether that be looking at delta, whether that be simple as just supply and demand, right? It's just, okay, how can I line up the probabilities to be on my side as much as possible? They're never going to be 100%, but just being on the high probability side is going to make you have so much better trades, higher win ratio, and all of that. So it's much better to just accept that sometimes you're going to get fooled as well. But waiting for the right setup is you never eliminate the losses. You just try and decrease them a little bit. I saw a lot of comments. I saw a lot of comments as well. People saying trailing stop loss doesn't exist on Topstep X. It's there, guys. Just go to the order tab, and when it says order type, You have market, limit, stop market, and the last one is trailing stop. So
Well done, KV.
it's there. Like I'm literally watching it with my own eyes right now. So it's there.
And you can also, if you want to go to my chart here, you can enter with a stop. If you right click on the chart, I can put a buy stop above the market here. I can buy one there. So now I've got a stop in to enter if price gets to that level, to enter along if price gets to that level. So yeah, there's a couple of different ways to do it.
Great stuff.
We're still in the range here, guys. Still in between those key zones, 400, 360. ES, same thing. If you're watching the 5-minute time frames, it is what I like to call, and what you guys like to call as well, just barcoding at this point, right? Nothing's happening. We're just
really caught on,
consolidating
John.
again. Right, so it is looking like it's preparing for a move during power hour. Will it happen? We're gonna see, but volume is starting to die down a little bit as well. Looking at the bar volume, right? So we are decreasing as well a little bit there. So unless we see that buyer increase, or buyer and seller, depending on which one, but unless we see the volume increase during power hour, we might even close this way, which I would not be surprised, because we've done it many times. We did the same thing on Monday as well. Like if you look at the Monday price action, guys, they look literally like twins right now. Twins.
Yes, they do.
So
It's because we had
don't feel like
CPI on Thursday, or on Tuesday, and PPI on Thursday.
PPI on Thursday, yeah. PPI, and guys, PPI is more important. Is more important because it's a leading indicator. PPI is from the production side, so it's not on the consumer yet. Like we haven't felt that yet. The companies are feeling that, but we haven't felt that yet. So it's always leading because it hasn't come to the consumer yet. CPI is already gone. That's what happened last month. So tomorrow it's going to be much important depending on how the numbers come. So maybe we just stay like this, and we close like this as well, and see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, people that are trading pre-market 8:30 a.m. New York time tomorrow, we're gonna see stuff happen again. So just keep that in mind. Hopefully it doesn't catch anyone off guard there.
I'll be sitting here with my popcorn watching.
Butter or no butter, John?
Oh, are you kidding? Look at me. Butter. Always.
Extra butter. Hell yes. Well, KV, while we sit here with our popcorn in our hands, get a little butter on our fingers, we're waiting for 18,400. We break out above that. Maybe we can look to catch along. But if we don't, we're just going to sit on our hands and wait till tomorrow is basically the game plan. Although we do have this delta this building. John, what is thank you, Rips. What is delta at currently? It was 19. It was about 30 minutes ago. It was at negative 19,000 in the ES. What are we at right now?
Negative 20,000 right now.
Wow,
negative
really?
20,000. Yes.
All right, who was that? Who said that? We'll see if it
In
fools
this
us.
tiny little
Power
range.
here. Yes.
Yeah, well, and he's not wrong. I mean, sometimes it will fool you. Sometimes it won't play out the way you think. And like KV said, man, if there was anything that we could count on 100%, we would just be killing it. And aside from having tomorrow's newspaper today, there's nothing that's going to be able to do that for us.
There's a question in the chat that says, from Hugo, do you analyze single stocks, for example, Microsoft? So I would answer that this way. You're not analyzing to trade, but you're analyzing to understand where the market might be headed to. Because we have to understand, right? You're trading NASDAQ and Q. Obviously, you want to look at what the big components of this index are doing, right? And the biggest three is going to be Microsoft, Apple, and NASDAQ. You could look at the top 10 as well if you want to look at more stocks, but you definitely want to have those on watch, because what a lot of people get confused is, it's like, okay, the market's moving, it might move Microsoft, where it's the opposite, right? It's these stocks that are moving the market, because the index is just made of percentages of all these stocks, of holdings of all these stocks. So you might see some of them move a little bit earlier. So you see maybe Microsoft move earlier, and then you see that Apple and NASDAQ and NVIDIA are lagging, right? So you might try and catch some relative strength, relative weakness trades that way. But yeah, I would honestly recommend, if you want to have at least the top three on the watch, so Microsoft, Apple, and NVIDIA on the side, it helps, right? especially if you have multiple monitors, if you have some what I call monitor real estate, right? So you just have that real estate space there. Have it like 3 extra charts there. Again, we're not trading those with futures, but you're just understanding where the market might be headed to, depending on if these stocks are strong or not.
Indeed, we are in a barcoding formation here in S&Ps and NASDAQ. We are barcoding. John, that phrase really took off. Was that you or your brother? Was that your brother who said barcoding, or was that you?
That was my brother Rick. Although I like to call him Randolph, and he calls me Mortimer.
That's what brothers do. That's what brothers do. But if Rick's out there, barcoding. It definitely looks like it. Looks like a barcode. And the barcoding, the candles are getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
It's getting tighter. It's getting tighter, right? And the wicks are there as well. What can you do, right? So if you try and trade this, again, you could super scalp it. You could like go on a 30-second time frame and trade this, but it just depends on what you're looking for. And I'm definitely not looking for that at this time.
Randolph, the usual amount.
All right. Well, we got this potential short squeeze setting up here. People are interested in this Delta story that's unfolding here. So tune into Power Hour. John will definitely keep us updated on that as it does continue to grow. If this market doesn't go lower, I mean, a lot of these are short-term, I always say wrong, short-term time frame trades. And guess what they're going to have to do on the close? They're going to have to cover. If it's not going lower, they'll have no bids to work. They're going to have to lift offers to the upside. So guess who's going to fuel the rallies? Those shorts. Just a hypothetical. This is just a strategy. If it doesn't play out, it doesn't play out. This is just something that we're thinking we watch unfold throughout the day. This is going to be possibly my only trade of the day, as I wasn't able to trade this morning. So this could be my only trade of the day. And I'm comfortable taking, like KV said, and like the name of the segment is called Patience. KV was just talking about he'll wait hours, right? KV, hours and hours and hours, no trade, no trade. And then you enter a trade, you're in, 60 seconds maybe? But those hours of patience pays off.
Yeah, that's a bold... Sorry.
It's less stress as well, right? It's less stress as well instead of just opening. Again, it's based on what your trading personality is, guys, right? I'm not saying this is the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do, right? You could make money even if you open 1 million positions a day, but it's basically what you look for and what you're comfortable with. Because this might work for me. You could try and replicate it, and maybe it's not going to work for you because you might enter too late. You might not be as patient. So it's just, again, finding your trading personality, which is one of the things you have to do as well. If you want to take this seriously and you want to do this for a few more years, not just, a few more months.
That's right.
Andre, that's a bold strategy, Cotton. It's smart. Market's going higher unless it goes lower.
Indeed, it can go in one of two ways. It can go one of two ways. Well, actually, we've been going sideways. We've been going sideways for the last hour. So yes.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, that's true. Go sideways too.
If it doesn't go higher, it will go lower. Indeed, as Dolby always like to say, it cannot be stuck in this range forever. And another Dolbyism. That might be page 11 or page 12 of the book we're writing here on TopstepTV for Dolby. He'll be joining us for Power Hour. But yes, the market cannot be range bound forever. So you got to wait. And like KV's saying, he's waiting for a breakout above 18,400 or a break beneath, 360, right? 18,360.
Or a bounce at 360, right? We could get a demand zone bounce at 360, depending if buyers can come in there. But I think the moves are waiting for Dolby to come in Power Hour.
Yes, there you go.
Dolby, listening. Dolby's had a hell of a marathon day. I think he's taking a quick break here, probably fueling up on some lunch. Some water here for the big Power Hour. But yes, the market typically does wait for Dolby to get in there, and then we start rocking and rolling here. But in the meantime, it looks like crude's making a little move to the upside, just a penny off the highs. Well, we're stuck in a range there in crude. What do we got? And John, we see anything on tilt today? Any abnormal leans one way or another?
Nothing. I have not seen any. I've been, I check it when I can. Right now we're 60% long in the S&P, 67% long in the NASDAQ, 64% long in crude, and 50-50 dead even in crude oil. What we don't want to happen today is something like the Helsinki Institute, the Helsinki, what was it? Yeah. Incident from 1926, and we all know how that came up.
What is that from? What's that from?
It was from dodgeball. Just like the Cotton thing,
I love it. I got it. Yeah.
Bold strategy, Cotton.
Bold strategy.
Let's see if it works.
Poop was on you. All right. Hey, here. All right, KV. So talk to us. Talk to us here. We're coming up to 18.
Yep,
We just touched 400. So what are you thinking here?
We just touched 400, so let's see. I mean, look at the way sellers are coming in there. So
You said no chance.
there's no strength on this one. There's no look at the way it just failed.
Yeah.
So
Sure did.
let's see. I mean,
Rejection.
especially we were getting a little bit. I would say Nasdaq is moving a little bit earlier than the ES. If you're watching the ES chart, guys, it's a little more sideways. We didn't even retest those highs,
Wow.
but
Good
look at the
luck,
way that
too.
rejection came in at 400, and that's what I call the
Mhm.
M level. We like to call that the magic level because that's what it does. So if we had that break, we could have easily seen the opening price retest, but so far it looks like it's failing, and it's failing aggressively.
Wow,
And
they came in aggressive.
it's just, again, if you're trying to catch a rejection, easy rejection. If you're wanting a breakout, don't take it early because you just got stopped there, right? You just like if you took that early, you just got stopped. That's it. You're done.
Quick loser.
KV, what would you look for a breakout in the upside direction if that were to happen?
For me, the best breakouts are the retest breakouts. So it breaks a little bit, pulls back, but the pullback has to has to happen in a small, a time frame, not after 1 hour. Like if it happens in a 5-minute, 10-minute time frame, and then look for a continuation higher. But again, I don't think it's going to happen right now, especially with ES as well. If you're watching again the 5-minute time frames, guys, they look completely. It just the rejections there are just
violent.
What can I do? I wish I could blow this market to the upside, but it's not.
Well, nobody.
None
of us are big enough to do that.
Yeah, there's those memes that there's the guy blowing on the bottom of the monitor and trying
going
to
to the up of it.
Yeah.
It's like go.
It doesn't work like that. I wish it worked like that, but yeah,
it works.
Get that.
It works for Dolby. When Dolby blows on the screen, for some reason it goes. All right, look at that. That was a harsh rejection here in the S&Ps. That green candlestick in the 5-minute went from green to hard red, where the body is now well below the open. And that test of the 400s here in the Nasdaq just got rejected hard. Quick 14-point loser, 14-tick loser there. Wow, that was like you said. So we're gonna have to usually like to look for a retest here, KV, up to 400s. Michael calls it a running start. Sometimes it takes a couple of you need some momentum to break through that.
You need, yep, and it's with this price action, it is not happening. Since this is not doing anything, there was a question in the chat about the anchor and the VWAPs. I use regular trading hours, guys. It's a little bit. I know a lot of people, even on TopstepTV use extended electronic hours. I personally like to start the day at 9:30, so New York session.
Okay.
So that's where my VWAP actually starts.
Important safety tip.
Again, if you trade obviously extended hours, obviously you just have to switch back on. But if the market is open, I always have the charts on regular trading hours, so 9:30. So if you look at T open here, which is the opening price, it's the opening price from New York session open. That's That's what I've seen works better. Yeah, yes, coming in for the bottom of the range that we've seen for what now? That's 2 hours in, almost 2 hours in the same range, right? From 1 p.m. We had that 1 p.m. push there, and then I think that was the bond auction. 30-year bond auction today at 1 p.m.
Yes.
So that was the only push, and then we've been holding that range ever since. So almost 2 hours there.
I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna play the range here.
All right, you
long from 52.40 half. Buy you one.
All right. You got you got session VWAP down at 52.37.60.
I see that. There's some and all roads do lead back to VWAP. It's gonna be a tight one. Maybe sell 42s. Ideally, if I can sell 42s, I'd be happy with that. Play the range. Buy 40s. Buy 40 halves.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're starting to move here. What's all this wiggle coming from? Of course, the second I get in here, the market starts moving. It was so chill for a minute. It was so chill. How much I sell 42s here? Quick $100 scalp. I don't know what the hell just triggered that. Certainly, my one lot didn't do that.
No.
I don't know what the hell. Thank you, Rips. Let's crush it on the one lot for sure. So we'll see. But we do have session VWAP at 52.37, but there's the lower end of the range. And maybe we'll get another retest to the upside here. A little running start. You roll your eyes, Kevy. It's just an inside joke, man. Blame George for that one. Don't blame me. George is the one that came up with that quote. I'm just the parrot that repeats it. Yes, you can roll your eyes. But thank you for tuning in. So yeah, all right. Yeah, try still 42s on this. Maybe a little push higher. What's
Why only 42s?
I don't know. It's a range trade. What would you? I mean, hell, I'd like to sell John. I'd like to sell 5500s if I can. But we're currently in this range. Thanks for
I mean, I think you're a little bit early, so if you can get it, get it. It is one of those. It is one of those see money, take money days.
Yeah, I'm not expecting. And we got that.
Super scalps, right? Super scalps, in and out, in and out. If you are comfortable with that price action, right? Because the moves are not lasting, right? You had that 400 rejection, only lasted 2 minutes, right? So it's if you're looking for more, you just end up giving those profits as well. So just be in and be out.
Be in, be out.
What's Delta, John?
I don't want to tell you. No, I'm just kidding.
Minus 22,000. Minus 21,000. Minus 22,000.
Minus 20,500. So not far off there.
All right. Cool. All right. We'll see how we do here.
Emmett, yes, I spent 20 years, even a little bit longer, in the pits.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did. Would you be out of the pits by now on a day like today, John? Knowing we got PPI coming up, would you be done for the day?
Yeah, I'd, probably up a whole bunch and then golfing or something like that. But,
Stop by for a stogie. Hold on.
It's hard to know. I mean, I did love range days back then because you get reference.
Mm-hmm.
You get extremes and you can trade against them and lose a little and maybe make more than that. So I did love range days. I called them cash register days.
Cash register. I tried to.
Yeah.
By the bottom there.
What do
we got? We got a plug here, Johnny.
Oh yes, we do. Yeah.
What do we got?
We're gonna bring Eddie in here, and he's going to tell you about our Instagram channel.
Oh boy!
There he is. What's up, Eddie?
Here's Eddie. Instagram. Oh, Instagram. Yes. Hey, you know what? A lot of you out there don't know that we have this Instagram thing. And what it is if you want to follow us, if you want to check us out, what we're doing behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, on the side of the scenes, some of our coolest Vegas pictures and videos are on our Instagram. So if we could, I think I got the link. If we could put that link in here, I'm sure that there it is. Thank you, Topstep chat. Follow Topstep Instagram. There it is. There's a link right now. Lots of cool stuff. And this it just isn't for our Vegas and everything else. This is for anything in the future. We like to keep the bond going between us and, of course, our traders here. So check it out. Subscribe to it. And make sure you do get the alerts when we do post. So there you have it, our Instagram. Back to you, Andre, John, and KB.
Go to Johnny. What are we thinking here, John? Johnny, we got about 7 minutes left in this session.
Anything you see about me or they say about me on Instagram is a lie.
Social media.
There has been a lot of things, Joe.
I think you're the star of Vegas, John. I think you were the star of the show.
So I think they should call it the Hoag trip.
Well, I think that there's a lot more yet to come. So make sure you follow our Instagram page. And I'm not big into social media, but I followed our Instagram page. So if I did, you have to.
100%. That's a seismic shift right there. Hey, everyone, real quick, we got our boss Danielle Oliver up at about 36,000 feet, watching from an airplane. Everyone, say hi to Danielle, watching from an airplane right now. She will be back with us tomorrow. She's getting a much deserved break. But everyone, say hi to Danielle in the chat there. She's been busting her ass lately, needing some rest. Yes, awesome. She made John the. John, I think you were the star of Vegas.
The question is, staying on the Vegas topic, the question is, when is the Topstep traders meetup happening?
Ooh.
That is the real question.
Will you
Maybe
be coming?
Trader League?
That's what
It's in June.
everyone in the chat is asking for.
June 14th.
Yeah,
June 14th.
June 14th. Beware
Okay,
the
so all
odds
right,
of
we're
June.
breaking. We're moving here, and the Nasdaq's moving above 400s here. Hopefully, these S&Ps can catch a bid with these guys. Like KV, like you just said, it takes a retest of these levels to push to the upside. We got that negative delta. I like where my long is at. There we go. Some stops perhaps going off. We might get that push to the upside here that we are looking for. I am long from 52.40 half. I did say I was going to sell 42 evens, and we're here right now, but I think there's more room to the upside.
Again, especially if we see this Nasdaq again, we're getting some sellers again on the 400. But if we do see that full confirmation, I would not be surprised seeing ES go back to the 45s.
Ooh, I like where your head's at.
Just depends again the 400, which again we're getting some sellers, but it doesn't look as aggressive as last time. So looks like right now it is holding. There's not much resistance from the morning either, so could be a quick move up as long as the 400 is kind of confirmed here. And the higher lows have been happening, right? I mean, it's crappy looking, the price action, but we've been getting those higher lows on Nasdaq at least. So technically, we are uptrending.
We've been uptrending for quite some time now.
That's why it's called patience, Andre.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. One trade. This is gonna be my only trade for the day. Maybe. But once Dolby gets on here, he'll peer pressure, and then the chat gets going, and then Dolby goes pull. Before you know it, Dolby's slinging 15 lots, and I'm getting jealous. I'll do a 5 lot just to keep up with them. But yeah, we'll see. Patience. It's the perfect name for this segment. Patience. This was a very boring market today, but we talked it out. We talked about hypotheticals. We talked about strategies and setups, and we did see them come in. But here come the sellers, man. They are not letting this sucker go.
Nope. And talking through setups, I highly recommend as well, talk through your setups, guys, because that will kind of, when you speak it out, you also try and understand if it makes sense or not. So what you're thinking of opening a position, talk it out. Okay, I'm going to exit here. I'm going to put a stop loss here. This trade becomes invalid if it breaks this level. Even if you're alone in your room, like try to do that just because it makes more, or you're going to understand if it makes sense or not, just instead of just clicking buttons for no reason.
I love that idea to actually verbally talk out your trades, even if you're alone.
Yep.
Talk it out.
There's the 400 level rejecting one more time.
Rejected.
They're not letting us go. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure if Dolby is clicking those sell buttons on his side and not letting this pump. But
Dolby, you better not be. I'll kill you, Dolby.
They ruined our session because he wants his session to be better. So
Dolby. Why are you doing that to your partner, man? What the hell, Dolby? Hey, Lido Bombs. I would never, Dolby says in the chat. All right, good. We don't fade again. Dolby time. Kahoot prize winners, Lido Bombs, Lido Bombs. We will get those up to you in about 30 minutes. Tune into Power Hour. We will get top quiz results out to you then. But, pull. Well, you created a monster, Dolby. Good job.
What are we doing here? This thing is just not moving. I'm glad we had fun.
We did have fun.
No, I think this helps as well because again, if you're just alone and you might force some of these moves. So I think it helps when.
I don't want to force anything. I learned that putting together IKEA furniture.
Dolby says, "Be right back." Calling Pelosi.
There you go.
Line one.
Yeah, that makes more sense now. It makes more sense.
Line one. That's where you've been. You're on hold right now, waiting to get through to her. I see what's happening right now.
He said he's taking a break. If that's the break. Oh my God. Yep, very sideways session though, guys. Again. That's it. Looking at the ATR as well. I know we're almost to power hour. Looking at the ATR, guys, we're at only 0.5 ATR. Translation, only half of a daily move on Nasdaq, and I think it's the same thing for ES as well. ES is even crazier. Only 0.3, 30% of the daily move so far, and the market is already, almost over. So
almost over, right?
that's the flatness there on this market today. Again, not necessarily you can't make any trades, but you got to be quick with it and not look for those follow through moves that last a little bit longer than today. As long as you're comfortable with that. Yep, PPI tomorrow.
We'll see what happens then, huh? Well, great having you with us, KV. You're a funny guy. Did you know that?
I try to make trading funny and simple. Not easy though. It's not easy.
Funny and simple is good. Funny and simple is good. It's
Okay.
never going to be easy, but really appreciate you hanging out with us today. Andre, great to have you back. I know you're looking forward to Power Hour, and I know everybody's looking forward to Power Hour. Thanks again for joining us today for PAYtience with KV. I hope you had a good time. I know I did. I feel blessed that I get the opportunity to talk to everybody every day, and very grateful to be here. And we'll be even more grateful if you subscribe to our, is it subscribe? If you follow our Instagram page, follow our Instagram page. And KV, I'll give you the last word here. I know Andre's going to be getting powered up for Power Hour. You got any last things you want to talk about?
Nope. Good luck during Power Hour. Maybe just 2 words before you enter a trade, guys. 2 things in the back of your mind. Where will you exit and where the trade becomes invalid? If you don't have the answer to those, don't click the buy or the sell button. So
beautiful.
That's it on my end. Take care and good luck during Power Hour, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Stick around. Power Hour coming up. We've got Andre, Dolby, and Isaac Suffren coming up. So stick around.
You know what it is. It is the Power Hour with our guest trader, rising star here, Topstep, Isaac Suffern, the man in the middle. Isaac, what's happening? How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you doing?
I'm okay. I just trained the afternoon session here in Chicago. Isaac comes to us from Las Vegas, Nevada. We also got the star of Power Hour to his side, the man with the beanie on, Nick Dolby Time, pulled pork Dolby Time. What's happening, Mr. YM? How's it going?
Oh, we're doing good, man. We're doing good. It's been a great day. I've had a lot of time on TopstepTV talking to a lot of cool people, so it's been very, very fun. Had an awesome segment with David Green.
Yeah,
I mean, just incredible. I mean, 40 years of trading knowledge right on TopstepTV in 1 hour. I mean, it's always awesome getting to talk to him. What up?
Dolby, are your headphones under your hat?
Yeah.
Dude, it can't be that cold. Come on, man. It can't be that cold.
That's nice. It's actually pretty nice. I got my windows open, but I wear beanies all the time. I got this thing. I like my ears being cold. I like my ears being cold.
Oh shit, we're still
no
breaking.
judgment, Dolby. No judgment.
I know. I'm just trying to be me. You know.
All you can be, Dolby Time.
Taking care of my ears, dude. They hurt. Like if it gets cold outside, actually, like equestrian tubes or something. You got like tubes in your ears, and mine always hurt. It hurts.
Yeah,
So
get
I had
that
this,
B12.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so that's what I've been told. I get bad circulation in my fingers and toes as well. I'm told B12 helps. All right, well, I am long two from 52.39 quarter here in the S&Ps. We were stuck in that range for God knows who knows, and we are still breaking. Then we came up to VWAP. I bought another one, and we are going right through VWAP. My stop is below. We got a negative delta of minus 21,500 here in the S&Ps, but it is congruent with price action right now. So those shorts are, I'll say, content perhaps for the time being. They certainly aren't out because we'll see those bids come in the S&Ps if they were getting out. And the bids are pretty light to the downside here. So I'm still comfortable with my longs, taking a little bit of heat, which is okay. Now, Dolby Time, you said you're going to go big. You're going to go pulled pork here in this session. So you're going to give the people what they came to see, right?
I mean, was that what I said? Yeah, we'll see.
Did I mishear you?
No, I mean, I don't know. We'll try to trade some size and see. I mean, I'm long 3 YM right now at 39,540. And I still want to add more as we get lower. We are kind of coming up to like a resistance has become support area, in my opinion. So I want to see if we get any bounces off of some of these previous highs that we've made. And I'll just keep my stop down here. That's one of the things I liked about the YM is that you can trade size, yet still kind of accept some of the volatility that's inherent in the market. So we will we'll see. We'll see how it goes. And we'll just manage our risk and hopefully we get a bounce here. So now we're long 7. And we might just eat it on this one. We'll see.
Yeah, coming up to view up NASDAQ here as well. Yeah. NVIDIA wants to go positive according to Wit. What's up, Isaac?
I was just say right now it's holding the I'm looking at NQ, it's holding the 50 EMA right now. It did so when I look at this in terms of I just see a lot of sellers at this 8395 level. Looking like the sellers have been holding for a while. And it's ever since this morning and after that morning move, it's been pretty crappy, but I would see if we could lose this 50 EMA, but it's been holding since you guys have been talking about it. I mean, price action has been a little all over the place. Me personally, I do like the buy side if we can get above this 395 level up here.
That's funny. That's KV in the last segment was saying that 395. He was also saying 400s was the level he was looking to get pushed through. So you guys are kind of in the same boat there. We came up to 18,400 in NASDAQ. We took a peek above it twice, and the seller said no chance. We're not going higher just yet, so might need to build up momentum. Michael Patak calls it a running start, but it looks like that running start maybe failed, and we are moving below VWAP in both S&Ps and NASDAQ. Dolby Time, how's the Dow looking? I think someone in the chat said Dow's getting hammered. Is that true?
It's eating it a little bit. Yeah, I'm just looking for some longer time frame buyers to step in after the rejection so high. We'll see if we end up getting it. It looks like we must have caught a bounce actually because it's like kind of up a little bit right now, which is great. But we're sized. We got some size. We got half a pulled pork. We got seven contracts on right now at 39,533, and we'll see if we can start taking off some profits. A little bit higher. I do want to see 39,560 and higher than that. So that's the first stop for profit taking here.
Okay. Sorry, Isaac, you said you did take a trade this morning or you did not? I know you have, if I remember correctly, you like to trade in like a 90-minute to a 2-hour window. Is basically you're looking for the sweet spots in the markets. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yeah, so this morning I took pretty much shorts all the way down. Got in right below this pre-market low level at 413 and then rode it all the way down to the low here where we just started bouncing around. Actually, no, a little higher. I think it was on this wick, so around 350. So I caught a pretty decent move for about 6,000.
Okay, 6,000. Wow, very well, very nicely done.
Yeah, it was a good trade. It was a good trade for sure.
I would say so, man. Especially the way down. The markets move a lot faster the way down. They say taking the elevator down and the escalator up, and that's exactly what he means there. We bounced off VWAP here in Nasdaq, chopping around it here in the S&Ps. We got a Delta update from my man John Hoagland, minus 22,500. Shorts are building, and we are moving a little bit to the downside, but nothing, not enough to get all 22,000 of them out. It does seem like we bounced off VWAP here in the S&P. What was your level? 18,395 there, Isaac. That was your that's the level you're looking for a breakout to the upside.
Yeah, 395, 400, double zeros is always a good indication of a potential level as well. So 395, 400, more of a zone around there.
Gotcha. Yep. So never a specific target, always zones. Cannot be exact with this. All right, Dolby time. You stacked some bids. I know you want half pulled pork, so you have a half a sandwich over there. Are we going to see a full sandwich, or is it just like an open face pork sandwich there?
Try.
Okay.
I can do it. There's 5, 12. I need 3 more. Let's do the 5 further down, and then see. All right. So we already long 7, and we have 8 pending.
Oh boy.
But our stop is actually our stop is actually relatively tight. God, this is what I love about the Dow. It's like I can trade 7 contracts. If I don't get filled on this other 8, I'm still only risking $365, even though I have 7 contracts on. And I feel like my stop is in like a pretty solid place, to be honest. It feels relatively safe. So we'll see how this ends up going, but we are going to give chat what they want. So if we get down to 527 in the Dow, I will be long 15 contracts. Well, there's going to be 3 pretty quick.
Yeah. All right.
Brokers love this man.
Now we're long 10. Yeah, all my sim commissions. Sucking it up. All right.
How they get their sim
12.
Ferraris.
Yeah, just sim Ferraris.
Jack off the top rope.
Yeah.
I missed it, dude. We're chopping low. We're not tons. Well, there's that sim Ferrari.
All right.
All right, they're selling this.
What the F was that?
I don't know. Is that sim Ferrari? Ooh, rejected. What? I don't know. Starting to see some wiggles here, Dolby. You seen that?
What the hell happened? I just got screwed. I just got screwed.
What happened?
It just teleported down, filled me on the other 5, and then ripped to the upside.
Yeah, that was a good fill. Well, that's a good thing.
No, it sucks. I got stopped out. They stopped me out to the tick.
Everything, oh no!
Everything got stopped out at 523. So I got literally ticked. I got ticked.
Of course. Are you flat then?
I'm flat right now. Yeah, that sucks.
God bless it.
Yeah,
good job, Jack.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry,
chat,
good job,
Jack.
That was Jack.
I tried to give you the 15. That was BS, though. Damn. I just ripped right down there.
That was wild. I thought you were working bids, not a stop. Okay.
I was, dude. We got. No. Well, we got to try again.
These hedge funds are watching Dolby, 100%.
Those Goldman interns out to get you.
Yeah, bummer, man. That's all right. We'll get them again. See what happens, though.
Son of a bee. I thought that you got filled on the neck. I thought you got a nice fill. I am taking heat on these 39s I'm long from, but it doesn't look like the sellers have that much conviction. I'm afraid I'm going to get stopped. The stops are going to get ran just like what happened at Dolby, and then we're going to bounce right back up. I got to commit to my stop, of course, but selling doesn't seem like there's conviction behind it. Like just like that, Eddie. I hear you, man.
Yeah, I got ticked. Yeah, I got into 5 at 527, and then it went to 523 to the tick and got me out. I would have had a really, really, really nice average.
Yes, you would.
But we can try again, though, I think.
Delta's grown at my place, growing by the thousands. This is now at 215 central. At negative 23,500. A question here for why you go long. I'm playing the Delta squeeze, Isaac, and playing off VWAP both. Yeah, so I had two indicators there that kind of will let me get long, and we're in a range too. And hell, we're in a bull market, so there's three reasons why I'm long. And here, my question for you, Isaac, from Michael Stanton, my man, Michael Stanton. Mine's 24,000 now, Delta. Michael Stanton wants to know, Isaac, what time frame are you using?
I'm currently on the 5-minute, but I make decisions based off multiple time frames. Like this morning, I held for a pretty decent move, and primarily I was using the 15-minute, right? So it really varies, but I would say 5 minutes probably the most common time frame I'm on. Okay. Almost like my default, but I use all time frames.
Okay, there you go. Thank you for that. All right, Dolby time. We're going to regroup here. We got 45 minutes left in this session. We're good.
Yes, we are. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. You got it, Michael Stanton.
Welcome to Loserville. Population, you.
Oof, I've been there before. It's not fun. I've been the mayor of that town there before.
Oh, yeah?
Fun. Yeah, definitely.
Check in for that one?
Definitely. Population 1, too. Isaac, so you're up a pretty penny today. What account were you trading there, Isaac, this morning?
This is actually my live account. Nice. My live personal account this morning.
Uh-oh. Someone's in the chat. It's been a minute.
We got MPs in the airport.
At the airport. What's up, MP? MP just dying to make a trade. When's the last time MP? Oh, uh-oh.
I'm glad that he showed up now for this
timing. Funny how
Series 3 pop quiz.
Yeah.
Well, Michael is... It only has to roll once, James. We'll work that out.
I liked it.
Anyway, Michael has taken his Series 3, and he wants to help everyone here if they so choose to pass their Series 3 and become registered to sell commodities. So what we have is a question here. The chat can answer, but it's more to stump the people on TV. Don't worry, this first one's easy.
All right.
It is as follows. Futures contracts. A, are highly customizable contracts. B, are traded on exchanges where standard terms are set for the contracts. C, are directly negotiated between buyers and sellers. Or D, can have low liquidity and default risk.
I think I know the answer.
Well, go ahead and say it.
I'll say B, as in boy.
All right. You want to show the answer
or
here?
C. Oh, shit. It might be C. It's either B or C. B. I was right.
B. Right. You guys were right.
Michael got it wrong.
Michael C.
Oh.
This is gonna be a riot watching this shit go on.
We're never gonna get registered. Well, that's the question for today, guys.
Thank you for that, Jack. So far, I'm 1 for 1. Michael, I'll take the test. You got it right. I thought you said C.
No, he got it right. He was explaining that, but C is wrong. If you scroll up, he did say B.
My bad.
Oh, okay.
Wait, Michael, sorry. All right, my bad. I saw C. Okay, MP, you got it right. Good on you. Wait. We got you, Patai. I got you. That's on me. I said, okay, good job. Thank you for that, Jack. Very highly contentious Series 3 pop quiz there. MP did get it right. He has been studying. I'm sure he'll be doing some more reading on. You do know more than I do. I know you do. You better. Your nose has been buried in that book. You better know more than I do about this. I'm sure he'll be doing more studying on that airplane going back home.
It's a shame that they don't actually give you. They only tell you if you pass or fail. It's a shame they don't give the final scores because there could be a hell of a bet among the Topstep employees.
Oh yeah.
Who gets the highest?
Oh yeah. Oh, here we go.
I think JD would have the highest score.
JD knows his stuff for sure. I mean, so
Yeah,
does John.
nice.
Either John or JD. Yeah. Oh shoot! Take a look at that. Trades in the money here. Good to see. Thank you for that pop quiz there. Turn the market around. Dolby. Sorry, man.
Not happy right now, Dre.
I know, man.
I'm not
I know.
happy right now.
I know. I've been there. It's
that was.
It might be the
that
most
was
frustrating
a
thing
really,
in trading.
That was a really good trade that got literally ticked. 523. That would have been 15 contracts. It would have been up almost 25 points on 15. I can't even do the math. I think that number is too high for my brain. Damn, chat. Try to give it to you. Try to give it to you. We went pulled pork for about 3 seconds.
Brutal.
That's all right.
It says I'm long from 40 half. I'm long from 39 quarter.
Hydrate and rally.
I will have them update that. Thank you, chat. T9. Michael, who's using T9 still? T9 gets me all the time.
The NQ's
The
doing
Series
good.
3. I've never. What is the Series 3? I've never heard of that one. I know the 63, the 7, there's another one too. 63, 7. Is there a 65? But I've never heard of a 3 before.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Thank you. Yes.
The Series 3 is an exam also known as the National Commodities Futures Examination, administered by the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, FINRA. Candidates who pass the exam are eligible with the NFA to sell commodity futures, contracts, and options on commodity futures. There you go.
Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
If you don't know, now you know.
Now you know.
We're going to try longs again.
I've tried. I thought we were going to push there. I thought they're going to squeeze them. All the shorts. Last time, right before that pop quiz, we were at minus 24,000. We did not break. They just turned that sucker right around. The bids are like, no, we're going to absorb all this buying. I'm talking the ES, of course. NASDAQ kind of caught a bid, but the ES saw the pop there. What's happening over there in YM? Dolby time.
We bounced a little bit. We have a really strong higher low line on the 30-minute that I was trying to play. We just played it a hair too tight by 1 tick. So a lot of higher lows. We really reached up super high today in the YM, had a ridiculous pullback because failed moves come fast moves. And so now I think we're just going to accumulate probably some more buyers down here, make a push to the upside, if I had to guess. So we're just going to keep on trying to buy this and see, and we're going to stick to that plan. But buyers have been coming in somewhat consistently, so it's up to them to fail. But they seem to be the happiest so far, so let's just follow the happy traders. That's it. But I'm definitely tilted. That's like getting stopped out to the tick on a trade that goes my way is probably number 1 on my list of things that sends me into tilt
100%.
by far.
100%.
By far. I've lost more accounts getting ticked out of trades than anything else, just from revenge trading.
It's the worst. It's the absolute worst.
It is.
Isaac, how do you deal with something like that? You seem like a pretty chill guy. How do you deal with something like that? You ever get pissed? You ever punch a screen or break a keyboard before?
Yeah.
Really? Did not expect that. Yes. Okay, go on. I want to hear the story.
I mean, most definitely. That was more so like when I first started trading. Now it's just like, I think no matter what, sometimes no matter where you're going on your journey, you sometimes you just do something stupid and it just really pisses you off.
Yeah.
But it happens. For me now, I just kind of just walk away. There's so many trading days left in a year. I'm not gonna, live or die off of one day or one trade or whatever it may be. But yeah, that's kind of how I think about it. And speaking of trading in general, like just so right now you see kind of my I have this box over the price action. So pretty much everything right here is just choppy, right? I want to break above or below this zone before I even think about anything, right? To the upside, obviously I want to break this level up here. To the downside, I actually wouldn't mind it under the 50 EMA if we could take out these lower levels here. But we really haven't gotten any clean price action since this morning, man, to be honest. But if we can get under, what is this? Again, is nothing super strict in terms of a number, but if we can get under this box, I would definitely like to take a stab at shorts.
At a short, huh?
Is that a short? Oh, great. I'm on the wrong side then.
I mean, not necessarily. See what the price action does first.
You're up 6 G's today. I'm up nothing. Clearly, you saw the market better than I did.
I mean, but these aren't really great market conditions. I mean, we may get a move, here soon. But actually, hold on. Let me get one now. I'm gonna try shorts here. I'm gonna try some shorts here for NQ.
Long two.
Under this zone I have. See if we can get a little move out of that. Nothing too crazy, but we'll see what we can get. And this is not a fade, guys.
It kind of feels like it, not gonna lie. I'm just messing with you. I got hit with the "I told you so" here from my man Isaac Rivera. Oof, famous last words. "I told you so." Be careful with those.
Yeah.
Said it multiple times to multiple people. Just to have pie in my face. But hey, if you told me so, I hope you're short then. That's how you told me so.
Nice consolidation here on the YM on the 5-minute. We're going to wait for this to break out, and we're going to try to buy any extensions to the downside of it. But we did catch a nice fill here. We're long to 39,531.50. Haven't taken much heat yet. There's always time for some heat. So we're up a cool $65 right now. And I do want to see a breakout of the 5-minute consolidation and see if we can break above 39,550 and get back some of the money that we got after you're getting robbed by gold returns.
Did you take that short, Isaac? Did you take that? These damn interns. If those interns are in this chat, we're coming for your ass, all right? We will hunt you down. We will find you. We know you're in there somewhere, and we are coming.
Yeah.
With vengeance. Exactly, Eddie. Pissed off, man. Pissed off. Coming. Isaac, did you take that short?
Yeah, we're pretty much back in my box though, so I'm actually about to sell closer to a little bit under my break-even point or above it. I kind of want to see if we can wick back down here, and if not, I'll just get out because we're going to be right back in that chop box, which is a no zone for me.
Okay.
It's choppy.
Yeah, it is pretty choppy. One thing I've started to, I didn't use it before, in my earlier trading days, but I really like the 50 EMA. After doing a lot of back testing with it. It's a pretty powerful EMA on every time frame. And I've grown accustomed to using it a lot more. So you can see here, I was waiting. We went back in the box, but I wanted to see if we were going to reject the 50 EMA, which we did, which is why I'm still in. Currently up about now it's like 800, 900 as we come back down here. And that's what keeps me patient. I have the price action makes sense. And also understanding, hey, I don't trade off of EMAs or anything like that, but I do use them in conjunction with price action, which is why I'm in this trade now. And my order is about to hit, and I am filled. There we go. Super solid trade. Just made an extra. Oh goodness, it's still going.
Yeah, it got rocked.
Oh my gosh.
I got smoked. I got smoked in my YM long.
What a trade. My goodness. I'm out, guys. I'm getting out of that. That was a solid trade.
It is ripping back down to the downside. We might see some support at 39,427. Yeah, that's brutal. Brutal move right there. Good for the shorts. Great for the shorts.
My goodness.
Yeah, I mean,
What
just
a
straight
trade.
down. Dow lost almost 100 points already in a minute, 2 minutes. Something happened. Chat, we get some news or something? Because that was a hell of a move. Hell of a move. That was a great short, too. Really good short. Wow, we are still going down.
Nothing over the wire. Must be
Nothing on the
stocks.
wire.
Yeah, that was a super solid short. I love that.
Yeah, that was a great short. You got really good price action on that, like immediately.
Yeah. It was a good move.
Still, we're down over 100 points in the Dow now. Down over 100 and 130 since that move. Just melting. Yeah, apparently the Dow can teleport too.
Holy cow!
Who would have thought? I'm kind of curious to see if buyers do come in here, though. We just ran a ton of stops. Probably just about all of them. So it might be a really cheap time to get in. So we should get in. All right, rejoin bid.
Uh-oh. Somebody wasn't paying attention.
What
was
Caltrick. No, I was looking at the chat.
I was swearing. I muted myself because I was swearing, guys. I'm back off mute.
Nah, that's funny. It's all good.
Yeah.
Nah, Caltrix, I actually called shorts right under the gray zone that's on my screen. Waited for it to retest, and after it retested, it just started going the right way. It was pretty relatively simple trade. Every time you can take a trade outside of chop, you're most likely going to get a pretty decent move.
What the hell was that? What the hell was that?
I don't know. I got $200 back though on a quick long. What did we get? We got 205. We picked up 39,445 and got out at 39,486. So quick little scalper Bruni there. I'll pull the rest of my orders. So
Iran
got
news.
some of it back. Got some of it back.
Ben Johnson says headlines out of Iran. Did oil move? Typically, oil would move if something's coming out of Iran.
I don't know. Those were like an hour ago, weren't they? Or half an hour ago.
That was stupid.
Yeah.
I'm done trading.
Seeing nothing that hit the wire right now, though.
So it happens. Getting blindsided by headlines. It's part of the game. All good. Thanks for lunch. Dolby time. Look at the Goldman. Hey, Dolby time. Look at the Goldman Inters.
What?
With their Patagonia vest.
Where?
They've heisted it.
Well done.
Real burritos.
Oh, God, I hate
Chipotle.
vests. I hate vests.
The Fratagonias?
Yep.
Where is he? The chief is snooping around the house here. See if we can get him in.
Okay, so now we're down $200 less than we were before. We got really close to blowing up this account. Really close. We're still like a couple $100 away from our max loss limit, but we're not going to give up, chat. We're going to keep on going.
Yeah.
We're going to try to save this thing.
There he is.
Come on.
Come on, explain yourself. Hold on. Let him pump you in. You got some explaining to do.
What happened?
There you are. There he is, everybody. There he is. All right. So the pop quiz.
I'm waiting for the CRJ 700 to show up.
No, you must be going back to Aspen.
Is that a Boeing?
Small, little. It's a Boeing. I don't know if it's a Boeing. Good question. Somebody here would know that. It's a small little plane.
Canadian regional jet.
What's up, Isaac?
Mike, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's up, Doug? Doing not as good as you, from what I hear.
Oh my God! I don't know if you saw those charts, dude. Complete just fell out of bed. Almost like those headline. We're breaking still, but all right, Michael. Explain yourself on the pop quiz. There, did you get the answer right or no?
100%. Okay. B is a futures contract. Question was futures contract. They're standardized. They're traded on exchange.
Okay.
And a forward contract is what I would do if I was a farmer and I was telling the co-op or grain house or whatever, or maybe if I'd sell it to, like, I don't know, go straight Frosted Flakes. You do a forward contract. It's customizable, it's negotiable, and it's all different. So what futures contracts do is standardize the contract, so then the price can be discovered because we're all trading yellow corn grade A and then somebody who's farming has yellow corn grade A, but doesn't do a futures contract, can then do a forward contract with some other manufacturer, processor, or whatever, whoever wants their freaking grain. I don't know.
Yep.
That's in unit 2. That's in unit 2, and I'm done with unit 2.
Nice.
And there's 8 units, and I'm at page like 80 of 350. I told every CFTC person I bet that that I'm working on it, because it's true. I'm working on it. So we went down there. We met regulators. We met NFA, CFTC. Check this out. So I shook. Terry Duffy had a bodyguard. And he was walking. He was in the hallway. He just got done speaking. Made the best joke in the world. It's very funny. I don't care who you guys like, Biden or Trump. Doesn't matter.
All right.
But they go, who do you support? And he's like, well, this is the first time in election year that a guy in the funeral parlor or a guy in jail could both possibly get elected. And everybody started dying laughing. Yeah, so that was a good little funny joke he said. Well, after he got done, I follow him. Hey, Terry, I go, we're one of the biggest drivers of retail futures is CME. He's like, who are you? He goes, who are you? I go, Topstep. He goes, I know you fuckers.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
And he's like, here's my email. Let's do lunch. And I'm like,
what?
All right. Yeah. So we got to go to Chicago next. It was fun.
Very cool.
Nice.
Sorry, Jack, I said the F word, but I had to go. I had to quote.
We're used to it these days, MP.
Yeah, we had Kyle K on yesterday.
Kyle on.
Yeah, he was just letting it rip left and right, and
it was actually shocking. A few guys, the owner of the Florida Panthers, there's a segment about sports and the crossover between sports and finance, and they were talking about Moneyball. They're talking about Moneyball. So they're the president of the F1 there. They're the president of the president of Washington Nationals baseball team, something like that. Florida Panthers owner. Talking about he spends $3 million a year just to keep the stadium ice cold, and he's never been on
Florida.
Ice
Good luck to you.
Yeah, he's never been on ice his entire life, and
he's paying to keep ice cold.
I don't know. He talks about players like their baseball cards. He's like, yeah, I got this 18-year-old kid. We're paying him $10 million, and he's like, we got another one at 8 and 5. All this guy, but the whole thing, and then Don Wilson was up there, the Don of Chicago.
My former boss.
It was your former boss,
DRW, Jack?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
And guys that don't know, DRW is their mission statement is hire the best and solve challenging problems or something like that. So Jack, kudos.
There's a reason I'm not still there, too. I was perhaps not the best solver of the most challenging problems.
You solve our problems pretty well.
Yeah, you're doing our problems just fine.
Hey,
How
Michael,
you
so are you,
in here?
I'm down 6 hundo. I was long, and then the market just fell on a bed. Who knows why? It was pretty vicious. Isaac's up some nice chunk of change. Dolby got ticked out on Dolby's trading the Dow now, so there's been a change since you last checked him.
I mean, Dolby, we're like Dow buddies. YM, I mean, that's what I started in YM 2 months after the contract started in 2002, and it looked like Bitcoin thinness, but then it ended up getting wide. But how I hear you got ticked out. What, to the tick?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had a nice like full pork trade on, so I got ticked out at 39,520 or something, or 23, and then it ran up like 40 points in my favor, but I had 15 on. But I only risked like, this is what's cool, MP, is I only ended up risking like $300 or $400 on the trade, and I still had like a nice cushion for the trade. So I kind of like being able to trade this size with the YM. A lot of room for error there. It's nice.
Did you get slipped out?
I got ticked. I got to the tick. It just
to the
reversed
tick.
on
Oh
me.
God, I don't know which one's worse. To the tick. To the tick's the worst thing you can do on the planet.
It melted down like 150 points after that, so I would have had to take profits eventually. like to manage the trade, but it was a bummer.
Uh-huh.
It would have been a really nice one.
Well, I know I missed getting on here with you guys. It's cool. Isaac,
Yeah.
great to see you're up. And I hear that's in your live personal account.
Yeah. So I'm up about 6-7 after that trade, around 9,000 in the live personal, and 9,000 across 3 combine accounts for Topstep X.
Oh hell yeah! All right, cool. So you jump around. So the three, were you putting on the same positions in the Topstep accounts as you were your personal, or do you do personal and then stop, lock that in, and then go Topstep?
It really depends on how quick the move is, or
Yeah.
what I'm planning for. Sometimes if it's too fast, then it's just too much going on to do everything at once. But what I like to do is usually what you just said, like lock in on the personal account and then move on.
How you been trading lately?
It's been good, man. It's been good. It's February was good. January was really good. February was a little less, but this month so far has been pretty solid.
I mean, today you got to be feeling good about today. Today's a size day, right?
Yeah. Today was really good. I put on about 8 lots on the personal account, and then just took the dump all the way this morning.
Oh, nice. How is the markets right now? I couldn't.
All-time highs
on a flight.
Every day is a new all-time high, Michael. I lost money. I'm going to keep buying the dip, though. I lost money on it today. I made money on it yesterday. I'm going to keep buying the dip till I'm blue in the face, but it is new all-time highs. We saw it on Friday. We were in Vegas. Thursday, we did all-time highs. Made new all-time highs yesterday. So, I mean, it's kind of the thing. So,
I made
I'm cool.
I made 8 grand, Andre, with you sitting next to me last week.
I mean, yeah. You want to tell them how?
Yeah, I'll tell them how.
Go on.
Okay. I was at trading in a meeting, and I was down what I thought was 1,200, and it was 1,200. And I said, pretty much in my head, F this, and then I shut the screen off. Ran a company meeting. There's 80 team members there, and then I get that was the day before. And ran a leadership meeting, and then got a text saying, Michael, you're what do you want us to do with this 5 lot? I'm like, what do you mean? I'm flat. I go, what do you mean? I go, I'm flat. They're like, oh no, you're long 5. And I'm like, oh my God. Because I was just trying to get short before. And I'm like, it fell out of bed. And I got long. My stop was in there and whatever. So needless to say, I had gotten stopped out, but then I had a manual stop that was sitting there. That one got filled. So thank God I didn't continue trading, because I would have kept getting short. And it rallied up, and I go, where's my P&L in the position? They go 6,500, and I'm thinking, I'm like thinking, where's the Vitus side? I go,
Where's the negative?
I'm thinking in my head, I'm like, holy shit, it's not okay. So that day turned into a would you rather be lucky than good? And I was in Vegas, and then I got a text from Dolby saying, like, pretty much like, Vegas, baby, all. So there are times where getting lucky is way better than trying to be good, I should say. And then the next day
all right.
Then the next day in the company meeting, I made $2,000. And then what I did, guys, and it's coming by the end of the week, and Isaac, I want your thoughts on this.
Oh boy.
You ever seen a stop sign? Of course you have. The octagon shape says stop. It's red. This one won't be red probably, but it's going to be the top. I requested it to be built in the very top of the navigate. Right. You know, your P&L's up there, unrealized and realized. Right next to your P&L, there'll be an octagon shaped thing. You press it, and then it'll pop open. And I think they're doing disable my trading for 1 hour, disable my trading for the entire day, submit.
Ooh, cool.
And I know because I'm like, I go to the guys. I'm like, I'm up $2,000 right now. The company meeting's about ready to start. I'm going to keep my eye on this thing, and I'm going to want to trade it. I go, I want to keep my eye on the markets, because it's good for every trader to keep their eye on the markets, but I don't want to trade it. I go, can you build a stop button? It's like, yeah. I go, can you guys build it by next week? Like, we'll ask them. So they asked the guys over there, the group that we partnered up with to build things for us. Yeah, we'll have it done by next week. I'm like, it might be on there, Isaac. So I don't know if that's going to be helpful for you. It's going to be helpful for me.
No, that's actually super solid. Like that actually will solve so many problems.
It's going to lock you out. There's no PIN code to get back in. There's no calling support. There's no anything. You're out. And I think there's going to be a checkbox. Like, I don't think it's going to say that. I understand that I'm a product of free will or whatever I do. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, right.
Not against my will.
Pressing.
Yeah,
There's not a gun to my head, I swear.
Yeah, because you will get people, and Dolby, you know this. You'll get people that'll be like, "Look, I wanted to lock myself out, but then the market moved." Like,
I'm telling you right now.
Good idea.
First day you release that.
Okay, cool.
Customer support is getting emails. They're getting emails within 5 minutes. That feature.
Well, then we got to have it.
Can you please unlock me?
A checkbox disclaimer, and then we all got to be fully formed adults. And yeah. So I think it's going to be cool.
There have been a ton of times where I'm done trading for the day. I don't exit off my charts. I just leave, maybe get some breakfast, do what I got to do. I come back and say, okay, I got to finish some stuff on the computer. And then I shake my computer mouse, and then the charts pop up again. I'm like, well, I'm here.
Same thing with me. And then you know how it's like having a cookie in front of you and you're a sugar addict or whatever else you have in front of you if you're an addict. It's tough to do, and you want to say, hey, have the discipline. And I say it all the time, but January I fell into that, and that's why. I don't know if you guys shared it, Jack. Did you? The constructive feedback that Mick gave me on the bus? Probably not yet.
We have not shared that yet. I want you there when we share it.
Okay, cool. Yes, I got an earful at 1 a.m. from Mick after a fun night on the town, and we'll talk about it more when I get there. But my whole thing is, it was just like, I go, yeah, I kept trading. I always keep trading, and I'm sick of keep trading. He's like, you trade well, but then you keep trading. You get off the show and you keep trading. I'm like, so then that happened, and then the team was there, and I said, hey, build this feature. So we're going to have this, Isaac. If it helps you, it helps me, and if it helps me, hopefully it helps everybody else out. And that will be the first, second, because there's already a personal daily loss limit that we're building. That this platform will be really built for traders like us, pretty much anybody who actively trades, to have something that helps them more than an indicator or a chart. This is a feature that helps you manage your discipline or risk. Or addiction.
Addiction. Come on. Anyways, all right, man.
Yeah.
So Boca was good. Boca was good. Vegas was great. How are you feeling? You got to be tired a little bit, right? You've been traveling all over.
I'm very tired. See this?
Let me see. What am I looking at? Yeah, look at this new gear.
Oh, that's tough.
Oh, those are slick. Got those in Vegas. Yeah, those are awesome bags.
Yeah, No, I haven't been home since 2 Sundays ago, and I have 3 kids. So you tell me if the wife's going to be happy. We'll find out.
We'll find out together. All right, man. When's your flight? We got 10 minutes left in this trade.
It's right now. He's already talking about it. There's a CRJ 700 right there.
Bombardier makes it. I was corrected. Bombardier makes it.
Okay.
Cool. All right, man. Bombardier? Is it Bombardier or Bombardier? I don't know.
Bombardier. My nephew told me.
Are they French?
Canadian, French, Canadian, or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Maybe it's French. Wow, look at this come all the way back. Thank God we sold off. We came all the way back. So dumb.
All right,
well,
guys.
Michael, the markets have missed you, Michael. TopstepTV has missed you. We'll get on tomorrow. Get some rest. Say hi to your family. And it was good joining you, dude. Good hearing from you guys. Everyone was really pumped to see you jump in here.
Awesome. We'll do. Dolby, don't. Dolby, don't worry about getting ticked out. And Isaac, hell of a trading today, buddy. I'll see you guys.
Yeah. All right, later, Mike.
See you, MP.
Okay, let's squeeze now. Well, that was fun. Dolby, I think you took a long while we were doing that. You want to tell us about it?
Yeah, I'm long to 39,514. So good momentum here. We're going to try to get a couple hundred back and just chip away. I see if we can push back up to at least like Dude, it's hard. Honestly, it's hard to get a couple G's in YM. You really have to hold the position for a long time. I think I've only hit maybe like high couple hundreds in the YM. So we're still practicing on getting to a point where we can size up really big and hit those 4-figure numbers. But I think we're around the corner. Yeah, you just don't get those moves like you do in the Nasdaq. It's like you can be up or down a couple $100 in like seconds.
I might have traded YM once. Like I have no idea how YM moves. Is it more volatile than is less volatile than NQ, but is it more volatile than ES?
Yeah, I would say it's like probably even less volatile than RTY too, but it's more than ES. So Nasdaq is the worst. I'd say Nasdaq, RTY, YM, and then ES being the slowest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so hard to trade anything else after you trade NQ for so long. Like, it's just beautiful.
I mean, people really, really enjoy that product just for what I'm trying to do with like trading big size and stuff. Like my system is just like not working. Because like I like trading ranges, and Nasdaq will run deeper out of those ranges and hop back inside range more so than what my stop can tolerate. I was having a really hard time trading size because I would just get stopped out on good stop runs that would end up just going back in my favor. But it's like I don't want to have to risk $2,500 on one trade when I can just switch over to a different product. We're starting to get some movement here, actually. Some wiggle in the ladder.
Yep, caught that out of the corner of my eye.
Dolby, quick question for you. And Andre too, if you know.
Yeah.
Is there a way to trigger a
Hold on.
Hey, we got the MOC in balance. 75 million to the sell side.
Gotcha.
Back to you, Andre.
Cool. Thank you. Isaac, you're saying, is there a way to 75 million? Yeah.
For the Topstep X users, and even if the chat knows, is there a way to set a trailing stop on Topstep X?
There sure is. Who wants to
I don't think it's working yet.
Trailing stop. You got to click on order type and click trailing stop in the order bar there.
They updated so it works now?
I haven't been using it yet.
I see it. I see it. That's
you
tough.
might want to try a practice account and see, because last I heard it was in there, but it wasn't working.
It works.
Okay.
Yeah, they updated it. That's cool.
All right, so we're starting to see some sellers here. We got 9 minutes, guys. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked there. The boss wants to come in and drop in and say, parachute in here and say, what's up? He's going to do that. I think you guys enjoyed that. Great trade, Isaac there. Dolby time. We all got ticked out. Here come the sellers again, man. This is wild.
I got flat. I had a nice flat there. I got like $1.60 off of that, and it just rolled straight down again. So I didn't really enjoy that wiggle there. So we're just scalping here and there, man. It's a tough market.
Wow. Okay. Yes, it is. That's why I use your stops. My losses are manageable today. I'm down $1.40 on the week. I can handle that. But that's why I use your stops, man. You accept the risk you're taking. What is that, Dolby? What is Dolby? What is that on the screen? Dolby.
The interns. They're back.
Dolby. These Fratagonians. Dolby time. Come on. NL. Where is that? Where's NL? My man.
These losers.
NL, there you go. You ask and you shall receive, NL, in the chat. Oh, man. Come on, Dolby. These losers.
God.
Go get some lunch for some partners or something. Come on. Get out of here.
Yes. Seriously. Don't they have lunch to get for a partner?
Yeah.
Was that you said? That was a good one.
Yeah. Go get lunch for a partner. What are we doing here?
What are we doing? Go work 80 hours a week, you bum.
Yep.
For $30,000 a year, whatever they make.
Oh, this has been a fun little power hour. I'm glad you guys are making some money. Dolby, are you up or down in this power hour? I know we.
Nah, we're down. I think we're down for power hour specifically. I think we're down a couple hundred
today.
Or maybe only down like 300 or so. Because when we started, no, even more than that. I think we're only down 6 or 7. It was not great. That little stop run.
Hey, sorry to put the production guys on the spot. I know we got 6 minutes here. James, whoever's got that, we get those top quiz results up there. Someone asked in the chat, we do. If you guys are ready.
Oh, I'm never on the spot. Let's do it.
Oh, there! Wow, that's my guy right there. All right, there you go. You asking, you shall receive. We are on point today in production. What's happened? Andre's hat. There you go.
Number one. He was
right
number
there.
one.
Andre's hat. There you go. What else we got?
All right, I'm trying to short.
Okay. Fish head soup. Delicious. All right. Thank you for that, James. There you go. Thanks for reminding us, chat. We got back to these markets, guys. We are ripping here to the downside. Dolby, you said you're taking a short?
No, I'm going to try one.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to see if we can pull off a short here and maybe just go back down to lows again. I don't know. It wasn't a very convincing move to the upside for me. Like, we didn't even break highs or anything. Like, I don't feel like shorts were challenged on that move there enough. So we're back short and see if we can just scalp away another couple hundred. I did wish I got in 2 though. That's the thing I've been realizing with the Dow is that you can pretty safely enter in with 2 contracts and still have plenty of room on either side for stops and stuff. So we gotta size up a little bit.
Alrighty, here we go. Less than 6 minutes left in this trade.
Okay.
Making another lunch donate. Dude, who's on the Chiron right now? Dolby, they are just man. Brutal, man. With friends like this, who needs enemies? Who needs enemies?
Why is everyone so mean? Why is everyone so mean?
All right,
sweet
here we
green
go.
stock is skyrocketing.
No love. Chat, why are they so mean, chat? Why are they so mean?
Haters, man. Yeah, haters.
Seriously.
Just kidding. We like to laugh at each other a little bit around here. JD crushing the grind. Is that you, JD? I don't know who's on that. Danielle just outed you there. All right, let's get back to these markets.
Check the production schedule real quick and see.
Yeah, we can find out who did that. And while we're at it, we can find out who hit that sell button about 30 minutes ago. That cost me $600. That really sucked. But let me for Isaac. Isaac caught that short. All right, let's get in there, Dolby. Let's do this.
Oh, that's awesome. I'm sure.
Last update, minus 25,000. Thank you, John. Back to business here at Power Hour on TopstepTV. Hey, see, we're a little light on the likes, please, and the subscribers. Please smash that like button. Please smash that subscribe button. We are growing rapidly with the subscribers. I'm seeing 73,500. We're trying to get to 75,000 by the end of Friday. Wow. Let's keep pushing, baby. Let's keep pushing. Just like these markets. Keep pushing for Dolby time.
Let's see, what are they up to? Everything's catching a bid right now. That's unfortunate. We're still going to hold this one and just see if it just rips around a little bit. But I'm definitely fatigued, man. Just trying to trade all day. Do not recommend it.
Man. Yeah,
Chat,
man.
pick your favorite hour or 2 out of the day and just trade the hell out of them like you've never traded before. But trading for 5 hours a day, I don't know how y'all do it. I got a feeling that y'all don't do it very well. It is very, very hard.
I mean, I got people in the chat telling me that, reminding me I'm driving and I'm not allowed to trade. What is this? Our chat knows our shit. How does chat know the rules around here?
I don't know. I don't know.
Ellingson, you are correct. Keep that a secret, though. It's just, I am beefing with the Algo software. Oh, Renee, I've been beefing with the Algos my entire life. HFTs, Algos, I've been beefing with them forever. Like to dump some water. All right, we got less than 3 minutes. Isaac, talk to us, man. What are you thinking?
In regards to the market?
Yeah, how are you feeling on the day? I look at tomorrow for PPI. Will you trade the number, or I know it's a little early for where you're at. Will you trade that number? You'll obviously tune in, and see what it does, but will you trade it?
I probably will not. That's more Rips, man. Rips is he's the GOAT when it comes to calculating those moves when in regards to news. Mm-hmm. I'll probably just be asleep.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
Yeah, I'll probably just stay asleep. Unless Dolby's putting on 15 lots, then I'll wake up.
Must see TV.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yo, Andre,
I'll probably be in a new trading combine at that point.
What's up?
Andre, I don't think anybody noticed, but the chat was like, I saw a bunch of comments say, yo, Andre, you're muted. Andre, you're muted. And I could look at your face and be like, trust me, you don't want him to unmute right now.
I was cussing up a storm. And we gotta keep it PG when it comes to the microphone. Keep it PG, PG-13. But I was cussing up a storm. Yeah, I hate getting blindsided by stuff like that. Sucks. Part of the job. It's not the first time or the last time, but yeah, I was letting it rip, man, for sure. And I had nothing to say into the mic, but I'm good now. Our boy Mike came on, and you made some money, so I was happy about that. So at least someone at Power made money. We want this to be a profitable segment, and I'm pretty sure it is. So
absolutely,
yeah. I was. My mother would not have been proud of that language. Let's put it that way. Here we go. Less than a minute, guys.
Yo, I need to get one of those book bags that Michael had. That was actually pretty nice.
They are cool. They're North Face too.
They're really
slick.
Cool.
Yeah. Maybe send you one if we have some extras.
Oh, I'm sure we got some somewhere. All right, I think I'm going to get stopped out on this trade, but I moved it down to 39,536. So just don't make any new highs on the 1 minute, and let's see if this rolls over.
30
We're back in profit. Very generous of you.
Dude, shout out to Dolby for going. Shout out to Dolby for going marathon today. Here we go. Get in the trade. Shout out to Dolby for marathon. I'm done talking. Dolby, take it away.
What? Why? I'm on a marathon. I don't know. I think I'm getting stopped out of this one. I think I'm getting stopped out of this one, chat. We'll see. We'll see.
Wow, look at all that. Look at all those orders coming in. Good stuff, Isaac.
And that is it. My friends, Isaac, thank you very much for being with us here. Dolby time. There's always tomorrow. Andre, good to see you here, my friend. We'll be back here tomorrow. Hey, just to let you know, we've got a hearty breakfast for you tomorrow very early. So before opening call here, we're going to be having jobless claims. We've got core PPI. We've got core retail sales and initial job claims. It's going to be 7:30 Central AM. Also, we've got PPI. Boy, is that going to be a blender and a half. So be careful. Retail sales. Again, everything I probably missed in another 5, but let's just say shit's going to hit the fan around 7:30 tomorrow Central Time. So stay out of the way. Also, we do got business inventories at 9 o'clock a.m. We do have natural gas storage, retail inventories, scrolling down, Fed balance sheet later on in the day. And I think that might be it. I surrender. I give up. But anyway, let's look at tomorrow's menu. Tomorrow we do have, remember, opening call. We're here bell to bell. And just want to make sure that everybody knows that we've got a great schedule each and every day here. And we've got opening call here. Of course, we've got, oh my goodness, here, I just lost everything. My goodness. Shame on me. We will be having fast markets, shoulder tap, power players, group coaching, rotating. We've got Power Hour coming up. And don't forget about our Discord. Tonight at 8 o'clock, we do got that famous trader that we call Coach Dakota. He's going to be at 8 p.m. Central Time. So keep that up. But tomorrow will be Thursday the 14th. Deanna's going to be with us. We got France H. Vanessa's going to join us. JD's going to be here. Rips is going to join us in the afternoon. And I'm looking forward to that. So, okay, my friends. But hey, we love having you here. And I hope you love being here with us. Hopefully you did learn something today. If not, come back tomorrow. I guarantee you'll learn at least one thing. So moving your trading. But otherwise, keep yourself safe. Keep yourself healthy. Until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. See you tomorrow.
Bye.